Chapter 33:20. The origin of the Black Demon Battle Ancestor was amazing. He could actually control the power of the Scarlet Blood Mountain Range. One must know that the Scarlet Blood Mountain Range was an extremely terrifying place. The experts in the heavenly battlefield originally thought that the Black Demon Battle Ancestor wanted to borrow the power of the Scarlet Blood Mountain Range to cultivate, but who knew that the Black Demon Battle Ancestor could actually control the power of the Scarlet Blood Mountain Range? It seems that I've underestimated that guy. The monster god, who was watching the battle in the distance, said, the Black Demon Battle Ancestor had actually attracted the power of the Scarlet Blood Mountain Range to strengthen himself. This was simply equivalent to the arrival of an extreme grade Supreme Master. However, Gu Fei was not someone to be trifled with. This guy could attract the power of the Scarlet Blood Mountain Range to strengthen himself, and he could also mobilize the power of the mountain and river cauldron for his own use. At this time, the two great experts attacked with all their might. The 9 blood dragons collided with the 9 chaos dragons. It was an extremely shocking scene. The entire sky above the Scarlet Blood Mountain Range was filled with dragon shadows, as if 18 real ancestral dragons had appeared between heaven and earth. Each dragon shadow exuded a strong wave of power. The 18 dragons entangled in the void, constantly colliding and fighting fiercely. Very soon, the 9 blood-red dragons were defeated and suppressed by the 9 chaos dragons that Gu Fei had conjured. In the end, all of them dispersed in the void. Just as the 9 blood-colored dragons were scattered by the chaos dragons, blood-colored mountain ridges suddenly soared into the sky and knocked the 9 chaos dragons away. The 9 chaos dragons were directly knocked into the sky by the blood-colored mountain ridge, and then exploded. The powerful destructive force swept down, and the void was constantly annihilated. It was a terrifying scene of destruction, and all creatures who saw this scene were shocked to the extreme. However, the blood-colored mountains emitted a monstrous blood-colored light, and they actually blocked the destructive power that was descending. Go to hell! The Black Demon Battle Ancestor's voice came from the blood-colored mountain ridge, and then the blood-colored mountain ridge directly pressed down on Gu Fei below. Rumble, the entire sky seemed to explode as the power of the extreme grade erupted. This made Gu Fei feel a lot of pressure, and he had to take it seriously. At this time, Fatty Pang had long been stunned by the scene in front of him. His legs had gone soft, and he couldn't escape even if he wanted to. However, Gu Fei was unafraid. He raised his head and looked at the blood-colored mountain range that was descending from the sky. A cold smile suddenly appeared on his face. Then he extended his right hand, and the fist-sized ancient cauldron in his hand immediately flew up and charged towards the blood-colored mountain range that was descending from the sky. The small ancient cauldron was so small that it could be ignored compared to the blood-colored mountain ridge in the sky. The blood-colored mountain ridge was not a real mountain ridge, but a means of attack that the Black Demon Battle Ancestor had evolved. It was the power of the Scarlet Mountain Range. This kind of extreme grade level power was enough to kill all existences below the extreme grade supremacy level. Even Tsang Ke, who was once a supremacy, was no match for it. Haha, are you crazy? You want to compete with my killer move by throwing a broken cauldron? The Black Demon Battle Ancestor couldn't help laughing when he saw Gu Fei throw the inconspicuous ancient cauldron in his hand. It was no wonder that the Black Demon Battle Ancestor laughed at Gu Fei, because the ancient cauldron was so inconspicuous and unadorned that even the Black Demon Battle Ancestor didn't know that it was the power of this ancient cauldron that had seriously injured him. Laugh all you want, you're going to cry later. Fatty Pang couldn't help but laugh at the Black Demon Battle Ancestor when he saw this scene. At the same time, the fist-sized ancient cauldron that flew out from Gu Fei's hand instantly collided with the blood-colored mountain ridge that was descending. The next moment, the mountain ridge actually stopped. It was blocked by the small ancient cauldron, and it could no longer be obliterated. What the black demon battle ancestor was dumbfounded. He never thought that a small ancient cauldron could actually block his move. This was the power of the extreme grade level. The next moment, something that shocked the black demon battle ancestor even more happened. Rumble, the sound of wind and thunder came from the small cauldron, and then a heaven-devouring power surged out from the mouth of the small cauldron. It was actually devouring the power of the evil blood chi. The black demon battle ancestor was shocked. This inconspicuous small cauldron was actually devouring the evil blood chi that he had attracted. This small cauldron could actually compete with the power condensed by the Scarlet Blood Mountain Range. Ha! At this time, Fatty Pang laughed loudly, as if he was gloating. But at this time, the black demon battle ancestor had no time to pay attention to this annoying guy. He fully mobilized the power of the Scarlet Blood Mountain Range and wanted to send the small cauldron flying. However, the small cauldron had frozen the void of this part of the world, continuously devouring the evil blood chi into the cauldron. The ancient cauldron was like a bottomless pit. What kind of Tao artifact is this? Is it a legendary forbidden Tao artifact? The black demon battle ancestor couldn't calm down at this time, and he exclaimed, "In the ancestral god realm, the legendary forbidden Tao artifact referred to the extreme Tao artifact. In the ancestral god realm, such Tao artifacts were extremely rare and had become legends." Gu Fei didn't say anything. He operated the mountain and river cauldron with all his strength, and the primordial chaos power surged out from the cauldron. The evil blood chi that was devoured by the cauldron was directly refined by the primordial chaos power in the mountain and river cauldron. It's too late for you to know now. Old man, you deserve to be unlucky today. Fatty Pang said loudly. At this time, the power of the mountain and river cauldron erupted. The mountain and river cauldron not only froze the void of this part of the world, but also the evil blood chi of the extreme Tao level. Buzz! The mountain and river cauldron was vibrating. This extreme Tao artifact actually showed signs of awakening. The sleeping god in the cauldron seemed to be awakening, which made Gu Fei a little nervous. Once the god in the mountain and river cauldron woke up from its slumber, it would be equivalent to a different kind of extreme Tao supreme appearing in this world. If the god in the mountain and river cauldron was really going to wake up, it would definitely be a great thing for Gu Fei. However, what Gu Fei expected did not happen. The god in the mountain and river cauldron did not wake up from its slumber, but even so, it was enough to deal with the black demon battle ancestor. Swish! Gu Fei didn't hesitate. He directly rushed into the sky and rushed into the blood-colored mountain range. Soon, the blood-colored mountain range in the sky dissipated. Two figures rushed out of the endless blood chi and moved directly in the void, constantly clashing, and the tyrannical impact directly shook the world. Chapter 33:21. Gu Fei used the cauldron of mountains and rivers. A powerful force that could suppress the heavens froze the entire space. Of course, it also froze the entire Scarlet Blood Mountains. How is this possible? The Black Fiend Battle ancestor was inexplicably shocked. The power that erupted from his opponent's ancient cauldron had actually suppressed the power of the Scarlet Blood Mountains. This was definitely not a good thing for him. Having lost the power of the Scarlet Blood Mountains, the Black Fiend Battle ancestor had to completely rely on his own strength to fight against Gu Fei. As a result, he was not Gu Fei's opponent at all. Boom! Bam! Two figures moved quickly in the space, and extremely powerful energy rippled out. The entire space was directly shattered. This was the power that could destroy the world. Gu Fei and the Black Fiend Battle Ancestor were both fighting with their own strength. The power of the Cauldron of Mountains and Rivers suppressed the power of the Scarlet Blood Mountains. Clang! Two extremely sharp rays of light collided, creating countless sparks. An incomparably powerful pulse of power emerged from Gu Fei's ninth heavenly star sword. On the pitch-black sword, specks of starlight flickered. The chaotic force that had been poured into the ninth heavenly star sword from Gu Fei's hand turned into terrifying rays of chaotic light after being enhanced by the ninth heavenly star sword. Take my 9 heaven punishing swords. Gu Fei directly used the 9 heaven punishing swords. This was a sovereign, level-killing technique of the sword. 9 rays of chaotic light rushed out from the 9th heavenly star sword in his hand, and each ray of light erupted with shocking killing power. This was the power of heaven punishing. It could even destroy the world with a single strike. It was terrifying to the extreme. This is before the Black Fiend Battle Ancestor could react. The 9 sky punishing sword lights instantly penetrated his body and dissipated in the void. How is this possible? The Black Fiend Battle Ancestor stared at Gu Fei in disbelief. In the next moment, he turned into ashes and dissipated in the space. A battle ancestor had actually been slain by Gu Fei just like that. His body and soul had been destroyed, and he could not even be a ghost anymore. This Fatty Pang, the demon god, and Song Ke couldn't believe what they saw. The power of Gu Fei's sword made their hearts palpitate, especially Demon God Venerable, because no one knew the Black Demon Battle Ancestor better than him. They were neighbors. Swoosh! Gu Fei quickly moved through the void and quickly rushed out of the Scarlet Blood Mountain Ridge. Demon Divine Master, Song Ke, and the others hurriedly rushed to where Gu Fei was. Fatty Pang even pounced on Gu Fei, afraid that Gu Fei would leave just like that. Gu Fei put away the 9 heavens star's sword and stretched out his right hand. The mountain and river cauldron that had sealed the world flew back to him and fell into his hand. Rumble, the entire space trembled as a pitch-black spatial crack appeared. The entire blood-red mountain range was shaking. Although the power of the Scarlet Blood Mountain Range had been restrained, the remaining power was still extremely terrifying. Gu Fei's heart palpitated when he saw that scene. Seeing that Gu Fei had beheaded the Black Demon Battle Ancestor, the experts who were watching the battle around were very wary of Gu Fei and did not dare to attack Gu Fei easily. Some experts even turned around and left directly, not daring to have any contact with Gu Fei, lest they provoke unimaginable enemies for themselves. Gu Fei was sure that he definitely had a lot of enemies. Boss, your little brother's admiration for you is like the water of the Milky Way. It never stops. Fatty Pang said to Gu Fei with great respect. I say, apart from this sentence, don't you know how to say anything else? Gu Fei said impatiently. At this time, they were in a cave, which was found by Song Ke and was very well hidden. In the cave, in addition to Gu Fei, Fatty Pang, and Song Ke, there was also Demon God Venerable. The heavenly battlefield was very big, and it was definitely not easy for them to find a way out of this battlefield. Moreover, this battlefield was not a good place to be. Before finding this cave, Gu Fei and the others had encountered danger more than once. They had seen those terrifying remnant souls wandering in this battlefield. Those were things formed by immortal remnant thoughts. They had no consciousness of their own and only knew how to obliterate everything that came close to them. This kind of existence could be said to be ominous, but this kind of ominous thing could kill people. Even if Gu Fei and the others encountered this kind of existence, they would take a detour from a distance, not daring to approach it. In addition to those remnant souls wandering in the heavenly battlefield, Gu Fei and the others also encountered a pack of wolves. Yes, it was a pack of wolves, a pack of death wolves that was so powerful that even Gu Fei's heart palpitated. Each death wolf was extremely powerful and was simply the perfect killing tool. Fatty Pang was almost bitten in the buttocks by a death wolf. Encountering a pack of death wolves, they could only retreat. Thus, they were fortunate enough to find their current hiding place. It was a well-hidden and spacious cave that could hide tens of thousands of people. But now there was only Gu Fei and the others in such a huge cave. The entrance to the cave was blocked by a boulder the size of a mountain that Gu Fei had moved over. After nightfall, the heavenly region battlefield became even more dangerous. Gu Fei sat cross-legged on a boulder. "Boss, I can't think of a second sentence to praise you other than this." Fatty Pang scratched his head in embarrassment. "Fatty, who are you?" At this time, Demon God suddenly stared at Fatty Pang and said, it was his first time seeing Fatty Pang, so he was very vigilant and did not dare to let his guard down. He had been paying attention to Fatty Pang for a long time, but he could not find anything wrong with him. However, for Demon God, not finding anything was the most suspicious part. If Fatty Pang was an enemy, it would be very terrifying. Of course, Fatty Pang might not be hostile, and he might not be their enemy. Who am I? Didn't I say it already? Do I have to say it again? Fatty Pang looked at Demon God unhappily and said, he only had eyes for Gu Fei, who killed the Black Demon Battle Ancestor. He did not take Demon God seriously at all. Fatty Pang Long was an expert of the Pang clan in the ancestral god realm. The Pang clan was a giant existence in the cultivation world of the ancestral god realm. The Pang clan had almost unified the entire ancestral god realm. However, there were still other extremely powerful cultivation forces in the ancestral god realm. The current ancestral god realm was dominated by 3 forces, and the Pang clan was one of them. You said you are from the Pang clan. What evidence do you have? Demon God said, in the ancestral god realm, the Demon God clan was a very special clan. There were very few clansmen in this clan, but every clansman was powerful enough to change the world. What? I still need evidence? Believe it or not? Fatty Pang said in a very unhappy tone. Every clansman of the Pang clan in the ancestral god realm has a special mark on the back of their neck. Tsong Ke, who had been silent all this while, suddenly said, what? Fatty Pang could not help but be taken aback and looked at Tsong Ke in disbelief. That was a big secret of the Pang clan. No outsider knew about it. How did this guy know? Fatty Pang did not know that in the distant past, the mark on the back of the Pang clan's clansmen was not a secret. It was related to the bloodline of the Pang clan. Therefore, as long as they had the bloodline of the Pang clan, they would have a mark on the back of their neck. The mark would never disappear. Even if they died, it would not disappear. There's a mark on the back of his neck. Gu Fei looked at Fatty Pang curiously. At this moment, Fatty Pang's expression became gloomy and uncertain. Let us see the mark on the back of your neck. Demon God stared at Fatty Pang and said expressionlessly, Humph, do I have to show you just because you told me to? Fatty Pang said impatiently, it seems that you're not from the Pang clan. If that's the case, then die. Demon God stared at Fatty Pang and said coldly, why are you always picking on me? Do you think I'm a pushover? Fatty Pang stared at Demon God and said angrily, Humph, I'm bullying you. So what? Demon God said coldly. His eyes narrowed as he looked at Fatty Pang. Light flickered in his eyes as a powerful aura spread from his body. At that moment, Gu Fei did not speak. He was fiddling with a formation platform. It was the formation platform that the Stone Demon clan had left behind in the Heavenly Domain battlefield. He could not afford to lose this formation platform. One must know that two formation platforms were needed to cross the two realms. Only by activating the formation platform in his hand could they return to the Chaos Demon realm. Only two formation platforms could form a passageway between the Chaos Devil realm and the Ancestral God realm. Therefore, the first thing Gu Fei did when he arrived at the Heavenly Domain battlefield was to put away the formation platform to ensure that they could return to the Chaos Demon realm. Do you want to fight? Fatty Pang roared at Demon God. So what if I do? Demon God did not back down and confronted him with tit for tat. Come on then, I'll fight you to the end. As Fatty Pang said that, a powerful aura immediately erupted from his body. Waves of unstable airflow immediately appeared in the cave. Two powerful auras collided with each other. Gusts of wind appeared around them, causing sand and stones to fly. Fatty Pang and Demon God looked like they were really going to fight. All right, it's not like I'll lose anything just by watching. Just let them watch. Gu Fei, who had been silent all this while, suddenly looked up at the two and said, "Yes, boss." Fatty Pang immediately softened when he saw Gu Fei speaking. He then directly tore the clothes on the back of his neck. There was indeed a mark on the back of Fatty Pang's neck. Demon God and Song Ke were a little surprised when they saw the mark. This, Chapter 33:22. The Pang clan in the Ancestral God realm was one of the strongest clans in the Ancestral God realm. The clan's ancestor was said to be an ultimate god. The Pang clan's bloodline mark was on the back of the clan members' necks. When Gu Fei and the others saw the bloodline mark on Fatty Pang's neck, they were surprised. It was actually a human figure, faintly discernible, smaller than an adult's finger. This tiny human figure was the bloodline mark of the Pang clan. Of course, not everyone had the bloodline mark. The Pang clan's bloodline mark would only appear after the bloodline power was awakened. All right, let's think about how to get out of this damn place. Gu Fei glanced at the demon god and Fatty Pang. He did not want to see internal strife. It would not be a good thing for Gu Fei if the demon god and Fatty Pang were to fight. Boss, you have to leave this place. Fatty Pang hurriedly replied, "If I don't leave this place, do I have to stay here forever?" Gu Fei said angrily. Rumble. At that moment, a dull, thunderous sound suddenly came from outside the valley, which surprised Gu Fei and the others. What was going on outside? The ground was shaking, and gravel kept rolling down from the cliffs around the valley. Swoosh! Gu Fei directly soared into the sky from the valley and looked toward the direction where the sound came from. He saw a battle breaking out on a mountain ridge thousands of miles away. The sky and ground were densely packed with people. Two different factions were fighting with their lives on the line, each wanting to destroy the other. At that moment, Ying Tong, Song Ke, and the others had arrived behind Gu Fei. They were all very surprised. It was dusk, and the two forces were fighting desperately under the setting sun. Moreover, there were many of them, fighting for the spiritual treasure. The Sky Piercer suddenly said, at that moment, he had already put away his halberd. Very likely. Gu Fei nodded and said, "Let's go and have a look." After saying that, Gu Fei flew up into the sky and charged towards the great battle ahead. He was very curious as to what exactly these two powerful clans were after. Soon, Gu Fei arrived at a mountain peak, not far from the battlefield. He directly descended from the sky and landed on the mountain peak. Moments later, Song Ke, Jiang Yuan, Ying Tong, and the rest also arrived behind Gu Fei. Rumble, the battle cries in front of them shook the heavens. Deafening sounds rang out as people continuously fell from the sky. Those were the corpses of those who had been killed. Who are these people? Gu Fei asked the demon god. If my guess is correct, this is a fight between the Shao family and the Yuan family. demon divine venerable said. It could be seen that the Shao family and Yuan family possessed incomparably powerful forces in the ancestral god realm. Otherwise, it would be impossible for people from these two families to appear in the Sky region battlefield. Demon divine venerable was a different kind of existence in the ancestral god realm. He had a great reputation in the ancestral god realm. He had once challenged the strongest person in the ancestral god realm, but survived. Although he had not been in the ancestral god realm for almost 1,000 years, he was still very clear about the powerful forces in the ancestral god realm. Those are the people from the Shao family, and those are the people from the Yuan family. Gu Fei asked. In fact, among them, only Gu Fei did not know about the Shao family and the Yuan family. However, it was too late to explain in detail. Boss, the soldiers of the Shao family are wearing purple-green armors, while the soldiers of the Yuan family are wearing light golden armors. This is easy to recognize. Fatty Pang quickly said. Gu Fei nodded, but did not say anything. With his cultivation base, he could tell that the Yuan family was in trouble. Judging from the current situation, the Shao family obviously had the upper hand. He quickly understood why the Shao family and the Yuan family were fighting. It turned out that there was a spiritual spring at the peak of a nearby mountain. In the middle of the spiritual spring, there was a stalk of spiritual medicine. It was not an ordinary spiritual medicine. It was a spiritual medicine that looked like a phoenix spreading its wings. This spiritual medicine was called the divine phoenix spreading its wings. Legend had it that the blood essence of a phoenix dripped on the ground and nurtured it. This kind of spiritual medicine was extremely rare even in the entire cultivation world. In the past few decades, the divine phoenix spreading its wings had become priceless in the cultivation world. In the sky above the spiritual spring at the peak of the mountain, two experts were moving quickly, fighting with all their might. They both wanted to obtain the divine phoenix spreading its wings in the spiritual spring. Two generals were fighting fiercely. One was a middle-aged man wearing purple-green armor and holding a bronze spear. He was an elder of the Shao family. As for the other general, he was also a middle-aged man. This middle-aged man wore light golden battle armor, and the weapon he held in his hand was a large iron sword with a very wide blade. Clang! The Shao family general's spear clashed continuously with his opponent's sword, causing sparks to fly. The two generals flew backwards at the same time, then collided with each other in an instant. A great battle ensued. The two experts were evenly matched, and they both held powerful spiritual weapons in their hands. It was definitely not an easy task to determine a victor between these two great generals. At this moment, Gu Fei and the others brought out a bench and sat down, watching the battle before them. With their insight, they naturally knew who would win and who would lose. The general of the Shao family was clearly superior. After an hour, the general of the Shao family finally found a flaw in his opponent's defense. With a single strike, he nailed the general of the Yuan family to the bronze spear. With their general killed, the soldiers of the Yuan family immediately panicked. They were quickly defeated and fled in all directions. In the blink of an eye, they had all escaped without a trace. The outcome of this battle was already decided. Countless corpses were left in the mountains. This was the fate of cultivators, death. At this moment, Fatty Pang's figure appeared silently at the top of the mountain where the spiritual spring was located. Then he rushed into the spiritual spring and plucked the divine phoenix's wings. Roar! At this moment, the general of the Shao family had already discovered Fatty Pang. He immediately attacked Fatty Pang. A fire dragon pounced towards Fatty Pang. Swoosh! At the same time, the general on the right side of the Shao family pierced through the void with a spear, stabbing towards Fatty Pang. If the situation was not good, he would naturally escape immediately. He attacked with all his might, breaking through the layers of seals and rushing towards the top of the mountain where Gu Fei and the others were. Rumble. At the same time, the general of the Shao family stretched out his left hand and enveloped Fatty Pang in a mountain-sized hand. The cultivation and combat power of the general of the Shao family was not weak. However, in the eyes of Gu Fei and the others, this general's cultivation and combat power were really not enough. Seeing that Fatty Pang was fleeing back in a pathetic state, Song Ke quickly acted. He pointed his finger, and the huge hand that descended from the sky immediately exploded. At this moment, the soldiers of the Shao family continuously surrounded the mountain where Gu Fei and the others were under the command of the general. Hand over the divine phoenix's wings, and I will leave your corpse intact. Song Ke's voice rang out. Is that so? Chapter 33:23. In a mountain within the heavenly region battlefield, the Shao clan and the Yuan clan were fighting over a divine phoenix spreading wings. That was a quasi-undying divine herb that even a quasi-supremacy would be envious of. In the end, the Shao clan won the battle and defeated the Yuan clan's cultivators, forcing them to flee for their lives. However, just when the Shao clan thought that the divine phoenix spreading wings was about to fall into their hands, that quasi-undying divine herb was stolen by Fatty Pang. How dare he steal something he wanted right in front of him? This made the Shao clan's general so angry that he almost vomited blood. Hand over the divine phoenix spreading wings, and I can leave your corpses intact. A cold voice came down from the sky. The Shao clan's general was looking down at the few people on the mountain. When he saw Fatty Pang, his eyes instantly lit up. Rumble! A huge hand descended from the sky, grabbing at Gu Fei, who was on top of the mountain with a terrifying destructive force. Humph! You're courting death. Gu Fei sneered. With a stomp of his feet, he immediately charged towards the large hand that was grabbing at him. Like a hot knife through butter, he instantly pierced through the large hand. What? The Shao clan's general was indescribably shocked when he saw this scene. He never expected this black-robed youth to be able to break through his divine ability so easily. The huge hand that was pierced by Gu Fei gradually dissipated into the void. Eat my fist too. Gu Fei didn't hesitate and immediately struck out with the primal chaos fist that he created. Violent energy instantly burst out from his fist. Bang! Without any suspense, following a muffled sound, the Shao clan's general was immediately sent flying by Gu Fei. Seeing this scene, the other cultivators of the Shao clan were immediately dumbfounded. This fellow was actually so powerful that he could send a divine general flying with a single fist. Divine generals were extremely powerful, especially the Shao clan's divine general. However, such a powerful existence was not much stronger than an ant in front of Gu Fei. Just when that divine general was sent flying, Gu Fei extended his hand and grabbed another divine general in front of him. What? The divine general was shocked. He did not expect his opponent to be so powerful. Even though he was an ultimate god, he did not have the ability to resist at all. The demon divine master couldn't help but be moved when he saw this scene. The master he had just acknowledged seemed to be a little strong and powerful at the same time. Boss is mighty. Fatty Pang immediately shouted. Those ultimate gods, who were usually high and mighty, were nothing in front of their boss. Gu Fei did not say a word as he activated the divine snatching secret technique to read the ultimate god's soul memory. Soon, he knew everything about the Shao clan. The entire ancestral god realm was divided into 5 great continents. The Shao family resided in the southern continent, while the Yuan family resided in the eastern continent. Although these two great powers resided in different continents, they were mortal enemies. This time, the Yuan family had wanted to snatch away one of the Shao family's quasi-immortal spiritual herbs. Thus, they started this war. In the end, however, the Yuan family suffered a crushing defeat, sacrificing so many cultivators for nothing. And Gu Fei and the others just happened to be there. After Gu Fei found out what he wanted to know, he immediately threw the divine general aside. He did not care about the divine general at all. The feeling of being ignored made the divine general extremely ashamed and angry. He was a high and mighty ultimate god, and was already considered a powerful expert in the ancestral god realm. Who were these people to be so powerful? That person is, at that moment, the ultimate god who was thrown aside by Gu Fei suddenly stared at the demon divine master with a shocked expression. Form the demon-slaying killing formation and kill all these demons. I want their bodies and souls destroyed. At that moment, the ultimate god, who was sent flying by Gu Fei's punch, rushed back from afar. Before he arrived, he was already shouting at the Shao clan's cultivators. Hearing his senior brother's shout, the ultimate god, who was thrown aside by Gu Fei, immediately broke out in cold sweat. He hurriedly rushed over and stopped the ultimate god, who was rushing over. Junior brother, the ultimate god was very puzzled and shocked as to why his junior brother stopped him. However, he soon stopped shouting and his face turned ugly. Humph, a bunch of cowards. Fatty Pang glanced at the two ultimate gods and said with disdain. The two ultimate gods were immediately furious when they heard Fatty Pang's words, but they did not dare to act rashly. These people were not to be trifled with, especially the demon divine master. At that moment, the two ultimate gods recognized the demon divine master. They did not dare to be presumptuous in front of the demon divine master, as the demon divine master was in existence on the same level as their old ancestor. In the ancestral god realm, the ultimate gods were not the most powerful existences. Above the ultimate gods were the god ancestor and other types of supreme gods. Those existences were much more powerful than the god ancestor. Gu Fei learned of a major event from the ultimate god's soul memory. The sealed ancient divine palace was about to be revealed. At that time, only the Shao clan knew about it. The ancient divine palace was an extremely ancient thing. It was also the oldest legend among the 5 continents of the ancestral god realm. Moreover, the ancient divine palace was located in the depths of the heavenly domain battlefield. The palace was not spared from the battle back then. However, the palace could not be destroyed. Even a supreme god could not destroy such a thing. The ancient divine palace is about to be revealed. Gu Fei muttered to himself. What? The demon divine master, who was standing beside Gu Fei, was shocked when he heard Gu Fei's words. He knew about the existence of the ancient divine palace. The ancient divine palace was sealed in the depths of the heavenly domain battlefield. Since ancient times, not many people could find the legendary palace. Now that the ancient palace was about to be revealed again, the demon divine master was extremely excited. It was said that the ancient divine palace had countless treasures. However, no one had ever heard of anyone obtaining anything from the ancient divine palace. Boss, why don't we try our luck? Fatty Pang suggested. In that case, let's go and have a look. Gu Fei said. He was also very curious about the so-called heavenly domain battlefield. What opportunities were hidden in there that no one had discovered? Song Ke had actually heard of the heavenly domain battlefield, but he had never had the chance to see it. Now that he had encountered it, he naturally did not want to miss it. Therefore, they headed straight for the depths of the battlefield. They carefully avoided all sorts of dangers and successfully arrived at a mountain peak. Gu Fei looked up and noticed that despite being in the chaos heaven's darkness, the surrounding vital essence was still being condensed. There seemed to be nothing in the region ahead. There were no strange sounds either. But even so, Gu Fei did not dare to be negligent. Instead, he became even more careful. No one knew what would happen the next moment while traversing such a treacherous land. Let's set up camp here. On the mountain, Gu Fei turned around and said to the group, "Boom!" Just as Gu Fei's voice faded, a deep, thunderous rumble sounded from ahead. Immediately following that, Gu Fei felt his feet shake as he nearly lost his footing. This is Gu Fei, and company could not help but be alarmed. It's about to begin. The vision before the ancient divine palace appears. Demon Divine Master said, suspiciously. No one could answer such a question because even Gu Fei and company did not know what would happen next. They could only be extremely careful. At that moment, Gu Fei noticed many powerful figures had suddenly appeared in the nearby region. They were not the only ones who knew about the ancient divine palace's appearance. Not long after, the Shao clan had also arrived. Apart from the two ultimate gods, there was also an old man among the Shao clan's camp. Even the two ultimate gods did not dare to act presumptuously in front of the old man. It was obvious that the old man's status in the Shao clan was not low. A god ancestor. Demon Divine Master was shocked when he saw the old man. From the old man's aura, the old man's cultivation level had reached the return to simplicity stage. The Shao clan did not dare to find trouble with Gu Fei and company. Instead, they avoided them. Yes, the Yuan clan is here too. Fatty Pang suddenly said. Gu Fei and company turned around and saw many people from the Yuan clan. A middle-aged man caught his attention, and he could tell the middle-aged man's cultivation level at a glance. He was a god ancestor, an extremely powerful god ancestor. The Shao clan and the Yuan clan had been enemies for generations. However, neither the Shao clan nor the Yuan clan had the intention to fight at that moment. Personal grudges were not so important at that time, as their respective enemies could not fight at that time. Of course, there were exceptions. In another direction, two enemies had just met and started fighting. Powerful energy fluctuations spread out, and the entire mountain range was shaking. From time to time, energy fluctuations would spread out from the depths of the mountain range. The ancient divine palace was about to appear. All forces were ready, and everyone was waiting for the moment when the ancient divine palace would appear. The appearance of the ancient divine palace would inevitably cause a chaotic battle. It was inevitable to compete with other cultivators to obtain the items in the palace. The cruelty of the cultivation world was far beyond ordinary people's imagination. In order to be strong and to become the most powerful existence in the world, countless cultivators cultivated day and night to be immortal and live forever. However, that was absolutely impossible. One had to know that even supreme-level existences could fall, let alone ordinary people. Boom. At that moment, there was a loud noise as if the world was collapsing. An extremely terrifying energy fluctuation spread out in all directions. Chapter 33:24. The ancient divine palace was an ancient legend in the ancestral god realm. Some people believed that the palace had existed since the formation of the ancestral god realm. Traces of the palace could be found in every era of the ancestral god realm. Many people believed that the owner of the palace was a being from before heaven and earth was formed. The palace had been nurtured in the primal chaos for countless years. Of course, this was only one of the more reliable guesses among the countless guesses about the ancient divine palace. But what they could confirm was that the palace was very old. There might not be a second item as old as this in the entire ancestral god realm. Rumble! At this moment, the mountain peaks collapsed and fell into the ground. It was a scene of destruction. Even the mountain peak that Gu Fei and the rest were on was affected. Boom! With a loud sound, the mountain peak beneath Gu Fei and the rest sank. They had no choice but to fly up high into the sky. The ancient divine palace has appeared. Run! Countless God race experts screamed and turned around to flee. In an instant, countless divine lights shot up from the ground and turned into divine rainbows that shot into the sky. What are they doing? Gu Fei said in bewilderment. Oh no, let's go. Demon God suddenly thought of something and hurriedly said to Gu Fei. He then turned and rushed into the sky. Could the legend be true? Fatty Pang's expression suddenly changed as he ran for his life. Gu Fei and Song Ke were stunned. Song Ke was originally a being from the ancestral god realm and had naturally heard of the legend of the ancient divine palace. Some people said that it was the origin of the gods. But Song Ke scoffed at these legends. He did not agree that an ancient divine palace was the origin of the gods. In Song Ke's era, the mainstream theory about the origin of the gods was that they were beings that were born from the primal chaos before heaven and earth was formed. Could it be? Song Ke suddenly thought of a legend about the ancient divine palace and was shocked. He then said to Gu Fei, "Looks like we have to hide for a while." What? Did something bad happen? Gu Fei looked at Song Ke and asked. He was even more curious. That's right. Legend has it that every time this palace appears, it will devour a large number of living beings. Song Ke told them what he knew. When Gu Fei heard this, he couldn't help but be moved. What did he mean by devouring a large number of living beings? At this time, the earth was still collapsing, and an incomparably huge black hole appeared on the ground. Then, with a buzz sound, the void let out a tremor. In the next moment, Gu Fei felt a powerful devouring force enveloping him in an instant, trying to pull him forward. The endless dust and divine light were swallowed up by an ancient divine palace in an instant. Gu Fei was taken aback. It seemed like those fellows knew that there was danger, so they immediately fled. Many divine race experts screamed as they flew towards the divine palace. They flew into the divine palace and disappeared inside. Roar! Gu Fei roared out furiously. A powerful chaotic force immediately erupted from his body in an attempt to break free from the devouring force around him. However, the devouring power was so strong that it exceeded Gu Fei's expectations. Even he was pulled towards the divine palace. Song Ke was no exception. He was also pulled forward by the devouring power. Damn it! Song Ke hurriedly circulated the divine Tao energy in his body to resist the devouring power. However, the devouring power was too powerful. It was definitely at the extreme Tao level. Fellow Taoist, hurry up and use the extreme Tao artifact. Song Ke hurriedly shouted at Gu Fei. If he was devoured by this divine palace, he would probably die inside. One had to know that no one had ever come out after being devoured by a divine palace. Preposterous. Gu Fei didn't expect this ancient divine palace to do this the moment it appeared. If it wanted to devour a large number of living beings, wouldn't the living beings in the heavenly region battlefield be in trouble? As he was thinking, he flipped his right hand and an ancient cauldron appeared in his hand. An ancient aura that seemed to come from the primordial times immediately spread out from the mountain and river cauldron. At this time, Gu Fei was shocked to find that the ancient divine palace's aura seemed to be somewhat similar to the mountain and river cauldron. Although they tried their best to resist the devouring power above the ancient divine palace, Gu Fei and Song Ke were still pulled forward by the devouring power. At this time, more and more divine race experts flew over from afar and were directly devoured by the ancient divine palace. The pitch-black palace gate of the ancient divine palace was like a bottomless black hole that could devour heaven and earth. In the eyes of the divine race, it was definitely the most horrifying palace gate in the world. Fellow Taoist, what are you waiting for? As they were constantly being pulled by the ancient divine palace, Song Ke became anxious. He didn't want to be devoured by this legendary ancient divine palace. He wanted to live and become an extreme Tao God ancestor in the ancestor God realm again. If he had the mountain river diagram, he would have already attacked. Unfortunately, he had already given it to Gu Fei. Humph! Gu Fei snorted and directly smashed the ancient cauldron in his hand forward. The next moment, the mountain river cauldron instantly became as huge as a mountain. With a boom, it smashed onto the ancient divine palace and directly blocked the palace gate. Those divine race experts who were flying towards the ancient divine palace felt their bodies lightened. The horrifying devouring power that enveloped them had actually disappeared. The divine race experts recovered from the shock and immediately fled for their lives, fearing that they would once again be enveloped by the devouring power of the ancient divine palace. Some unlucky divine race experts directly collided with the mountain river cauldron and were shaken into a cloud of blood mist by the rebounding power of the mountain river cauldron. Even their primordial spirits were shaken and directly destroyed. At this time, when the devouring power of the ancient divine palace disappeared, Song Ke directly turned into a ray of divine light and instantly rushed far away, hiding far away. However, Gu Fei didn't retreat. Instead, he carefully looked at the ancient divine palace in front of him that was blocked by the mountain river cauldron. Boom! The ancient divine palace seemed to be alive, and it constantly shook, trying to devour the mountain river cauldron. However, it was an extreme Tao treasure cauldron that could suppress heaven and earth. Chapter 33:25. The appearance of the legendary ancient deity palace alarmed all the living beings in the heavenly battlefield. Even the old antiques, who had long been indifferent to worldly affairs, could no longer sit still. In that battle, the living beings in the ancient deity palace also seemed to have taken action. I didn't expect the palace to be in the heavenly battlefield. An old man whose hair and teeth were almost all gone stood on a mountain peak and looked at the place where the dust was rising into the sky. Although the old man's voice was not loud, it spread far and wide. After hearing the old man's words, the experts nearby were all extremely shocked. The battle back then was too tragic. Even a few supreme god ancestors died and went missing. However, no one could have imagined that in that battle, even the living beings in the ancient deity palace actually took action and were buried in the heavenly battlefield. This heavenly battlefield was the battlefield of that battle back then. Whether it was the chaos demon realm or the ancestral god realm, countless experts from both sides died on this battlefield. The heavenly battlefield gradually evolved into a dangerous place after countless living beings were buried there. Some old antiques who had lived for countless years even witnessed the birth of the brothers. There was no doubt that there was a supreme god buried in this dangerous place. The place where a supreme god died was a place that no one dared to enter. Even if there was no supreme god buried there, no one dared to enter. The ancient deity palace was such a place. No one dared to enter because all the living beings who entered never came out again. Today, the ancient deity palace finally appeared again. This time, it caused a greater commotion than the previous times. Once it appeared, it shattered the earth and wanted to devour all living beings. However, this time, the ancient deity palace seemed to have chosen the wrong time to appear. Buzz. At this moment, the mountain river cauldron blocking the entrance of the ancient deity palace vibrated. A supreme chaos primordial force immediately erupted from the mountain river cauldron. Boom! The two forces collided. The mountain river cauldron and the ancient deity palace shook at the same time. The power of the supreme Tao erupted, and the entire void was annihilated. The mountain river cauldron and the ancient deity palace were both emitting extreme Tao patterns. In the next moment, the mountain and river cauldron separated from the ancient divine palace. When the mountain and river cauldron flew out, it disappeared, and a disheveled old man appeared. What happened? An extremely powerful wave of divine thought immediately spread from the disheveled old man and instantly enveloped the entire heavenly battlefield. Gu Fei. The moment the disheveled old man discovered Gu Fei, he appeared before Gu Fei in a flash. "I've woken up from my slumber." When Gu Fei saw the disheveled old man's sudden appearance, he could not help but be surprised and delighted. This disheveled old man was transformed from the cauldron of mountain and river. To a certain extent, the cauldron of mountain and river was also a life, a different kind of life. Under the control of the god of the cauldron of mountain and river, the cauldron of mountain and river could transform into a human form and walk the world like a real human. No one could recognize them. Of course, for an extreme Tao weapon like the cauldron of mountain and river, it could transform into any kind of life it wanted. It was a piece of cake. This place, this palace, at this moment, the disheveled old man transformed from the cauldron of mountain and river had already sensed everything around him. Is this the cauldron that suppresses heaven and earth? At this moment, a wave of divine thought came from the ancient deity palace. Perhaps there really was a different kind of life in this palace. An abandoned palace. The disheveled old man transformed from the cauldron of mountain and river turned around and stared at the palace that had existed since ancient times. He seemed to know the origin of the ancient deity palace. What did you say? When the life in the ancient deity palace heard the disheveled old man's words, a chilling, murderous intent immediately exploded from the ancient deity palace. Did I say anything wrong? The disheveled old man laughed. At this moment, he did not care about Gu Fei. At this moment, the ancient deity palace shook. Countless ancient Tao patterns appeared and intertwined on the palace, forming a mysterious Tao diagram. Very soon, a ball of divine light appeared, and the entire divine palace actually transformed into a strange beast that was as large as a mountain. This strange beast was the legendary heaven-devouring beast. This heaven-devouring beast was definitely a great accomplishment, heaven-devouring beast. In the distant past, such an existence could definitely fight against an extreme Tao supremacy, but now it had been refined into a palace. No wonder it wanted to devour a large number of life the moment it appeared. Seeing this scene, Gu Fei could not help but mutter to himself. He did not expect the original form of the ancient deity palace to be a heaven-devouring beast. It was truly unimaginable. Seeing the palace turn into a heaven-devouring beast, the experts of the god race were also dumbfounded. According to the legends, a palace that had appeared since ancient times actually had such a secret. This ancient deity palace also had a god, and the god was the heaven-devouring beast. Roar! The heaven-devouring beast roared furiously and opened its mouth in the direction of the disheveled old man. A heaven-devouring power immediately gushed out from the mouth of the gigantic beast, causing the stars in the sky to tremble as if they were about to fall from the starry sky. TCH, this move is useless against your daddy. The heaven-devouring power arrived and instantly enveloped the disheveled old man. However, the disheveled old man's entire body was coiled with primordial chaos energy, and he stood there unmoving like a mountain. At the same time, the disheveled old man spread his hands apart, and strands of primordial chaos energy condensed into numerous sword images. After that, the sword images flew up and pierced through the heaven-devouring beast. Every single sword image emitted a supreme fluctuation of primordial chaos energy. Everywhere they passed, pitch-black spatial cracks were left behind, and they were unable to be repaired even after a long time. However, the heaven-devouring beast opened its mouth again and sucked. Countless sword lights that pierced through it were all devoured into its body before being refined. However, at the same time as the heaven-devouring beast devoured the sword lights, the disheveled old man had already arrived behind the heaven-devouring beast. Bang! Without any hesitation, the disheveled old man slammed his fist onto the back of the heaven-devouring beast. In the next moment, the gigantic beast was sent flying into the sky. When Gu Fei saw this, he could not help but be surprised and overjoyed. The god of the mountain and river cauldron was truly formidable. Even the god of the ancient deity palace was no match for him. Of course, it was still too early to determine the victor. It was truly difficult to say who would win and who would lose. Chapter 33:26. In the Sky Region battlefield, the legendary ancient celestial palace had appeared. Some people said that this palace was the origin of the gods, but many people disagreed. Song Ke did not agree with this, but at this moment, Song Ke knew that this ancient celestial palace was indeed extraordinary. It was actually an extreme Tao treasure. The person who had refined this Tao artifact was indeed very generous. He had actually refined a palace into an extreme Tao artifact. This kind of extreme Tao artifact was truly special. At this time, the mountain and river cauldron and the ancient celestial palace were fighting fiercely. These two extreme Tao treasures could transform. The old man that the mountain and river cauldron transformed into was extremely powerful. He actually sent the heaven-devouring beast that the ancient celestial palace transformed into flying with a single punch. An adult heaven-devouring beast was a ruthless character that could devour the entire world with a single breath. After being refined into an extreme Tao treasure, this heaven-devouring beast became even more ferocious. Every time the ancient divine palace appeared, the heaven-devouring beast would devour a living creature. Therefore, with the appearance of the ancient divine palace, countless living creatures would definitely die. But this time, with the appearance of the ancient celestial palace, it could not go on a killing spree like in the past. Rumble, the heaven-devouring beast displayed its extreme battle strength. This unparalleled, ferocious beast opened its mouth and sucked. The entire void suddenly collapsed and was devoured by this ferocious beast. Even the old man that the mountain and river cauldron transformed into flew towards the mouth of the heaven-devouring beast involuntarily. The old man struggled to break free from the devouring power of the heaven-devouring beast. But before he could do anything, the heaven-devouring beast had already devoured him. What? When Gu Fei saw this, he was really shocked. The old man that the mountain and river cauldron transformed into was devoured by this unparalleled ferocious beast, just like that. How was this possible? Although the heaven-devouring beast could devour the world, the mountain and river cauldron was an extreme Tao treasure. It was not an ordinary Tao treasure. No matter how ferocious this heaven-devouring beast was, it could not devour the mountain and river cauldron. Very soon, Gu Fei knew why the heaven-devouring beast could devour that unreliable old man. It seemed that the old man was going to use underhanded means. After swallowing the disheveled old man that the mountain and river cauldron had transformed into, the sky-devouring beast immediately burst out laughing. Anything that it swallowed, even if it was an existence of the extreme Tao, had to be refined by it. It wasn't as if this heaven-devouring beast hadn't devoured extreme Tao-level beings before. Laugh all you want. You're going to cry later. Gu Fei hurriedly dodged far away. He reckoned that if the god of the mountain and river cauldron used a big move, he would be too unlucky to be affected. Indeed, as soon as Gu Fei dodged, the heaven-devouring beast that had devoured the disheveled old man stopped laughing. Not only that, it even let out a tragic cry. Roar! The heaven-devouring beast hugged its stomach and rolled on the ground. It then plummeted down from the sky. Boom! The entire ground quaked and caved in continuously. The shock waves were too widespread. Other parts of the heavenly region battlefield were affected. In some places, there were even extreme Tao level powers surging out. This was not the only forbidden ground in the heavenly region battlefield. There were also extreme Tao level powers in other places. One had to know that the heavenly region battlefield was the main battlefield of that war back then. Even the extreme Tao demon ancestor and extreme Tao god ancestor had fallen here. Back then, the divine race and the demons had their final battle here. This was a devastated world that was formed from a part of the ancestor god realm and a part of the chaos demon realm. Only such a place could give birth to gods and devils at the same time. Of course, devils were the weaker race in the heavenly region battlefield. One had to know that the heavenly region battlefield was in the ancestor god realm, which was the lair of gods. At this moment, the heaven-devouring beast rushed out of the ground again. A terrifying extreme Tao aura spread out, causing the entire void to tremble. Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene. The mountainous, heaven-engulfing beast opened its mouth and spat something out. It was a humanoid object, and the aura of the divine Tao emanated from it. Gu Fei was shocked when he saw this humanoid object. It was one of the divine race experts that had been devoured by the heaven-devouring beast. This divine race expert had already fallen. His Yuan Shun had already disappeared. Even his divine body had almost melted away. However, his divine body still contained powerful essence qi of the divine Tao. At this moment, the heaven-devouring beast seemed to have eaten something wrong. It kept vomiting out everything it had just devoured. Roar! Old man, do you think you can defeat me like this? The heaven-devouring beast roared. Then, a ball of divine light suddenly rushed out from the heaven-devouring beast's forehead. It transformed into another heaven-devouring beast and rushed into its own body. That is, Gu Fei couldn't help but be moved when he saw this scene. The physical body of the heaven-devouring beast was formed from the primordial sacred palace, and the other heaven-devouring beast that rushed out of the heaven-devouring beast's forehead was a god. This was a truly ruthless character. The heaven-devouring beast actually wanted to fight against the mountain and river cauldron with gods. For an extreme Tao treasure, a battle between gods was the most dangerous battle. Once it was defeated, there was the risk of its soul dispersing. Many extreme Tao treasures had been reduced to scrap metal because the gods that were nurtured within them had fallen. After the god from the ancient celestial palace entered the heaven-devouring beast's body, the sound of wind and thunder could be heard. Powerful energy waves surged out of the heaven-devouring beast's body. What's going on? The divine race experts who did not know what was going on were puzzled when they saw the heaven-devouring beast standing motionlessly in the void. Why was the beast not moving? Only Gu Fei and Song Ke knew what was going on. Even venerable demon god and Fatty Pang did not know why the beast had stopped. However, they could vaguely guess that the heaven-devouring beast might have eaten something wrong. It was no secret that supreme Tao treasures could transform. However, there were definitely very few people who had actually seen the transformation of supreme Tao treasures. Even those who had seen supreme Tao treasures were extremely rare, let alone those who had witnessed the transformation of supreme Tao treasures. Boom! Just as everyone was feeling bewildered, a huge hole suddenly exploded on the heaven-devouring beast's chest. A wave of primordial chaos energy erupted from the heaven-devouring beast's body. Although a huge hole had exploded on the heaven-devouring beast's body, there was no scene of blood splattering. No one rushed out from the hole either. Bang! Another dull thud sounded. The heaven-devouring beast's body, which was even larger than a mountain, began to shake violently as cracks appeared on its body. What? Chapter 33:27. The god of the ancient celestial palace was actually a sky-devouring beast. This was something that no one had expected. No wonder the ancient celestial palace had to devour a living creature every time it appeared. It seemed like the god of the ancient celestial palace was at work. Gu Fei and Song Ke were really lucky. After crossing over from the chaos demonic realm, they immediately encountered the appearance of the ancient celestial palace, a major event that could shake the entire ancestral god realm. At this time, all the major forces in the ancestral god realm had already received the news. Countless experts had set off for the Sky region battlefield, and even some old antiques who had not shown themselves for a long time had jumped out. A battle between gods. What a pity! Gu Fei looked at the sky-devouring titanic beast standing in the void and could not help but sigh. He had never encountered a battle of this level before. It should be known that an extreme Tao treasure was a different kind of life form to a certain extent, and the god of an extreme Tao treasure was this kind of life form. A battle between gods of extreme Tao treasures was something that Gu Fei had never seen before. At this time, the sky-devouring titanic beast was constantly shaking, and a terrifying aura of extreme Tao exploded from its body. There were two forces clashing within its body. The two forces caused a strange phenomenon to appear in the sky above the sky-devouring beast. Two shadows were entangled in the sky, engaged in a fierce battle, trying to completely destroy the other. Are these two guys going to go all out? Gu Fei could not help but mutter to himself when he saw this scene. Although it was just a phenomenon, one could imagine that there was an incomparably fierce battle going on inside the sky-devouring beast. This battle was extremely dangerous, but Gu Fei was unable to help. His cultivation and battle power had not reached the extreme Tao level, not to mention helping even a little bit would be torn to shreds by the power of the extreme Tao, and both his body and spirit would be destroyed. Shua! Gu Fei flipped his right hand, and a black saber immediately appeared in his hand. He wanted to awaken the sleeping god within the ominous saber. If that happened, the sky-devouring beast would be finished. If the mountain river cauldron and the peerless ominous blade were to join forces, perhaps no god in this world would be able to contend against them. They would be directly annihilated. Gu Fei immediately released his divine will in an attempt to communicate with the god within the ominous saber. However, he discovered that his divine will could not enter the ominous saber at all. He felt that there was a force on the peerless ominous saber in his hand that was repelling his spiritual fluctuations. This Gu Fei was very anxious. He didn't believe it and tried a few times, but no matter how hard he tried, his spiritual force couldn't enter the interior of the peerless ominous saber. Could it be that after the god of the peerless ominous blade falls into a deep slumber, it's really hard to wake up? Naturally, Gu Fei knew that the god within the peerless ominous saber was in a deep slumber. In this state, the peerless ominous saber's god could only wake up on his own. Outsiders absolutely couldn't wake the god of the peerless ominous saber unless they were at the extreme Tao level. However, in this world, only the Jiang family's Ran Huang and the supremacy of the nether blood sea of the primal chaos demonic world were supreme existences. Jiang Renhuang was an absolute supremacy, an imperial supremacy. As for the supremacy of the nether blood sea of the primal chaos demonic world, he was extremely mysterious. In the end, Gu Fei still couldn't awaken the god of the ominous saber. The ominous saber didn't respond at all. This made him extremely anxious, but there was nothing he could do. Rumble, the sound of wind and thunder from the heaven-devouring beast's body grew louder. Countless cracks appeared on its huge body, and a blinding divine light seeped out from them. What the hell is going on? The celestial experts hiding in the distance were indescribably shocked. Even some of the older celestial experts didn't understand, but they could more or less see what was going on. Sometimes living a long life was also a kind of capital. Old man, you're on your own now. After saying that, Gu Fei took a long look at the heaven-devouring beast standing in the sky before turning around to leave. Stinking brat, lend me the ominous saber in your hand. Suddenly, a voice rang out in Gu Fei's mind. The owner of this voice was none other than the old man that the mountain and river cauldron had transformed into. In the next moment, Gu Fei felt the ominous saber in his hand shake. Then the ominous saber flew out of his hand. Gu Fei was shocked. All he saw was the ominous saber turn into a beam of black light that flew towards the heaven-devouring beast. Then it flew into the huge hole in the heaven-devouring beast's chest. Boom! In the next moment, before Gu Fei could react, the heaven-devouring beast's body exploded with a loud bang, turning into countless fragments. Countless fragments shot out in all directions. Naturally, many of them were aimed at Gu Fei. However, a ball of immortal light surged out from his body and blocked the fragments that were shooting towards him. It was the immortal armor that Gu Fei was wearing. One had to know that it was an immortal armor refined from sky blue immortal gold. It could block an attack from an extreme Tao-level powerhouse. However, even though the sky blue immortal gold armor that Gu Fei was wearing had blocked the flying fragments, the power of the fragments was still so strong that it made his blood churn. Gu Fei hurriedly retreated far away, not daring to get too close. If it wasn't for the sky blue immortal gold armor that he was wearing, he would have been pierced by the flying fragments. The heaven-devouring beast's body had shattered. This was something that no one had expected. Countless flying fragments had pierced through the bodies of many celestial race experts. Countless celestial race experts screamed in pain as they fell from the sky. In an instant, countless celestial race experts had their bodies pierced by the exploded heaven-devouring beast's fragments. They died just like that. One had to know that those were fragments of an extreme Tao treasure. Even a hair-thin fragment could shatter one's soul. Even someone as strong as Song Ke did not dare to be hit by those fragments. He had no choice but to retreat further away. Boss is amazing. He actually has two extreme Tao treasures, Fatty Pang exclaimed from afar. He was very envious of Gu Fei. Ordinary cultivators would never have the chance to see an extreme Tao treasure their entire lives, but Gu Fei had two. You're underestimating him, Song Ke said disapprovingly. What? Fatty Pang's expression changed when he heard Song Ke's words. Did Boss actually have more than two extreme Tao treasures? Chapter 33:28. Shattered. The ancient divine palace actually shattered. How was that possible? That was a Tao tool of extreme Tao level. How could it shatter just like that? All the divine race experts who witnessed this scene were in disbelief. One must know that the ancient divine palace had existed for far too long. It could even be traced back to the beginning of heaven and earth. Such a supreme Tao tool had actually shattered in front of everyone's eyes. Everyone felt that this scene was simply too unreal. Tao tools of extreme Tao were immortal to all the divine race in the ancestral God realm. They could not be destroyed and coexisted with the world. However, this scene had exceeded the understanding of countless divine race experts in the ancestral God realm. Only now did they realize that even Tao tools of extreme Tao could shatter. As countless fragments shot out in all directions, a figure charged out from the void. That person was wielding a black saber with a murderous aura. Who else could it be other than the disheveled old man transformed from the mountain and river cauldron? The old man was unparalleled in power. He brandished his saber and charged out in a ferocious manner. Rumble! The void between heaven and earth was annihilated. A huge hole appeared high up in the sky. The mighty destructive power caused the earth to sink. Pitch-black spatial cracks appeared in the void. When the ancient deity palace collapsed, countless fragments shot out in all directions, piercing countless small holes in the sky. The destructive power of the Tao tool was too strong. The entire heavenly region battlefield was affected. If it was not for the suppression of the Tao power, the entire battlefield would have been destroyed the moment the ancient divine palace shattered. Freeze! The disheveled old man let out a strange cry. A wave of primordial chaos power that could intimidate the 9 heavens and 10 earths immediately erupted from his skinny body. In just an instant, the void between heaven and earth seemed to have frozen. Those fragments that were still shooting out were fixed in the void. Everyone who witnessed this scene was indescribably shocked. Even those divine race experts who had retreated far enough felt their bodies tense up as if a huge mountain was pressing down on them. Even the powerful Tsang-Ke and demon god felt the same. They also felt the immense pressure. The higher their cultivation, the stronger the pressure. Even Gu Fei had to retreat to avoid it. Gu Fei's sky blue, immortal golden battle armor radiated with divine light. It blocked most of the mighty deterrent force, allowing him to retreat with ease. Boss is really awesome. When Fatty Pang saw that Gu Fei was actually able to calmly retreat under the might of the extreme Tao, he was indescribably shocked. Trying to escape? Just at this moment, an enraged roar rang out. The disheveled old man, wielding the extreme Tao ominous blade, slashed towards the void beside him. An incomparably sharp saber light flashed by, and a figure was sent flying by the disheveled old man's saber. Roar! A terrifying roar rang out, and an extreme force exploded, breaking through the sealing power of the mountain and river cauldron. Then, countless spots of light appeared in the void. Those specks of light were fragments of light. In the next moment, those glowing specks of light instantly gathered together, and a divine palace appeared in the void, emitting a powerful aura. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. The ancient divine palace, which they thought was broken, actually reappeared in front of everyone in an instant. Then, the figure that was slashed out of the void by the disheveled old man charged over and fused with the ancient god palace. Boom! The entire firmament seemed like it was about to explode. A terrifying aura of the extreme Tao erupted from the ancient god palace. The entire heaven region battlefield was shaking, and the stars in the sky looked like they were about to fall. The divine race experts who were watching from afar were shaken, and those with weaker cultivations directly fell from the sky. Even if the extremely powerful divine race experts were not smashed to death when they fell from the sky, they would still be covered in dust and dirt. Humph! The disheveled old man wielded the extreme Tao ominous blade and stared at the ancient god palace. His eyes were incomparably sharp. With a cold snort, he immediately disappeared into the void. Boom! In the next moment, a fist smashed heavily on the ancient god palace. Kacha! The ancient god palace was immediately smashed, and then it was directly sent flying across the sky. With a boom, it directly smashed a mountain peak. After smashing a mountain peak, the ancient god palace floated high up in the sky. Endless divine light rushed out from the ancient god palace, and ancient divine patterns appeared and interweaved on the ancient god palace. Buzz! The ancient god palace was shaking, and the cracks on it were rapidly disappearing. This was an undying divine palace. Even if it was smashed into pieces, it would still automatically recover. Of course, it wasn't impossible to destroy the ancient god palace. As long as they killed the god of the ancient god palace, which was the heaven-devouring beast soul, they could destroy the ancient god palace. But to kill the god of the ancient god palace was definitely not an easy task. The heaven-devouring beast soul had been refined into the ancient god palace for countless years as the god of the ancient god palace. There was no doubt that the god of the ancient god palace was powerful. However, the god of the mountain and river cauldron was not to be trifled with. The disheveled old man took a step forward and instantly arrived in front of the ancient god palace. Without any words, the disheveled old man directly slashed at the ancient god palace. A violent power instantly erupted from the extreme Tao ominous blade. Swish! Wherever the blade light passed, the void was silently annihilated. Old man, I won't accompany you anymore. The ancient god palace emitted a wave of divine, before the ancient god palace disappeared into the void, disappearing without a trace. The disheveled old man's blade slashed through the air. The blade light descended and instantly split the heavens and earth apart. A pitch-black spatial crack appeared between the heaven and earth. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. The power of the disheveled old man's blade was truly terrifying. Even a quasi-supreme martial artist would not be able to withstand his blade. One had to know that that was the power of the extreme Tao. If it wasn't for the disheveled old man's control, the power of the extreme Tao ominous blade would not have been as simple as leaving a spatial crack between the heaven and earth. After the ancient god palace retreated, the disheveled old man did not give chase. He wasn't really going to kill the god of the ancient god palace either. But when the news of the ancient god palace's reappearance spread, the entire ancestral god realm was shaken. Some of the older generation experts who had not shown themselves for a long time could not sit still anymore. In the eyes of countless god races in the ancestral god realm, the ancient god palace was immortal. It was once seen as the origin of God. If they could obtain the help of the ancient god palace, their cultivation would definitely increase tremendously. In fact, such a thing had happened in the ancestral god realm before. Precisely because of this, the experts of the ancestral god realm were both respectful and afraid of the ancient god palace. They all wanted the help of the ancient god palace, but they did not want to become its slaves. The reappearance of the ancient god palace would definitely set off a monstrous storm in the ancestral god realm, because in the history of the ancestral god realm, every time the ancient god palace appeared, it would definitely cause a commotion in the ancestral god realm. Countless cultivators would fall. This time should not be an exception. Hence, those god race experts who were watching from afar quickly retreated. They had to prepare for the upcoming commotion, so that they would not be caught unprepared. Soon, all the god race experts in the vicinity disappeared. Humph, those guys ran really fast. Fatty Pang said. What's going on? Gu Fei said. Boss, you really don't know? Fatty Pang said doubtfully. What do I know? Gu Fei said, feeling baffled. His intuition told him that there must be a reason why those god race experts retreated so quickly. It was most likely because of the ancient god palace. The reappearance of the ancient god palace will definitely cause chaos. At this time, Demon God Sovereign walked over. It's good that the world is in chaos. Song Ke said. He could not wait for the world to fall into chaos so that he could once again conquer the ancestral god realm. Song Ke's intuition told him that the Chaos Golden Rock race was definitely doing badly in the ancestral god realm. In the past, the ancestral god realm was filled with experts. Without a supreme Tao god ancestor, how could the Chaos Golden Rock race defend their ancestral land? The ancestral land of the Chaos Golden Rock race was a rare treasure land. Even when the primogenitor of the Chaos Golden Rock race, Song-K, was still around, many experts coveted this treasure land. Haha, brother, you are right. It's fun when the world is in chaos. Fatty Pang laughed. As the saying goes, heroes are born in troubled times. The ancestral god realm had been peaceful for too long. Many people were used to a comfortable life. This was not a good thing for the cultivation world of the ancestral god realm. Compared to the chaos demon realm, the overall strength of the cultivation world of the ancestral god realm was inferior. If there was another war between the two realms, the ancestral god realm would probably suffer a terrible defeat. Although Fatty Pang was unreliable and frivolous, he had a clear understanding of the situation in the ancestral god realm. This was also the reason why he came to the heavenly region battlefield. In the entire ancestral god realm, only the heavenly region battlefield could train a cultivator into an expert. I don't care if it's chaotic or not. Bring us out of the heavenly region battlefield first, Gu Fei said. What he needed to do now was to enter the ancestral god realm and understand the current situation there. Then, he would look for the things he wanted. He was not willing to return to the mortal world through the Hell Dao. That way, he would not be able to return. Gu Fei was also ambitious. He did not want the force he built in the Chaos Demon realm to disappear just like that. It was a powerful force. He was originally an orphan and did not have any great ambitions. If he had not met his master, he would have died a long time ago. Chapter 33:29. All human beings had their parents. Even the sentient creatures that were born from the chaos also had their parents. The sky and the earth were their parents. Gu Fei was not born from a rock. He also had parents, but he was an orphan. When he met Wan Xiancheng of the Taishan sect, he was brought back to the Taishan sect and accepted as a disciple. Wan Xiancheng did not say much about Gu Fei's background. He only said that when the time came, he would naturally know. Therefore, Gu Fei buried his biggest secret in the depths of his heart until now. At this time, he felt that his cultivation had reached the level of a quasi-supreme master, and he was qualified to know about his background. However, his master, Wan Xiancheng, had long passed away. Even his bones could not be found, because the Taishan sect had long become a thing of the past. The 9 Taishan peaks had also directly collapsed because of the appearance of the Eastern Region Devil Lair and completely disappeared from this world. The original place where the 9 Taishan peaks had turned into a devil's domain. It was a terrifying devil's lair in the eastern region of the human realm, which was the source of chaos in the eastern region. Moreover, the eastern region devil lair had been razed to the ground by Gu Fei himself. Perhaps no one in this world knew why Gu Fei's parents abandoned him. Gu Fei also knew that this matter could not be forced, and he could only rely on his luck. In a valley in the heavenly region battlefield, birds were singing and flowers were fragrant. Trees were lush, and there was even a spiritual spring. The spring water from the spiritual spring formed a small stream that flowed in the valley. In the stream, there was an unknown white fish that was 2 fingers wide swimming. Gu Fei and the others were sitting in a pavilion next to the stream. I didn't expect you to find such a place, Gu Fei said to Fatty Pang. He was very surprised because Fatty Pang had brought them to this valley. This guy's cultivation was not very high, but he had a lot of enviable resources. Is your clan's ancestor still alive? Song-K, who was sitting opposite Fatty Pang, suddenly looked at him and said, Of course my ancestor is still alive. What, do you know my ancestor? Fatty Pang looked at Song-K in confusion. He knew that a person who could talk to Gu Fei as an equal was definitely not an ordinary person. Although he did not know Song-K's background, he did not dare to slight him. No wonder. Song K did not say anything else. What happened? Fatty Pang scratched his head in confusion. Seeing that Song K was no longer paying attention to him, he did not dare to pursue the matter. However, a huge question mark appeared in his mind. However, he did not expect Song K to really know the Pang family's ancestor. Fatty Pang couldn't guess the reason behind Song K's question, but Gu Fei could guess a thing or two. The Pang clan was probably already a superpower in the ancestral god realm during Song K's era. The reason why the Pang clan was able to survive until now, without being destroyed by other forces, was because their old ancestor was still around. With the old ancestor of the Pang clan overseeing things, who could easily destroy the Pang clan. However, the Golden Rock clan was different. Back then, Song K led his clansmen into the Chaos Demon realm and was trapped in the Mountain River diagram for countless years. Without Song K overseeing the chaotic Golden Rock clan, they were simply a piece of fat meat that everyone could have a bite of. It would be strange if they were not divided among those who wanted to eat the fat meat. However, Song K was no longer as anxious as before. He was not in a hurry to leave the heavenly battlefield. Countless years had passed, and what was going to happen had already happened. There was no point in being anxious. Fatty Dragon, when are you going to take us out of here? Gu Fei said impatiently. Boss, we can't leave even if we want at this time. Fatty Pang said with a troubled expression. What's going on? Gu Fei knew that there must be a reason for this. He's right. It's impossible to leave the heavenly battlefield now. Monster God Venerable, who had been silent, suddenly said, Even you said so. Could the heavenly battlefield be the same as the Black Demon Sea, a place where one can only enter but not leave? Gu Fei said in surprise. What, you've been to the Black Demon Sea? Monster God Venerable was shocked to hear Gu Fei's words. The Black Demon Sea was much more dangerous than the heavenly battlefield. Although the heavenly battlefield was terrifying, it was not like the Black Demon Sea. The waves of the Black Demon Sea were enough to destroy everything. In the ancestral god realm, almost no one dared to go to the Black Demon Sea because it was bound to be a dead end. No one wanted to die. I've been there. Gu Fei said directly. This monster god, and the others were shocked. This guy had actually been to the Black Demon Sea and was able to leave alive. They all wanted to know how Gu Fei did it. What's the reason? Gu Fei asked Monster God directly. He was also very curious as to why it was difficult for them to leave. The heavenly battlefield is protected by extreme power, and it's not just one type of extreme power. Monster God said indifferently, and then began to explain. It turned out that the heavenly battlefield was formed by a small part of the Chaos Demon realm and a small part of the ancestral god realm fused together to form this desolate domain. Immortals and demons existed in the heavenly battlefield at the same time. The power of both immortals and demons shrouded the entire heavenly battlefield. Usually, no one could pass through the layer of power of immortals and demons to leave or enter the heavenly battlefield. However, every once in a while, the power of immortals and demons that shrouded the entire heavenly battlefield would become very unstable. This was the best time to pass through the power of immortals and demons. If they missed this opportunity, they would have to wait for the next time. How long until the next time? Gu Fei asked. 3 days later at noon. Fatty Pang said. 3 days later. Gu Fei was a little surprised. It seemed like he still had to wait for 3 days. He didn't care, but he didn't know what Song K was thinking. Thinking of this, Gu Fei couldn't help but look at Song Quebec. Song K didn't say anything, and he seemed very calm. That's it. We'll leave the heavenly battlefield in 3 days. Gu Fei said. Song K and the others didn't have any objections. After the demon god was subdued by Gu Fei, he didn't dare to contradict Gu Fei and didn't say anything. Fatty Pang naturally didn't care. The small valley of the Pang clan was very quiet. Apart from Gu Fei and the others, no one else appeared in the valley. Such a spiritual land was definitely rare in the heavenly battlefield. To be able to possess such a spiritual land in the heavenly battlefield, it was enough to show how powerful the Pang clan was. One should know that it was definitely not easy to guard such a spiritual land. 3 days passed by quickly. At noon on the second day, Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged on a boulder, suddenly opened his eyes and looked up at the sky. At this moment, he saw that the originally dim sky gradually became clear. 2 waves of power descended from the depths of the sky. Sure enough, Gu Fei then retracted his gaze and stood up from the boulder. He took a step forward and instantly disappeared from the boulder. Not a trace of him could be seen. At the next moment, a figure appeared in the pavilion. At this moment, Fatty Pang and the others were already waiting in the pavilion. At this moment, there was a shocking change in the sky. High up in the sky, the demonic aura was vast and mighty, and divine light was flashing. The tranquility of the heavenly battlefield was directly broken. At this moment, incomparably powerful figures began to appear everywhere in the heavenly battlefield. These people also wanted to leave the heavenly battlefield. Swoosh! At this moment, an expert of the divine clan soared into the sky and turned into a divine, rainbow-like divine light. He directly rushed into the rolling demonic aura and divine light in the sky. Above the sky, faint sounds of wind and thunder could be heard. "Let's go," Gu Fei said. Then he turned his right hand and an ancient cauldron appeared in his hand. In the next moment, a wave of chaotic primordial energy surged from the ancient cauldron and enveloped everyone. Swoosh! At the next moment, a chaotic primordial light directly soared into the sky from the valley, directly rushing towards the vast demonic aura and divine light in the sky. The primordial chaos force wrapped around Gu Fei and the others, easily passing through the chaotic power of the Devil Tao and the Divine Tao, and directly exiting the primordial chaos force. The primordial chaos light then dissipated, and Gu Fei and the others appeared in the void. At this moment, Gu Fei and the others discovered that they were actually in the boundless starry sky. The starry sky was dotted with stars, but they could not feel any signs of life. When they looked back, they discovered that the demonic and divine powers that enveloped the heavenly battlefield had become very unstable, which allowed them to sense the location of the heavenly battlefield. Under normal circumstances, even quasi-supremes could not sense the existence of the heavenly battlefield chariot, let alone enter the heavenly battlefield to train. At this moment, Fatty Pang took out a star chart and led Gu Fei and the others towards the ancestral god continent. Soon, Gu Fei felt a vast and boundless aura. A continent appeared in front of them, and the vast aura came from that continent. Ancestral god continent. At this moment, Song Ke suddenly muttered to himself. The ancestral god continent seemed to be the same as before, and not much had changed. However, he knew that this ancestral god realm, this ancestral god continent, was no longer a place that he was familiar with. Gu Fei and the other's speed was not slow, but they still flew in the starry sky for several hours before they truly approached the ancestral god continent. This was an unimaginably huge continent that had given birth to more than one divine supremacy. Gu Fei could clearly sense the imprints left by those extreme supremacy on the heavenly way. It was a little difficult for living beings in the ancestral god realm to become supremacy. Chapter 3330, the ancestral god realm and the ancestral god continent were the center of the entire ancestral god realm. The ancestral god continent actually had another name, the central continent. It was one of the 5 major continents of the ancestral god realm. The ancestral god continent was also the largest continent in the ancestral god realm. The other continents added together couldn't compare to the central continent. The ancestral god clan's ancestral land was in the central continent. Only a superforce could establish a foothold in the central continent and conquer the 4 continents to establish hegemony. The current situation in the ancestral god continent, which was also known as the central continent, was somewhat unstable. The tripartite balance of power seemed difficult to break on the surface, but in reality, it wasn't necessarily so. Fatty Pang took the risk to enter the Heavenly Region battlefield in order to improve his cultivation and combat strength as quickly as possible. Otherwise, who would be willing to go to a place where they could lose their lives at any time? However, Fatty Pang's luck was really good. He was actually able to meet Gu Fei and Song Ke, and Gu Fei and Song Ke happened to need a tour guide. Therefore, Fatty Pang was able to befriend Gu Fei, and Song Quebec Fatty Pang was also very clear about his role, so he became a tour guide. Seriously. However, deep down in his heart, he also wanted to make use of Gu Fei and Song Quebec. Therefore, Fatty Pang directly brought Gu Fei and Song Ke into the Pang clan's ancestral land and warmly welcomed Gu Fei and the others. The Pang clan's ancestral land was a huge valley surrounded by 9 winding mountain ranges. The 9 mountain ranges were like 9 dragons, and the valley where the Pang clan's ancestral land was located was like the dragon pearl that the 9 dragons were fighting over. When Gu Fei arrived at the Pang clan's ancestral land, he was immediately attracted by the momentum of this world. At this time, Gu Fei and the others were standing on a mountain in the east of the 9 mountains. The entire ancestral land was in their eyes. 9 dragons fighting over a pearl. It's a magnificent scene. Gu Fei said, the 9 mountains around the Pang family's ancestral land were shaped like dragon heads, and the valleys were perfectly round, like a large pearl. This kind of terrain was not man-made, but naturally formed. The spiritual energy of the 9 mountain ranges was constantly gathering towards that huge pearl. The spiritual energy in the Pang clan's ancestral land was definitely denser than in other places. Cultivating in a place with abundant spiritual energy would naturally yield twice the result with half the effort. Haha, I didn't expect Boss to have studied formations as well. Fatty Pang laughed heartily. Gu Fei smiled and said, at our level, we are more or less involved in the path of formations. Although we are not formation grandmasters, we are not far from them. What fellow Taoists said is correct. At the end of cultivation, all cultivation techniques will lead to the same destination. However, there is still a certain level of difficulty in mastering them. Song Ke said, although Gu Fei also understood array formations, he couldn't become an array formation master. One must know that not everyone could become an array formation master. At this time, the experts in the Pang clan's ancestral land already knew that Fatty Pang had brought a few distinguished guests back. The Pang clan was naturally surprised and happy. The ancestral god continent looked very calm on the surface, but everyone knew that it was only on the surface. Even the ancestral god continent was so turbulent, let alone the other 4 great continents. At this time, the 4 great continents were already in chaos. At this time, the Pang clan also felt a great deal of pressure. Once chaos appeared, even the powerful Pang clan would suffer a great impact, and the consequences would be unpredictable. However, at this time, Fatty Pang had actually brought back so many peerless experts. This was definitely a timely help for the Pang clan. That is, in a pavilion in the Pang clan's ancestral land, an old man raised his head and looked at the mountain peak in the east. When he saw the people on the mountain peak, he was extremely shocked. Father, that little bastard Pang Long is too mischievous. He actually brought outsiders into our ancestral land without permission. Do you want me to catch that little bastard and let you deal with him?" Behind the old man stood a fair and fat middle-aged man. This middle-aged man was wearing a feather robe, and his body was faintly glowing with divine light. His appearance was 70% to 80% similar to Fatty Pang. Don't disturb them." The old man shook his head and said. He looked at the people on the mountain peak with a deep gaze. None of these people were weak, so they should not act rashly. In fact, the old man was also very confident. After all, this was the ancestral land of the Pang clan. Even if an extreme Tao ancestor god came, they could still fight, not to mention these people were not extreme Tao god ancestors. "Yes, father," the fair and fat middle-aged man replied. After watching for a while, the old man walked into the pavilion. "Fellow Taoist, I'm going to leave for a while." Song Ke suddenly said to Gu Fei. "You want to go?" Gu Fei wanted to say something but stopped. He did not want to reveal Song Ke's identity. After all, Song Ke was once an overlord in the ancestral god realm. Even after countless years, there might still be people who remembered this chaotic Golden Rock clan's ancestor. Song Ke had many enemies in the ancestral god realm. Once those enemies knew that he was still alive, they would definitely take action. Before figuring out the chaotic Golden Rock clan's situation in the ancestral god realm, Song Ke did not want to cause unnecessary trouble. "Yes." Song Ke nodded. "All right." Gu Fei looked at Song Ke deeply and said, "Why are you leaving?" Fatty Pang looked at Song Ke in confusion. "I have some things to deal with." Song Ke said. He did not want Fatty Pang to know about him. After all, he had only known Fatty Pang for a few days. Then Song Ke left the ancestral land of the Pang clan and disappeared from the ancestral god continent like a ghost. No one knew where he went. Gu Fei knew what Song Ke was going to do. Song Ke returned to the ancestral god realm for this matter. The chaotic Golden Rock clan's ancestor left, but Gu Fei and the demon god did not leave. They planned to stay in the ancestral land of the Pang clan for a while. The place where the 9 dragons fight for the pearl was filled with spiritual energy and a myriad of phenomena. Where could they find such a good place to stay? Subsequently, Gu Fei and the demon god met the Pang clan's patriarch, Pang Zhenhuan, under Fatty Pang's guidance. Fatty Pang was the grandson of the Pang clan's patriarch. When Gu Fei saw Fatty Pang's father, he almost laughed out loud. Both father and son were fat and looked very similar, as if they were made from the same mold. Fatty Pang's father was called Pang Tianming. Although he looked fair and chubby, his cultivation was not to be underestimated. He was an old ancestor-level existence. In addition to the Pang clan's patriarch, the Pang clan also had 4 great clan elders and an old ancestor. This was the Pang clan's strength. The patriarch, Pang Zhenhuan, was an extremely powerful expert. His cultivation was definitely not below Gu Fei's, and was even stronger than the demon god. In a hall in the Pang clan's ancestral land, Gu Fei and the Pang clan's old patriarch sat down. "It seems that fellow Taoist Gu is cultivating the chaos divine path," the old patriarch said. He could see that Gu Fei was covered in chaos divine path at a glance. It was chaos divine path, not something an ordinary cultivator could cultivate. That's right. Gu Fei didn't hide it. Fellow Taoist Gu is indeed powerful. The chaos divine power is definitely one of the most powerful divine powers in the ancestral god realm. The old patriarch exclaimed. "You flatter me," Gu Fei said. The Pang clan was so polite to him. Could it be that they wanted to rope him in and make him work for them? Thinking of this, Gu Fei secretly shook his head. He wasn't someone who would be easily used by others. These people were destined to be disappointed. The other experts of the Pang clan in the hall looked at Gu Fei with envy, especially the 4 great clan elders. They looked at Gu Fei with drool, almost dripping down their cheeks. In the ancestral god realm, a cultivator's physique was very important. What kind of physique one had would determine what kind of power one could wield. This was the unique characteristic of the ancestral god realm's divine path cultivation techniques. In the current ancestral god realm, there seemed to be no one with chaos physique. Among the countless cultivators, there wasn't even one with chaos physique. From this, it could be seen that cultivators with chaos physique were very rare. Fellow Daoist Gu is from the outer domain. The Pang clan old patriarch looked at Gu Fei and asked, "You can say that?" Gu Fei said after some thought, "Fellow Daoist, why did you come to the ancestral god continent?" The old patriarch continued to ask. He was very curious about Gu Fei's purpose. "I'm just here to gain some experience." Gu Fei explained, "Fellow Daoist Gu is a guest from afar. Pang Long, you have to treat fellow Daoist Gu and fellow Daoist god Yao well, understand?" The old patriarch said to Fatty Pang, who was standing at the side. "Yes, Grandpa," Fatty Pang quickly replied. Subsequently, the old patriarch exchanged a few words with Gu Fei before standing up and walking into the back hall. The back hall wasn't a place one could enter casually. Since the old patriarch didn't invite Gu Fei in, Gu Fei naturally wouldn't follow him into the back hall. So rashly. "Boss, let me accompany you around. The scenery here is pretty good." Fatty Pang smiled and walked towards Gu Fei. Gu Fei shook his head when he heard Fatty Pang's words. He had seen all kinds of scenery. The Pang clan wasn't the only place where the 9 dragons fighting for the pearl was located. Under Fatty Pang's guidance, Gu Fei and Demon God Yao walked out of the main hall. However, just as they walked out of the main hall, a fireball directly fell from the sky towards the Pang clan's ancestral land. A terrifying and monstrous power fluctuation immediately descended. In that instant, all the experts in the Pang clan's ancestral land were alarmed. Figures rushed out of nowhere. The originally deserted Pang clan's ancestral land was now filled with extremely powerful figures. This Gu Fei and Demon God Yao couldn't help but be shocked when they saw the scene. The Pang clan actually had quite a number of experts. At that moment, Gu Fei looked up to the sky and saw the fireball directly falling towards the Pang clan's ancestral land like a divine sun. The terrifying aura of destruction coming from the fireball made everyone's heart palpitate. Activate the formation. Chapter 33-31. Gu Fei and Demon God Venerable were guests at the Pang clan's ancestral land, but they saw a huge fireball falling from the sky when they came out of the ancestral palace after greeting the Pang clan's old patriarch. It directly fell from the sky toward the Pang clan's ancestral land. Enemy attack! Roars resounded from every corner of the Pang clan's ancestral land and spread throughout the entire ancestral land. Those were the voices of experts that even spread out of the ancestral land. Countless cultivators outside the Pang clan's ancestral land were shocked. Someone actually dared to launch a sneak attack on the Pang clan's ancestral land. How? How is this possible? At that moment, an extremely shocking sound of wind and thunder came from the sky as a terrifying and monstrous aura of destruction descended from the sky. Not only did the aura envelop the entire ancestral land, but it also enveloped the entire area where the ancestral land was located. Countless cultivators outside the Pang clan were shocked to the extreme as they witnessed the most shocking scene they had ever seen in their lives. A divine sun seemed to have appeared in the sky above the Pang clan's ancestral land. Moreover, the divine sun was falling from the sky as the clouds in the sky dissipated like snowflakes. The entire world seemed like it was about to be crushed by the divine sun. If the divine sun were to fall directly to the ground, it would definitely cause devastating damage, and the entire area would be razed to the ground. Everyone who saw the scene in the sky was stunned. However, someone soon came to his senses. "Run!" Someone roared and turned around to flee into the distance. All the cultivators' expressions changed drastically as they turned around and rushed into the sky without looking back. No one dared to stay near the ancestral land of the Pang clan. The Pang clan was protected by the extreme divine formation. The fireball in the sky might not be able to destroy the ancestral land of the Pang clan, but it could destroy the area around the ancestral land. Although there were countless cultivators gathered around the ancestral land of the Pang clan, there were also a large number of mortals living there. The cultivators could escape, but the mortals could only watch the divine, sun-like fireball fall from the sky. To the mortals, this was a battle between immortals. The mortals were destined to suffer. At that moment, the Pang clan's divine formation of the extreme path was activated. A huge light shield enveloped the entire ancestral ground of the Pang clan. The aura of the extreme path filled the air. All the living beings in the entire region were terrified to the extreme, as if doomsday had arrived. "Who is it that dares to attack my clan?" At that moment, a figure appeared in the sky above the Pang clan's ancestral land. It was a tall, stocky, white-haired old man. He was the Pang clan's old patriarch. The old patriarch of the Pang clan was the son of the old ancestor of the Pang clan. His cultivation base was so powerful that he was infinitely close to the extreme grade. However, the old patriarch of the Pang clan hadn't been able to take that step and become an invincible extreme grade ancestral god. At this moment, the old clan leader raised his head and looked up. His white hair danced wildly in the wind. His eyes were as sharp as the edge of a blade as he stared at the huge fireball falling from the sky. Extreme Tao-level power. The old clan leader knew that someone was secretly plotting against the Pang clan. This was without a doubt, but who was it? The Pang clan had stood tall in the ancestral god realm for countless years and had naturally offended many people. It was not surprising that someone wanted to attack the Pang clan. At that moment, Gu Fei and Song Ke stood outside the ancestral palace of the Pang clan and looked up at the scene in the sky. They couldn't help but be moved. Rumble. The huge fireball fell like a divine sun, bursting out a terrifying and monstrous aura of destruction. The void between heaven and earth cracked, forming a pitch-black spatial crack. If such a powerful blow directly hits the ground, I wonder how many living beings will perish. Gu Fei suddenly sighed and said, "Mortals are just ants. It doesn't matter if they die." The demon divine, Venerable, suddenly said, "Mortals are just ants." Gu Fei was a little unhappy when he heard the demon divine Venerable's words. One should know that he himself had cultivated from a mortal until now and became the strongest existence apart from the extreme, grade ancestral god. What are you if not ants? The demon divine, Venerable, said disapprovingly. Rumble, heaven and earth shook. At that moment, the fireball that fell from the sky had begun to come into contact with the power of the Pang clan's great formation. The void was constantly annihilated. The Pang clan's extreme grade great formation operated crazily. Countless formation patterns immediately emerged on the layer of light shield. The formation patterns intertwined and formed a mysterious and unpredictable formation diagram. Swoosh! At that moment, Gu Fei took a step forward and instantly arrived high up in the sky, directly facing the terrifying power of destruction that fell from the sky. The demon divine, Venerable, was extremely shocked. He knew that the fireball could never destroy the Pang clan's extreme grade great formation, but it could cause a certain degree of damage. Boom! With a loud bang, the fireball finally hit the layer of light shield that covered the entire Pang clan's ancestral land. The terrifying power of the extreme grade Great Formation instantly erupted. The void above the ancestral land of the Pang clan exploded in an instant. Endless heavenly fire spread out in all directions, burning everything in its path into ashes. Rumble, the entire Pang clan's ancestral land shook. Exclamations and cries came from outside the ancestral land. The Pang clan's ancestral land was not in chaos, but every Pang clan clansman looked extremely solemn. All the clansmen of the Pang clan knew that the extreme Tao Grand Array in the ancestral land couldn't be broken. Even if an extreme Tao sovereign came personally, it wouldn't be easy to break the extreme Tao Grand Array, let alone a mere fireball. At that moment, the layer of light shield that covered the Pang clan's ancestral land shook, and cracks appeared on it. At that moment, an ancient cauldron flew up from Gu Fei's hand. It was the mountain and river cauldron. The mountain and river cauldron directly turned into a divine light and rushed out from the cracked light shield. Outside the Pang clan's ancestral land, countless terrified mortals witnessed a horrifying scene. A monstrous fire surged out from the ancestral grounds of the Pang clan. Everything in its path was burned to ashes. It was a terrifying sight to behold. Seeing that the heavenly fire was about to reach them, the cultivators had already run away. Countless mortals could only watch the heavenly fire burn and wait for death. "Help! I don't want to die. Where's the Pang clan ancestor? Come out and save them. I'm not willing to die like this." A woman with a child in her arms screamed at the sky. Her son's life had not even begun, and he was about to die. How could she be willing? How could she be willing? However, at the critical moment when the heavenly fire from the ancestral land was about to burn countless mortals into ashes, an ancient cauldron appeared in the sky. In the next moment, the heavenly fire that was sweeping out stopped and frantically gathered toward the ancient cauldron in the sky. It was devoured by the ancient cauldron. Countless mortals cheered when they saw this. The feeling of escaping from death was indeed indescribable. The Pang clan's immortal spirit, countless mortals knelt in the direction of the Pang clan's ancestral land. They thought that the legendary Pang clan's ancestor had saved them. However, they did not know that the Pang clan could not even take care of themselves at this moment. How could they save them? At this moment, the mountain and river cauldron continuously devoured the surrounding fire elemental power. The heavenly fire that was sweeping out was now rapidly being devoured by the mountain and river cauldron. The mountain and river cauldron was automatically devouring this unimaginably powerful fire elemental power. To the mountain and river cauldron, devouring this power could increase its own cultivation. The Pang clan's old clan leader could not help but be moved when he saw this. This Gu Fei was worth roping in. This ancient cauldron could actually devour extreme Tao level power. It was definitely an extreme Tao level divine tool. Even the old clan leader was jealous. However, he knew that the owner of this extreme Tao divine tool was Gu Fei. It was impossible for him to become the owner of this extreme Tao divine tool. Buzz. The mountain and river cauldron floated high in the sky and constantly vibrated. The ancient cauldron actually devoured more than half of the monstrous destructive power formed by the explosion of the huge fireball. This caused all the experts in the Pang clan's ancestral land to be dumbfounded. "Thank you, boss," Fatty Pang said to Gu Fei outside the Pang clan's ancestral court. After releasing the mountain and river cauldron, Gu Fei flew down from the sky. "It's nothing." Gu Fei waved his hand and said, "No matter what, boss, you saved countless mortals outside the ancestral land," Fatty Pang said. Fatty Pang said he knew very well that if the heavenly fire was allowed to spread, all the living beings outside the ancestral land of the Pang clan would be burned to death. Countless living beings would perish. Of course, experts did not care about the life and death of mortals. However, Gu Fei was very concerned because he was a mortal. Gu Fei did not say anything. He only raised his head and looked at the ancient cauldron high in the sky. An hour later, the endless heavenly fire was completely devoured by the mountain and river cauldron. Then it turned into a divine light that descended from the sky. It passed through the layer of divine light that enveloped the ancestral land and fell into Gu Fei's hand. Haha, this feels great. If I do it a few more times, I won't have to worry about not being able to return to my peak state. A voice rang in Gu Fei's mind. It was the voice of the mountain and river cauldron's deity, the Old Man. Since the deity of the mountain and river cauldron had awakened, he did not go into deep slumber again. This was a good thing for Gu Fei. A few more times. Gu Fei was a little speechless. That was the power of the extreme Tao divine tool. It was not something that could be found easily. Sometimes it really depended on luck to devour such a power. Swoosh. Chapter 33-32. Someone secretly made a move against the Pang clan. An incomparably huge fireball directly fell from the sky like a divine sun descending from the heavens, startling everyone. The Pang clan's ancestral land was protected by the extreme path formation. Even if the fireball displayed the fluctuation of extreme path power, it would not be able to break the protective formation of the Pang clan's ancestral land. Once the fireball fell from the sky and landed on the Pang clan's ancestral land, the Pang clan members in the ancestral land would not be affected. However, the area outside the Pang clan's ancestral land would be directly destroyed, and countless mortals would die because of it. Gu Fei did not want to see such a scene. He did not want to see the mortals suffer, so he took out the mountain and river cauldron and swallowed all the explosive extreme path destructive power into the cauldron. I don't want to see this guy. Call me if there's such a good thing next time. The disheveled old man's voice rang in Gu Fei's mind. Then the mountain and river cauldron in Gu Fei's hand disappeared and entered his body. At that moment, the Pang clan's old clan master, who had descended from the sky, could not help but twitch his eyebrows when he saw the ancient cauldron in Gu Fei's hand disappear instantly. Brother Gu, I didn't expect you to have a legendary Tao tool. The old clan master was a little envious of Gu Fei for having such a Tao tool. One must know that ordinary cultivators would never see such a Tao tool in their lifetime. Gu Fei only smiled and did not say anything. The old clan master did not say much either. He just glanced at Fatty Pang, who was standing beside Gu Fei, and left. The Pang clan was facing a great crisis. If they did not handle it well, the Pang clan would be in danger. Fatty Pang then brought Gu Fei and the demon god to their residence. It was a pavilion used by the Pang clan to entertain distinguished guests. Fatty Pang left after chatting with Gu Fei for a while. It was not a trivial matter for someone to attack the Pang clan. Fatty Pang also wanted to know who had the guts to attack the Pang clan. For the next few days, Gu Fei and the demon god had nothing to do. They wandered around the Pang clan's ancestral land. There were places they could enter, but other places were blocked. There were many places in the Pang clan's ancestral land that outsiders couldn't set foot in. There were some special places that even members of the Pang clan couldn't approach. Gu Fei and the others saw the members of the Pang clan walking hurriedly in the Pang clan's ancestral land. The atmosphere in the ancestral land was very tense, and there were signs of a storm brewing. Could it be that the Pang clan has already found out who attacked them? Gu Fei muttered to himself. No matter who wants to attack the Pang clan, it doesn't seem to have anything to do with us. Monster God Venerable said disapprovingly. In his opinion, Gu Fei was like a passerby in ancestral dragon realm. He would eventually leave. Haha, you can't say that. Gu Fei said. He had a hunch that the attack on the Pang clan was just the beginning. The ancestral god realm that had been silent for countless years might be thrown into chaos. As the saying goes, heroes emerge in troubled times. Once the ancestral god realm was thrown into chaos, the structure of the entire ancestral god realm would change. Those sects and clans that had been passed down for countless years would not be spared. For some people, the chaos in the world was also a kind of opportunity, an opportunity for them to rise up. Of course, for Gu Fei, it didn't matter if the ancestral god realm was in chaos or not. The most important thing was that he could find what he wanted. Let's go out and have a look, Gu Fei said, and walked directly to the entrance of the Pang clan's ancestral land. Monster god Venerable naturally had no objections. He followed behind Gu Fei at a moderate pace. Ever since he was subdued by Gu Fei, Monster God Venerable obediently followed behind Gu Fei and became Gu Fei's bodyguard. No one stopped Gu Fei and the others. They smoothly walked out of the Pang clan's ancestral land and passed through a mountain ridge. Countless buildings appeared in front of them. In the next moment, Gu Fei's divine sense rushed out of his body and instantly enveloped an area of tens of thousands of miles. The area was instantly enveloped by Gu Fei's divine sense. The aura of the human clan. Gu Fei sensed the countless human clan settlements around the Pang clan's ancestral land. This Gu Fei was very surprised because he sensed that there were very few cultivators in this area, but there were countless humans. The human clan had the largest population in the ancestral god realm. The number of cultivators in the human clan who embarked on the path of cultivation was also the highest among the major clans. However, among the human clan cultivators, there were very few who were truly successful in cultivation. Even the Pang clan was not a pure human clan. If it wasn't for him, countless mortals outside the Pang clan's ancestral land would have suffered. At the thought of this, Gu Fei couldn't help but be angry. It seemed that those big shots really didn't care about the lives of mortals. I'd like to see who dares to look down on the human clan. Monster God Venerable saw Gu Fei's face turn a little ugly and knew that someone was going to suffer. With Gu Fei's cultivation level, he didn't need to hide anything. The moment he had the intention to kill, Monster God Venerable sensed the cold, murderous aura emanating from him. Gu Fei walked around the area outside the Pang clan's ancestral land. With the help of his divine sense, he roughly knew the situation in the nearby area. There were many cities in the mountain range, and the places where the cities were located were naturally where the human clan gathered. Soon, he brought Monster God Venerable to a city. It was a medium-sized city, and the city lord was naturally a member of the Pang clan. All the cities outside the Pang clan's ancestral land belonged to the Pang clan. Gu Fei and Monster God Venerable came to the city gate and saw 3 words written on the city gate. He naturally couldn't understand these words because they were ancient divine text. Even in the ancestral god realm, there were probably not many people who could recognize this type of divine text because this type of divine text had long been lost. A city, Monster God Venerable looked up at the 3 ancient divine text on the city gate and couldn't help but frown. "What did you say?" Gu Fei looked at Monster God Venerable in surprise and said, "I said it's a city." Monster God Venerable said, "I know it's a city. Do I need you to tell me that?" Gu Fei said snappily, "Well, I mean, this is a city, and the name of the city is a city." Monster God Venerable quickly explained. He didn't dare to make Gu Fei unhappy because his life was in the other party's hands. "A city? You recognize the ancient divine text on it." Gu Fei was shocked after hearing Monster God Venerable's words. One should know that this type of ancient divine text had been lost even in the ancestral god realm. "Of course I recognize it," Monster God Venerable said. This type of ancient divine text was still in use in the era when he made his debut, but later on, this type of ancient divine text was lost. I know, so you're an old antique. Gu Fei suddenly understood. Although the ancient divine text was lost, and no one in the entire ancestral god realm still used this type of ancient divine text, some old antiques in the ancestral god realm had lived for countless years and naturally recognized this type of ancient divine text. Monster God Venerable glanced at Gu Fei and didn't say anything. Ha, okay, let's go in and have a look. A city, this name is very interesting. Gu Fei smiled and strode into the city gate and came to the main street of the city. The street was crowded with shops on both sides of the street. However, Gu Fei found that there were very few cultivators in the city. There were no cultivators walking on the street. Only the aura of cultivators seeped out from the city lord mansion. Monster God Venerable followed behind Gu Fei. He was very puzzled as to why this guy came here. The city was full of mortals. Why bother with these mortals? Cultivators were high and mighty. In the eyes of cultivators, mortals were just ants under their feet. However, at this time, Gu Fei seemed to have become a mortal, walking on the street and bargaining with the mortals who set up stalls from time to time. Gu Fei seemed to have blended into the crowd of mortals, seemingly enjoying the pleasures of being a mortal. In the eyes of the demon divine Venerable, it was unbelievable that Gu Fei would do such a thing. Such a powerful existence was actually dealing with mortals. What benefits does Gu Fei get by doing this? Monster God Venerable was very curious. In fact, Monster God Venerable really couldn't guess the purpose of Gu Fei's actions because he was used to being alone and was high and mighty. To him, there was no difference between mortals and ants. At this time, Gu Fei arrived in front of a shop that sold all kinds of elixirs. Of course, these elixirs were all low-grade elixirs. Gu Fei walked into the shop and walked around. He found that the shop wasn't big, but there were many kinds of elixirs sold. Of course, the elixirs that could be taken out for sale were naturally not heaven-defying elixirs. Just as Gu Fei was about to leave, there was a tremor under his feet. The next moment, the entire shop collapsed with a boom, burying Gu Fei and Monster God Venerable underneath. At this time, the pedestrians on the street outside were all extremely frightened, screaming and fleeing in all directions. Endless heavenly fire descended from the sky. The city that was originally fine was instantly enveloped in endless heavenly fire. Countless mortals who couldn't escape in time were directly burned to ashes. Roar. A roar came from the city lord's mansion. Immediately after, a figure rushed out of the city lord's mansion and soared into the sky, attacking the guy in the sky. Two figures moved quickly in the sky, and the dull sound of collision was constantly heard. Soon, the city lord of the city was blasted away. The figure surrounded by flames was extremely powerful and directly chased after the city lord. "How dare you?" The city lord roared, and a tyrannical power immediately erupted from his body. He stabilized his body, and his body was surrounded by divine light like a peerless god of war. Kill. Kill. Chapter 33:33. Gu Fei and the demon god came to a city outside the Pang clan's ancestral land. They concealed their aura and strolled around the city like mortals. The demon god had never tried to walk around the city like a mortal, so he was not used to it. However, Gu Fei was different. He had experienced the mortal world and sealed his cultivation. As a mortal, he had experienced all kinds of life, birth, aging, sickness, and death. Such experience had tempered his state of mind, making his life more fulfilling and perfect. This was something that couldn't be reflected by blindly cultivating and blindly competing with others. Therefore, Gu Fei was able to blend into the marketplace and mingle with the mortals. In the eyes of the demon god, it was incredible. The Gu Fei in front of him seemed to have become another person. The demon god had an illusion that the invincible expert who fought against the three great ancestor-level existences in the heavenly domain battlefield that day had disappeared. However, Gu Fei and the others didn't stroll around the city for long before an expert suddenly arrived. Endless heavenly fire fell from the sky and fell on the city. Countless mortals in the city who couldn't escape in time were instantly burned to ashes by the heavenly fire. Countless houses collapsed. Cries, screams, and roars filled the city. The city was shrouded in fire. Gu Fei stood on the street in the city and couldn't help but be furious when he saw the scene. His good mood was instantly replaced by anger. Who dared to kill mortals wantonly? Boom! At that moment, a pavilion not far away suddenly collapsed. On the street below the pavilion, a little girl was crying while holding a toy. The pavilion collapsed, and countless bricks and stones fell from the sky toward the little girl on the street. Child, at that moment, a woman ran toward the little girl like a madwoman, completely disregarding her own safety. That was motherly instinct, a great mother. For the little girl, the mortal woman knew she would die, but she still rushed over without any hesitation. Many people couldn't help but shake their heads when they saw this scene. Countless bricks fell from the sky, and they could vaguely see the mortal woman holding the little girl in her arms. No one could bear to watch any longer. Boom! Countless bricks and stones fell down, instantly burying the mother and daughter. Yes, at this moment, the demon god discovered that his master, Gu Fei, had disappeared. The demon god watched the scene unfold, but he did not make a move to save the mother and daughter. As a supreme ancestor-level existence, the life and death of mortals were nothing in the eyes of demon god Venerable. He showed absolute indifference towards them. At this time, the people who had escaped to a safe place thought that the mother and daughter were dead for sure. However, boom, with a loud bang, the pile of bricks that buried the mother and daughter suddenly exploded. All the bricks instantly turned into dust, and a ball of divine light flew out from the dust that pervaded the air. It's a god. A god has appeared. When the mortals on the street saw this scene, they immediately cheered. We're saved. A god has appeared. All the mortals nearby were extremely excited. Everyone knew that there was a god in Nine Dragon Mountain, but the god wouldn't easily show himself. Those cultivators who could fly in the sky and burrow underground were omnipotent gods in the eyes of the mortals in the ancestral god realm. However, gods were an unreachable existence for mortals. At this time, the ball of divine light wrapped around three figures flew out from the dust and landed on the street that was not on fire. When the divine light dissipated, three people appeared. One of them was a black-clothed young man, while the other two were dumbfounded. They stood beside Gu Fei, staring blankly at the mother and daughter pair. Preposterous. The young man in black was naturally Gu Fei. He raised his head and looked at the two fast-moving figures in the sky. He immediately recognized the person in the fire. It was a middle-aged man, surrounded by heavenly fire. This middle-aged man was like a god of fire. He was fighting with the city lord, and the city lord seemed to be no match for the middle-aged man. He was constantly being pushed back, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Damn it! Gu Fei waved his sleeves, and the raging fire in the city was instantly extinguished. Then he directly soared into the sky. The mother and daughter still hadn't recovered from their shock. Their bodies were trembling, and they were quite frightened. At this time, Gu Fei had already arrived in the sky and directly reached out to grab the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man, covered in heavenly fire, was suppressing the city lord. He was about to kill this guy, but at this time, he felt his body tighten, and his whole body involuntarily flew backwards. What? The middle-aged man's shock was no small matter. He quickly turned around and saw a black-clothed young man with a murderous look on his face rapidly approaching him. No, it should be that he was quickly approaching the black-clothed young man. Roar! The middle-aged man continuously roared in anger, and he crazily activated the divine power in his body. Boundless heavenly fire exploded from his body, and it was as though a divine sun had appeared in the sky. The heavenly fire burned half the sky, and even the void was annihilated. Every strand of hair on the middle-aged man's head emitted wisps of heavenly fire. However, no matter how hard the middle-aged man tried to activate his divine power, he couldn't break free from the devouring power that enveloped him. How is this possible? This time, the middle-aged man was scared out of his wits. Naturally, Gouffet wouldn't be merciful. He grabbed the middle-aged man from the sky, and his 5 fingers directly clasped the top of the middle-aged man's head. "How do you want to die?" Gouffet said coldly. "Great God, please spare my life." The middle-aged man hurriedly said. At this time, the city lord who was far in the sky was shocked by this sudden scene. "Who is this person? He doesn't seem to be from our clan." The city lord of this city is called Pang Yong, and he is an expert of the Pang clan. "Spare you? Have you ever thought of sparing those mortals that you burned to death?" Gouffet said while clenching his teeth. "Great God, we are high and mighty gods. Killing a few mortals is nothing," the middle-aged man explained. The middle-aged man explained. In his eyes, the lives of mortals were as insignificant as ants. "Humph, high and mighty God. You are not worthy of being called a god." Gouffet was so angry that he laughed. In his eyes, people who treated mortals as ants were definitely not gods, but ferocious people, great ferocious people. "Great God, you are—" The middle-aged man panicked when he heard Gouffet's words. Chapter 33-34. The Skyfire Clan. Gouffet couldn't help but frown after reading the memories of the middle-aged man who started the fire. This middle-aged man was from the Skyfire Clan. The Skyfire Clan was one of the 3 giants of the ancestral god realm. It was no wonder that they dared to attack the Pang clan. It seemed that this clan's strength was on par with the Pang clans. In the ancestral god realm, there were as many people who cultivated fire element divine power as the hairs on an ox. This was also why the Skyfire clan dared to attack the Pang clan. As long as they didn't admit that they did it, and the Pang clan didn't have any evidence, the Pang clan couldn't do anything to them. There were so many people who cultivated fire element divine power in the ancestral god realm. Who would dare to say that the Skyfire clan attacked the Pang clan? The Skyfire clan could even say that someone was trying to frame them and incite a war between the 2 forces. Great God, as long as you let me go, I'll pretend that nothing happened today. The middle-aged man said to Gouffet. "Ha!" Gouffet couldn't help but laugh after hearing the middle-aged man's words. This guy knew that Gouffet had read his memories and wanted to threaten Gouffet. What a joke! Seeing that Gouffet actually laughed, the middle-aged man knew that he was in trouble. Don't kill me." The middle-aged man from the Skyfire clan was really scared. "You can go die now," Gouffet said, and exerted force with his right hand. A powerful force immediately erupted from his hand and penetrated the middle-aged man's head, shattering his soul. The man didn't even have time to scream before he died. Gouffet searched the middle-aged man's body, but didn't find anything. He directly threw the middle-aged man's body into the mountains outside the city. At this time, City Lord Pang Yong came back to his senses. He quickly rushed over and cupped his hands towards Gouffet. "Thank you for your help, Daoist friend." Gouffet didn't say anything and directly landed on the street below. City Lord Pang Yong also quickly flew down from the sky. The battle strength displayed by Gouffet was too tyrannical. He killed the middle-aged man in one move. City Lord Pang Yong naturally did not dare to slight such a person. At this time, the countless mortals on the street saw Gu Fei fly down from the sky and hurriedly knelt before Gu Fei, seeing him as a god who had saved them from suffering. What's going on? What happened? At this moment, a loud shout came from the distant sky. 3 figures directly rushed over from the distant sky and arrived in the sky above the city. The person in the lead was a fair and chubby young man. This young man was Fatty Pang. Boss, why are you here? When Fatty Pang saw Gu Fei on the street, he was pleasantly surprised. He quickly flew down from the sky and landed in front of Gu Fei. Greetings, granduncle. At this time, City Lord Pang Yong suddenly knelt before Fatty Pang. Little Yong, it's you? Fatty Pang glanced at the kneeling City Lord Pang Yong and was a little surprised. Why was Pang Yong here? Could he be the city lord of this city? Granduncle, why have you graced us with your presence? Pang Yong asked. Aren't you asking when you already know the answer? Fatty Pang said. Did you guys offend the Skyfire clan? Gu Fei looked at the kneeling city lord and said he didn't expect Fatty Pang to have such a high status in the Pang clan. He was actually the city lord's granduncle. What? You're saying that the guy who attacked here is from the Skyfire clan? Fatty Pang couldn't help but be shocked when he heard Gu Fei's words. He knew that Gu Fei wouldn't lie to him. In this case, things weren't that simple. What do you think? Gu Fei said with an expressionless face. Although he had killed that guy, he was still in a bad mood. Originally, countless mortals could live a peaceful life here, but someone had broken the peace here. This is no small matter. I'm going back first. Little Yong, you come with me. Fatty Pang said, and directly grabbed Pang Yong, who was still kneeling on the ground, and bid farewell to Gu Fei. He directly grabbed Pang Yong and flew towards the direction of the Pang clan's ancestral land. The 2 experts from the Pang clan that Fatty Pang brought with him also turned around and chased after Fatty Pang. Let's go too. Gu Fei said to Monster God, Venerable. At that moment, a little girl ran towards Gu Fei. Uncle, this is for you, the little girl said, and handed a bouquet of flowers in her hand to Gu Fei. Gu Fei was stunned for a moment. He then squatted down and took the fairy flowers from the little girl's hand. He then patted the little girl's little head with a loving gaze. He thought of his daughter, Gu Ling. He wondered how she was doing on the ancient road of humans. Ling must have been on the ancient road of humans for quite some time. The ancient road of humans was extremely dangerous. It was impossible for Gu Fei not to worry about Gu Ling and the others on the ancient road. However, Gu Ling and the others would continue to persevere even if they encountered all kinds of difficulties and obstacles. Not everyone could become an expert who could truly grow without experiencing trials and tribulations. Gu Fei stood up and said to the little girl, Go back to your mother. Thank you, uncle. The little girl revealed an innocent and bright smile, then waved at Gu Fei and ran back to her mother's side. The woman carried the little girl in her arms. If it wasn't for Gu Fei's help, the mother and daughter would have died long ago. Demon Divine, Venerable, had been watching from the side. He didn't speak and just watched quietly. He seemed to have noticed something, but it was just a vague feeling. Let's go, Gu Fei said as he directly soared into the sky and flew in the direction of the Pang clan's ancestral land. Monster God, Venerable, also quickly flew up and chased after the direction where Gu Fei disappeared. At this time, tragedies were playing out in the periphery of the Pang clan's ancestral land as cities were plunged into a sea of fire. Pangyong City was not the only one that was attacked. Cities in other places were also attacked by mysterious experts. It was really a battle between immortals, and mortals suffered. From time to time, The old clan lord's angry roar could be heard from the Pang clan's ancestral land. The Skyfire clan had secretly attacked the Pang clan, and they even got what they wanted. The Pang clan naturally wouldn't let the Skyfire clan off easily after receiving the news. However, it would be absolutely terrifying if a war broke out between the two clans. At this time, Gu Fei and Monster God Venerable had returned to their residence. What happened just now made Gu Fei very unhappy. If he was unhappy, would the people of the Skyfire clan be the ones to suffer? Chapter 33-35. The Pang clan knew that the Skyfire clan was behind all this. They naturally wouldn't let it go, but they didn't have any evidence. No, evidence was the key. Without evidence, the Skyfire clan would directly deny it no matter what the Pang clan said. They wouldn't admit that it was all done by them. Therefore, although the Pang clan was angry, they couldn't think of any way to fight back. The Pang clan naturally wouldn't let it go after being bullied to this extent. They wanted the Skyfire clan to pay the price they deserved. Therefore, the old clan master of the Pang clan thought of Gu Fei. Didn't Gu Fei directly kill the Skyfire clan's expert? That would mean he had started a feud with the Skyfire clan. Since the Skyfire clan dared to attack the Pang clan, they must have arranged countless spies around the ancestral land of the Pang clan. Naturally, there were spies from the Skyfire clan who saw the scene of Gu Fei killing the Skyfire clan's expert. In this way, even if Gu Fei didn't provoke the Skyfire clan, there would be Skyfire clan's experts looking for Gu Fei. This was a good thing for the Pang clan. Even the old clan master was afraid of Gu Fei's strength and terror. Gu Fei was definitely an iron plate. Even the Skyfire clan would become crippled if they were to kick this iron plate. Therefore, Fatty Pang came to the door right after Gu Fei, and Demon God came back. "Ha, boss, you're finally back." Fatty Pang was a friendly person. He didn't have any taboo in front of Gu Fei and Demon God. He said whatever he wanted to say. "Why, are you thinking of how to persuade me to stand on your side?" Gu Fei said to Fatty Pang with a smile after sitting down. He didn't need to think to know why Fatty Pang came to him so quickly. "Boss, do you know who the guy you killed is?" Fatty Pang said mysteriously. "I don't want to know. So what if I killed him? Do I need to know the name and origin of an ant before killing it?" Gu Fei said disapprovingly. "Haha, boss is really awesome." Fatty Pang said with a smile. In the entire ancestral god realm, only Gu Fei dared to disregard the Skyfire clan. One must know that the Skyfire clan was one of the 3 big shots of the ancestral god realm. Even the Pang clan didn't dare to act rashly without any evidence, even though they knew that the Skyfire clan was behind this. "I hate people who view mortals as ants and slaughter them at will," Gu Fei said while gritting his teeth. His gaze became sharp. The Skyfire clan is not the human clan. Naturally, they would not care about the lives and deaths of mortals. Fatty Pang glanced at Gu Fei and said, "So, what if he's a descendant of a Khanate life form?" The murderous aura emanating from Gu Fei's body intensified. If the Skyfire clan wasn't human, then they must be descendants of Khanate life forms or other powerful humanoid clans. However, no matter what the Heavenly Fire clan's background was, Gu Fei wasn't afraid. "Boss, do you want to teach the Skyfire clan a lesson and make them behave themselves?" Fatty Pang said, "Humph, you want me to deal with the Skyfire clan, kid?" Gu Fei said with a smile. He didn't want to be used as a tool. It was absolutely impossible for Fatty Pang to make him do free labor for the Pang clan. "Boss, I know a place with good stuff. I just don't know if you dare to go and get it." Fatty Pang looked at Gu Fei and said very seriously, "Needless to say, that good stuff should be in the hands of the Skyfire clan, right?" Gu Fei said, This guy was trying to lure him into making a move, but Gu Fei didn't want to make a move. Let's see what other tricks he has up his sleeves. Hee hee, that's something that even the old ancestor covets. How about it? Are you interested? Fatty Pang continued to work hard. What he didn't know was that Gu Fei had seen all kinds of treasures. He even had the legendary immortal divine medicine, extreme Dao cultivation techniques, and extreme Dao magic treasures were things that countless cultivators would go crazy over. Tell me about it. Gu Fei said indifferently. Things that could make an old ancestor coveted naturally couldn't be compared to ordinary things. An old ancestor was a quasi-supreme. Only a quasi-supreme could be called an old ancestor, and only a quasi-supreme was qualified to be called an old ancestor. Existences stronger than an old ancestor were like Tsang Ke and Magic Rock Lady, who were once extreme supremes, but for some reason their cultivation fell from the extreme realm. The demon god's attention was also attracted by Fatty Pang's words. He was an old ancestor. Although the demon god clan wasn't a powerful clan in the ancestral divine realm, with only a few clansmen, it was not a weak clan either. There was an old ancestor in the demon god clan, and that old ancestor was the demon god. However, the current demon god clan had become Gu Fei's servant and was subdued by Gu Fei. If people knew about this, it would probably shake the entire ancestral divine realm's cultivation world. The demon god clan lost its freedom, so he could only choose a successor from the demon god clan and train him to be as strong as him to protect the demon god clan. He was in need of some heaven-defying divine items. An ancestral god's heart. Fatty Pang said. What? Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. Ancestral god's heart. How is this possible? The ancestral god's heart that appeared in the chaos demonic realm actually returned to the ancestral divine realm. The ancestral god's heart's power was undeniable, but how did it return to the ancestral divine realm? Even the demon god clan couldn't help but be shocked when he heard Fatty Pang's words. The ancestral god's heart, this is impossible. After an extreme great ancestral god falls, there can't be only one heart left. He was cultivating in the heavenly battlefield, so he didn't know what happened in the ancestral divine realm in recent years. Maybe it's not the same one. Gu Fei muttered to himself. What do you mean not the same one? Fatty Pang said doubtfully. Nothing. Where is the ancestral god's heart? I want to see it. Gu Fei said indifferently. It's in the Heavenly Fire clan's ancestral land. Fatty Pang quickly said. When Gu Fei heard Fatty Pang's words, he immediately stood up and walked out. However, when he passed by Fatty Pang, he paused for a moment. I don't like to be used. Gu Fei didn't look at Fatty Pang and walked out. The demon god clan naturally followed suit. Fatty Pang was the only one left standing quietly in the hall of the pavilion. He knew that Gu Fei wouldn't be coming back once he left. Fatty Pang also knew that from now on, he and Gu Fei were no longer friends. Sigh. Fatty Pang sighed. This was the sorrow of being a disciple of a big clan. They had to do everything according to the clan's elders. They had no choice but to put the clan's interests first. He really wanted to be friends with Gu Fei. He was a worthy friend, but for the sake of the clan's interests, he personally broke off this friendship. It was impossible for Gu Fei to be friends with him anymore. We're really going to break into the Heavenly Fire clan's lair. The demon god clan spoke after leaving the ancestral land of the Heavenly Fire clan. It was not easy to break into the ancestral land of the Heavenly Fire clan. One should know that the Heavenly Fire clan was one of the 3 giants of the ancestral god realm. The ancestral land of the Heavenly Fire clan was naturally heavily guarded. Even with the cultivation of Gu Fei and the demon god clan, it would be difficult to successfully sneak in. Why are you afraid? Gu Fei said. He directly soared into the sky and flew towards a nearby city. The demon god clan followed behind Gu Fei. Me? You must be joking. I'm not afraid, even if a supreme master comes. The demon god clan quickly explained. That's good, Gu Fei said. He knew that the demon god clan was a little afraid. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked if the Heavenly Fire clan was really that powerful and terrifying. Soon, Gu Fei and the demon god clan came to the sky above a city thousands of miles away. The city was much larger than the previous one. It was a place where countless creatures lived. Of course, the majority of these creatures were humans, while the rest were clansmen of other clans. Gu Fei and the demon god clan landed on a mountain peak outside the city. He looked at the city in front of him and sensed a strong vitality spreading from the city in front. There were a large number of creatures in the city. Gu Fei and the demon god clan walked down from the mountain peak and walked to the front of the city. They looked up at the city gate. He couldn't recognize the words on the city gate. This time, even the demon god clan couldn't recognize the 3 words on the city gate. It was an extremely ancient city with many cultivators walking around. Gu Fei and the demon god clan didn't hesitate and directly walked into the city. They saw people coming and going on the streets, with many shops on both sides of the street. Most of the things sold in these shops were related to cultivators. There were magic tool shops, elixir shops, and even shops that sold cultivation techniques. There were also many cultivators wandering around such shops, trying to get what they needed. Gu Fei came to the city with only one purpose, to know where the Heavenly Fire clan's ancestral land was. He didn't know where the Heavenly Fire clan's ancestral land was when he left the Pang clan's ancestral land. Soon, Gu Fei learned the location of the Heavenly Fire clan's ancestral land from a young cultivator. The Heavenly Fire clan's ancestral land was in Mount Tianhua, while Mount Tianhua was in the depths of the Fire domain. It used to be the Fire Crow clan's ancestral land, but it had now become the Heavenly Fire clan's ancestral land. The Fire Crow clan was extremely powerful. According to legend, the Fire Crow was a creature born from the Divine Sun. The Fire Domain's Heavenly Fire was the Fire Crow clan's favorite. In the past, the Fire Crow clan was unimaginably powerful, but now they had completely declined. Even the shadow of the Fire Crow clan was hard to find. The Fire Domain was still the same as before. It was still the place where Heavenly Fire gathered. After countless years, the Heavenly Fire clan appeared in the Fire Domain. Chapter 33-36. The Heavenly Fire clan, Pang clan, and Kanglin clan were the 3 giants of the ancestral god realm. The ancestral lands of the 3 clans were on the central continent of the ancestral god realm. The ancestral land of the Pang clan was a place where 9 dragons fought for a pearl. There was only one such place in the entire ancestral god realm. The ancestral land of the Heavenly Fire clan was in the Fire region. The Fire region was also unique in the ancestral god realm. It was a place where Heavenly Fire gathered and nurtured the innate divine fire. The ancestral land of the Kanglin clan was also unique, at least in the ancestral god realm. The ancestral land of the Kanglin clan was a place where heavenly water gathered. It was the source of all water in the ancestral god realm. The Kanglin clan occupied such a place naturally made countless experts in the ancestral god realm envious, but no one dared to have any ideas on the ancestral land of the Kanglin clan. The Kanglin clan and the Kanglin clan seemed to be natural enemies. Because water could subdue fire, the Heavenly Fire clan was naturally wary of the Kanglin clan. But to the Kanglin clan, they lived a peaceful life. They sealed their doors all year round, making it difficult for outsiders to enter. But the Heavenly Fire clan was different. They had been making big moves in the past few years. Not long ago, they destroyed a large clan in the West Continent. Although the West Continent was not as powerful as the three giant clans, they were not weak either. They had countless clansmen and occupied the richest land in the West Continent. That battle shook the five continents. The final outcome was within everyone's expectations. The Heavenly Fire clan destroyed the West Continent's large clan and took over everything. The Heavenly Fire clan began to conquer the five continents, and even secretly tested the Pang clan. It was obvious that the Heavenly Fire clan had great ambitions. At this time, Gu Fei and Demon God were strolling in a city hundreds of thousands of miles away from the ancestral land of the Heavenly Fire clan. They were in no hurry. At this time, they heard something about the Chaos Golden Rock clan. The Chaos Golden Rock clan that had been silent for countless years seemed to have jumped out again. No one knew why the Chaos Golden Rock clan had reappeared after countless years of silence. Gu Fei and Demon God knew that Song Ke had returned to the ancestral god realm to revive the Chaos Golden Rock clan. But they did not expect Song Ke to act so quickly. This was still the territory of the big clan. The central continent was incomparably vast, and the area occupied by the big clan was less than 1,000th of the central continent. Although the three supreme races dominated the entire Zhongzhou, the area they ruled was limited. Even the three supreme races did not dare to set foot in most of the areas of Zhongzhou. Whether it was the human realm, the heavenly realm, the chaos demonic realm, or the current ancestral god realm, there were many unknown regions or dangerous places. No one knew why these great heavens and earths all had this in common. This was definitely a great mystery between the heavens and earth. At this time, Gu Fei and the demon god had arrived at the entrance of the City Lord Mansion. The City Lord Mansion was considered magnificent. This is the City Lord's residence. Unauthorized personnel, get lost. An armored soldier holding a spear shouted angrily at Gu Fei, and the demon god next to the gate of the City Lord Mansion. This was the gate guard, but he was overbearing. From this, one could guess the character of the City Lord. As the saying goes, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. Like master, like servant. Who are you calling a bastard? The demon god's face immediately darkened after hearing the gate guard's words. For many years, no one had ever dared to speak to him like this. What are you staring at me for? I'm telling you to get lost. The gate guard shook the spear in his hand and stared at the demon god coldly and arrogantly. Humph! The demon divine, master, snorted coldly. His voice was not very loud, but it spread throughout the city. He took a step forward and instantly arrived in front of the guard. Then he blew his breath at the guard. Demon divine master snorted. The gate guard immediately screamed and flew backward, smashing hard on the tightly shut gate with a loud bang. The gate guard's impact was so strong that the tightly shut gate of the City Lord Mansion flew inwards. Screams and shouts mixed together with the sound of the gate falling to the ground. It was a mess inside as a powerful aura spread out from the City Lord Mansion. Who dares to behave atrociously in my divine Eagle City? An angry roar came from the City Lord Mansion. Then a powerful figure walked out of the City Lord Mansion. Humph! Even a small gate guard dares to act so arrogantly. I want to see who is so powerful. The demon god stared at the figure that walked out of the City Lord Mansion and said coldly, "Fellow Taoist, is there any misunderstanding between us?" The middle-aged man who walked out immediately changed his attitude when he saw the demon god. He was extremely shocked that he could not see through this guy's strength. There was only one possibility. This guy's cultivation and combat power were far above him. That was why the middle-aged man did not dare to be presumptuous in front of the demon god. There is no misunderstanding. Demon Divine Master said, as he pressed forward. A powerful aura erupted from his body, causing the void around him to vibrate. Seeing this scene, it would be strange if the middle-aged man was not shocked. It seemed like he had kicked an iron plate this time. The opponent's cultivation and combat power were indeed far above him. The demon god wanted to use the teleportation formation in the City Lord Mansion. He did not know how to do it, but it just so happened that the gate guard of the City Lord Mansion had offended him. Hence, the demon god used this as a pretext to make a fuss. He would not let these guys in the City Lord Mansion off so easily. "Fellow Taoist, what do you want?" The middle-aged man was a little flustered. The opponent's aura was too shocking. Even the divine Eagle City Lord did not have such a powerful aura. "Apologize." The demon god looked at the middle-aged man and said indifferently, "That's easy. Wait a moment." The middle-aged man returned to the City Lord Mansion. Soon, the man walked out of the City Lord Mansion again. This time, he was holding a gift in his hand. It was a rare piece of divine metal. If it was used to refine a weapon, it could naturally be refined into a powerful divine weapon. At this time, the City Lord Mansion was very quiet. Everyone knew that there were two unimaginable experts outside. Even the City Lord Mansion did not dare to offend them. Chapter 33-37. The Demon Divine, Venerable barged into the divine Eagle City Lord residence. He wanted to teach those arrogant fellows in the divine Eagle City Lord residence a lesson. In the next moment, a wave of patriarch-level coercion erupted from his body. Then, those fellows in the divine Eagle City Lord residence were unlucky. The middle-aged man, holding the piece of divine metal, fell to the ground. His entire body was trembling, and even his soul was trembling. This kind of pressure was so terrifying that no one dared to raise their heads. All of them lay on the ground, terrified to an unimaginable degree. The demon divine, Venerable, controlled his coercion very well. Only those in the divine Eagle City Lord residence could feel his powerful and terrifying aura. Inside the divine Eagle City Lord residence, the demon divine, Venerable, looked at those fellows lying at his feet in fear. However, he was still indifferent. He did not care about those fellows' lives. However, this was still the territory of the big clan, and he could not be too ruthless. One had to know that the big clan was one of the three strongest forces in the ancestral divine realm. It was not a wise move to offend such a force. Even someone as strong as the demon divine Venerable had some reservations when facing the big clan. Do you think you're invincible? How dare you be so arrogant? I merely took a few glances from the outside, and you're already treating me like this. The demon divine, Venerable, looked at those people lying at his feet and said, the guard who was blown away by his breath had already fainted. At that moment, the divine Eagle City Lord had already cursed the guard's ancestors. Since he provoked such an existence, he should have just sought his own death. Why did he have to implicate him? You want to dismiss me with just a piece of divine metal? You're underestimating me. The demon divine, Venerable, sneered as he spoke. Then he waved his hand, and countless items flew out of the divine Eagle City Lord residence. The divine Eagle City Lord's vision darkened when he saw that, and he almost fainted. All the treasures he collected flew out and were forcibly taken away by that person. Even the stalks of divine herbs in the herb field flew up and were taken away by the demon divine Venerable. When the others saw this scene, they were all stupefied. They couldn't believe it. Just who was this person? How could he have such power? Could it be that he was actually an ancestor-level existence? The treasures that the divine Eagle City Lord had kept for his entire life had actually been captured by this person. Regardless of whether it was the treasures in the treasure vault or the herb fields protected by array formations, none of them could stop the demon god supreme. This was the power of a great ancestor. The divine Eagle City Lord would probably vomit blood if he took away so many treasures at once. Gu Fei had been watching and did not say anything. These guys really deserved a beating. Of course, it was rare that the demon god was willing to teach these guys a lesson, so he was happy to watch the show from the sidelines. The demon god collected a large number of treasures and all the divine herbs before he planned to leave. Of course, he wanted to leave with Gu Fei through the teleportation platform. Gu Fei and the demon god stepped onto the teleportation platform of the divine Eagle City and immediately activated it. Soon, they disappeared from the platform. After the demon god left, the divine Eagle City Lord roared angrily and stood up from the ground. Then, he slapped the guard who had fainted on the ground and caused all this. Without any suspense, that pitiful guard was turned into a cloud of blood mist by the enraged divine Eagle City Lord's palm strike. His body dissipated into the void. Roar! The divine Eagle City Lord roared into the sky. A terrifying sound wave spread out, causing the void to tremble. All the cultivators in the divine Eagle City heard this angry roar. Everyone in the city Lord Manor was terrified to the extreme. They knew that the current city lord was in an extremely dangerous situation. No one dared to say anything at this point in time. Everyone remained silent. The divine Eagle City Lord was really unlucky. He did not even know where Gu Fei and the others came from. This was the main point. Even if he wanted to seek revenge, it was impossible. At the thought of this, the divine Eagle City Lord was really going crazy. Just as the divine Eagle City Lord Manor was about to go crazy, Gu Fei and the demon god arrived at the border between the Pang clan's territory and the Sky Fire clan's territory. This place was extremely chaotic. From time to time, the Pang clan and the Sky Fire clan would clash, and some people would die. This was the place that the Pang clan and the Sky Fire clan called the Desolate Border. The Desolate Border was a barren land with no celestial spiritual land. Here, battles of life and death would happen from time to time. In the Desolate Border, there was a desolate border city in the Pang clan's territory called Iron Blood City. On the Sky Fire clan's side, there was also a city called Purgatory City. Gu Fei and the demon god arrived at the Pang clan's Iron Blood City. The teleportation platform in the divine Eagle City could only send people to the Desolate Border's Iron Blood City. It was impossible to go any further. It's been half a year. Finally, someone is here. In the Iron Blood City Lord Manor, an array platform was glowing. Runes emerged and intertwined on the array platform. Soon, a divine light emerged from the void above the array platform. Two figures walked out of the divine light. There were many people standing around the array platform. Among these people, some were very young, in their teens, and some were old and clumsy, as if they would die at any time. One of them was clad in battle armor, which was full of slash marks. This was a middle-aged warrior, an old warrior who had been through hundreds of battles. Finally, reinforcements have come. If they don't come, we won't be able to hold on much longer. Someone said something like that. Iron Blood City was an impregnable stronghold. As long as the Skyfire clan breached this city, the Skyfire clan's army could march straight in. Of course, the Skyfire clan did not really dare to breach Iron Blood City. One had to know that the consequences of doing so were very serious. A war would break out. This is when the two figures walked out of the divine light above the teleportation platform. The people around the array platform were shocked. None of the people present could see the cultivation and battle prowess of these two people. Experts. Intuition told the people around the array platform that these two people were definitely experts among experts. The people around the array platform could not help but be surprised and delighted. May I know how to address the two seniors? The leader of the Iron Blood City group was an old man with white hair and was clad in battle armor. At that moment, the vision above the teleportation platform began to fade. Gufei, and the demon god jumped down from the array platform. This is the desolate border, right? The demon divine, Venerable, looked around and said, "Yes, senior, this is the desolate border." The old man quickly replied, "Desolate border." Chapter 33-38. The news that two experts had come to the desolate border's Iron Blood City quickly spread. There were no secrets in the desolate border because both the Big Clan and the Skyfire clan had planted spies in each other's territory. The Big Clan's every move naturally couldn't escape the eyes and ears of the Skyfire clan. The Big Clan actually sent experts here. This isn't a good thing. In the Purgatory City controlled by the Skyfire clan, the Purgatory City Lord sat on the throne in the middle of the City Lord's mansion. He rested his chin on one hand and muttered to himself. No one in the hall dared to disturb him. They were all looking at him. In Purgatory City, the Purgatory City Lord was the absolute ruler. No one dared to question him, and no one dared to disobey his orders, because those who disobeyed him all had miserable endings. If they weren't killed, they were locked up and sealed for life. The Purgatory City Lord used such a ruthless method to control his subordinates. Naturally, no one dared to have any objections or dissatisfaction with him. Even if they were dissatisfied, they didn't dare to show it. What do you guys think we should do? After pondering for a long time, the Purgatory City Lord finally asked everyone. This matter really gave him a headache. He was about to take down Iron Blood City, but at this time, the Big Clan just had to send two experts to support Iron Blood City. Didn't those guys say that the Big Clan is already badly battered and can't send more experts to support us? The Purgatory City Lord's furrowed brows never relaxed. He knew that the Skyfire clan had attacked the Pang clan. As the City Lord of the Desolate Border, he naturally had his own ways of doing things. However, now, unexpectedly, the Big Clan still sent two experts to support the Desolate Border. This was beyond the Purgatory City Lord's expectations. Senior brother, why don't we also ask the clan to send experts to support us? A black-clothed, skinny, middle-aged man standing under the throne carefully looked at the Purgatory City Lord. Although they were fellow disciples, Huokui was most afraid of this senior brother. That's a good idea. The Purgatory City Lord nodded. He had always been cautious. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to stay in the desolate border for so long. It should be known that before him, the Purgatory City Lord changed frequently. The previous Purgatory City Lords had either died in battle or been crippled. Their fates had all been miserable. However, ever since Huang became the City Lord of Purgatory City, the position of City Lord of Purgatory City had not been changed for the past 300 years. The position of Purgatory City Lord had not been changed in the past 300 years. This was definitely a miracle. Huang was the first person to hold this position for so long. One had to understand that in Desolate Border, there were battles all year round. Even the most powerful existences had times where they were plotted against and then fell. When they couldn't win, they resorted to underhanded means. This was an extremely common thing in Desolate Border's battlefield. As the saying goes, it's easy to block a spear in the open, but hard to guard against an arrow in the dark. No matter how strong an expert was, they were still afraid of a brick. Senior brother, since this is a good idea, let's not waste any more time. Huokui quickly said. Since the Pang race had reinforcements, it was natural for them to ask for reinforcements. The experts of Purgatory City in the hall all agreed. Of course, if Huang didn't agree, even if it was something that everyone supported, it couldn't be done. Then write a letter and send it back to the ancestral land. Ask them to send someone over. Huang said, "Yes, senior brother." Huokui quickly accepted the order, then turned around and walked out of the city lord residence. At this time, Gu Fei and Demon God were warmly welcomed by the experts of Pang Race's Ironblood City. Everyone in the city thought they were experts sent by the Pang Race. No one knew the real purpose of Gu Fei and Demon God's visit to Desolate Border. The city lord of Ironblood City arranged for Gu Fei and Demon God to stay in the best place in the city. This made many people jealous, but no one dared to say anything. The Pang race in Desolate Border was very powerful, but they lost the upper hand in the battle with the Heavenly Fire clan, and were even trapped in Iron Blood City waiting for reinforcements. But now reinforcements had come and helped them repel the Heavenly Fire clan's attack. Rumble, the void trembled. Gu Fei and the Demon God had no choice but to take action and kill the few Heavenly Fire clan members who attacked Iron Blood City. Those guys were really unlucky. They attacked Iron Blood City when Gu Fei and the Celestial clan came to Iron Blood City. Gu Fei and Demon God wanted to know the Heavenly Fire clan's movements from the city lord, so they stayed in Iron Blood City. 3 days later, Gu Fei and Demon God directly attacked Purgatory City and captured the city lord and a large number of his followers. When Gu Fei and the Demon Divine Venerable joined hands, no one could contend against them. Under their lead, the experts of Iron Blood City broke through the city gates at lightning speed and entered the city. The moment Purgatory City was breached by Gu Fei and the Demon God, chaos ensued in the city. Cries and screams filled the air. The Purgatory City Lord was also unlucky. No one had been able to pull him down from the position of Purgatory City Lord for the past 300 years. However, the position of Purgatory City Lord was about to change once Gu Fei and the Demon God arrived. Gu Fei and Demon God were old ancestor-level existences. The most powerful existences in the entire Desolate Border were the city lords of Iron Blood City and Purgatory City. The two city lords did not directly participate in the battles in the Desolate Border. Most of the time, they would give advice behind the scenes and would not personally participate in the battle. But now it was different. The two experts sent by the Pang race broke the balance of power in the Desolate Border. Hence, the Desolate Border was in chaos. Rumble, heaven and earth shook. Not long after Gu Fei and the Demon Divine Lord broke through Purgatory City, the sound of wind and thunder came from the sky. A beam of fire fell from the sky and directly fell on Purgatory City. Roar. Immediately, a roar was heard from Purgatory City. A powerful wave of fire elemental power fluctuated in the sky and earth. It was peerlessly terrifying. The Heavenly Fire clan sent an unimaginable expert. This expert was too strong. When this expert landed in Purgatory City, he was surrounded by a group of Iron Blood City experts. The Heavenly Fire clan's expert attacked mercilessly. More than half of the experts in Iron Blood City immediately fell. This made the city lord of Iron Blood City almost vomit blood. They had already won the battle and even conquered Purgatory City. This was definitely a great victory for the Pang race. However, before they could celebrate, the Heavenly Fire clan's expert attacked again. It was a powerful and terrifying figure. Boundless primal chaos flames erupted from the figure. Everything that was enveloped by the primal chaos flames was instantly burned to ashes. Even the old city lord of Iron Blood City was enveloped by the chaotic divine flames. His body and soul were instantly burned to ashes. He couldn't be more dead. The person who came was the chaotic fire lord of the Heavenly Fire clan. This warlord was unimaginably powerful. He almost destroyed Purgatory City with just one attack. The chaotic fire lord cultivated the chaotic divine flames. He was like a peerless war god that walked out from the depths of chaos. Wherever he passed, the void was incinerated silently and incinerated. Gu Fei and Demon God naturally wouldn't let the chaotic fire lord wantonly kill living creatures. Demon God directly fought with the chaotic fire lord. It was an evenly matched battle. The two experts didn't have any scruples and directly fought in Purgatory City. The entire city was destroyed beyond recognition. You are high up in the sky. The two supreme figures were confronting each other. At this time, the chaotic fire lord seemed to have seen through Demon God's origin. He was extremely shocked. One should know that Demon God gave him a very strong feeling. Gu Fei watched the battle from afar. Come on, let's have a good fight. The monster divine, Venerable, took a step forward and instantly disappeared into the void, leaving no trace behind. However, the moment monster god Venerable disappeared, chaotic fire Venerable blasted a punch upwards with a violent force erupting from his fist. Boom! The two fists collided in an instant, and a destructive force spread out from the two of them. The void was collapsing, and the two figures moved at high speed. The Heavenly Fire clan is really not simple. In the distant sky, Gu Fei couldn't help but mutter to himself when he saw the scene. The cultivation and battle prowess displayed by the chaotic fire lord moved him. It seemed impossible to take away the ancestral god's heart from the Heavenly Fire clan's ancestral land. At least, it was impossible as far as everyone knew. The Heavenly Fire clan's ancestral land wasn't a place that could be casually entered and exited. The chaotic fire lord fought with the demon god. Terrifying fluctuations spread out and shook all directions. The two great experts constantly moved and attacked in the sky. Demon God dual pole transformation. Demon God suddenly roared. Two balls of divine light burst out from his hands. It was a black and white light ball. The two light balls directly bombarded the chaotic fire lord. It was a kind of divine power evolved from the demon god's power. It had great power. Humph, boundless sea of fire. The chaotic fire lord sneered and displayed his killer move. Endless chaotic divine fire erupted from his body. In just an instant, the endless chaotic divine fire shrouded the entire sky. The chaotic divine fire directly drowned the demon god. Ancient Tao patterns emerged on the demon god's body. He was mobilizing the power of the extreme Tao to fight against the chaotic fire lord. Swoosh! A demon god's light suddenly broke through the layers of chaotic divine fire and directly pierced through the chaotic fire lord's body. Many powerful existences in the distant sky were shocked when they witnessed the scene. The chaotic fire lord's body was pierced. How was that possible? Chapter 33-39. The desolate border was in chaos. A great war broke out between the Pang clan and the Skyfire clan. On the Pang clan's side, the old city lord of Ironblood City died in battle, and countless experts were burned to ashes by the chaotic heavenly fire. The Skyfire clan's situation was even worse because Ironblood City had attacked Purgatory City, causing great damage to the entire city. Later on, the Skyfire clan's ancestor-level expert, Chaotic Fire Lord, came and directly descended upon Purgatory City. When he found out that Purgatory City had fallen into the hands of the Pang clan, he released a chaotic heavenly fire, which almost burned the entire Purgatory City to ashes. The chaotic heavenly fire emerged directly in the center of Purgatory City and instantly enveloped more than half of the city. Even if the demon god intervened in time, he would not be able to save the Ironblood City cultivators who had attacked Purgatory City. This made him very unhappy. Kill. The demon god directly made his move. A huge hand with towering demonic aura appeared high in the sky and directly slammed down on the chaotic fire lord. Rumble. The power of a demon god at the level of an ancestor burst out, shaking the entire void. The huge hand with towering demon chi sealed the void in this part of the world, and the destructive aura that emanated from it made all the living beings in this area extremely terrified. Humph! A cold snort came from the chaotic heavenly fire. Then, endless chaotic heavenly fire quickly gathered and instantly condensed into a huge hand of chaotic heavenly fire. Boom! With a loud bang, the two huge hands instantly collided, and the void directly exploded. This was the collision of two ancestor-level powers. The two huge hands that collided with each other in the sky dissipated. The void was annihilated, and a huge black vortex appeared high up in the sky. A terrifying, devouring power surged out from the vortex, engulfing the world. The surrounding void was constantly collapsing and being devoured by the vortex. The vortex was also constantly expanding. At the same time, a figure so powerful that heaven and earth trembled rushed out from the ground. It was a figure shrouded in chaotic heavenly fire. The chaotic heavenly fire was incomparably domineering. The void around the chaotic fire supremacy was incinerated. At this time, Demon Divine Master also walked out. He took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of Chaotic Fire Master. He did not say anything and directly punched at Chaotic Fire Master opposite him. The Chaotic Fire Venerable did not show any weakness and directly slammed his palm towards the monster god Venerable. The two of them moved quickly in the air and began fighting. Their ancestor-level power rippled out in all directions, shocking all living beings in all directions. The countless cultivators who were observing the battle from afar grew terrified, and they quickly retreated further away. The coercive atmosphere of coercion emanating from a patriarch was simply too strong. It was not something that the average cultivator could endure. The demon god was an expert in the heavenly battlefield with rich combat experience. He often fought with other ancestor-level existences in the heavenly battlefield. On the other hand, the chaotic fire lord was used to living like a prince. Although his cultivation level was not lower than the demon god Venerable, he always felt that his hands and feet were tied, and he could not fight with his opponent freely. Heavenly fire, prairie fire. The chaotic fire Venerable roared, and directly displayed the killer move of the Heavenly Fire clan. Endless chaotic heavenly fire surged out in all directions with him as the center. The monster god was instantly annihilated by the mighty chaotic heavenly fire. Swoosh! The next moment, a beam of demon god's light directly broke through the layers of chaotic heavenly fire and directly penetrated the chaotic fire Venerable's body. What? The chaotic fire Venerable could not believe it. He looked down at the bowl-sized bloody hole on his chest, shocked and furious. Swoosh! At this moment, a powerful figure directly rushed out of the chaotic heavenly fire and instantly appeared in front of the chaotic fire Venerable. Boom! The powerful demon god's force erupted, and the chaotic fire Venerable was immediately sent flying as he continuously coughed up blood. You're that existence from the demon god clan. The chaotic fire Venerable was sent flying tens of thousands of feet away. He then stabilized his body and stared at the monster god Venerable with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. It was the ancestor's blood essence, and every drop was radiating chaotic divine light. Humph! You can't even withstand a single blow. The monster god Venerable looked at the chaotic fire Venerable and sneered. What did you say? The chaotic fire Venerable was furious when he heard that. His eyebrows immediately raised. I said you can't even withstand a single blow. You're not deaf. Didn't you hear me?" The monster god Venerable said loudly. "Go to hell." The chaotic fire Venerable was enraged and directly took out an extremely powerful divine weapon. A huge seal directly rushed out from the top of his head, emitting a monstrous chaotic divine power, and directly headed towards the monster god Venerable. Gu Fei, who was watching the battle from afar, could not help but be taken aback when he saw that scene because he sensed the aura of the extreme path from the chaotic fire seal. That huge seal turned out to be an extreme path divine weapon. This was something that no one would have ever thought of. This is the monster god Venerable could not help but be taken aback when he saw the huge seal directly heading towards him. However, he did not panic in the face of danger. With a thought, a divine hammer immediately appeared in the monster god Venerable's hand. It was a divine weapon that the monster god Venerable had refined for countless years, called the monster god hammer. In the heavenly battlefield, the monster god Venerable had used this divine weapon when he fought against Gu Fei. However, even after using this divine weapon, he was still defeated by Gu Fei and became Gu Fei's servant. Boom! With a loud bang, the two divine weapons collided with each other and erupted into an earth-shattering noise. The terrifying sound waves spread out, and the surrounding void immediately undulated like a wave. Terrifying destructive power erupted as the power displayed by the two divine weapons was earth-shattering. All the creatures in the surrounding area were extremely terrified, as if the end of the world was coming. A divine weapon was sent flying as a figure flew out, with blood constantly oozing from his mouth. Gu Fei could not help but be shocked when he saw that scene. The figure that was sent flying was the monster god Venerable. The monster god Venerable had suffered an unimaginable impact. Preposterous! The monster god Venerable did not expect the chaotic fire Venerable to have such a trump card. How was it possible that the chaotic fire Venerable had an extreme divine weapon? Everyone thought that the chaotic fire Venerable had been defeated in this battle, but no one expected the chaotic fire Venerable to reverse the situation. Kill! The chaotic fire Venerable directly attacked the monster god Venerable. A chaotic seal rushed towards the monster god Venerable with the ultimate power destroying one side. The monster god Venerable had no choice but to retreat. The monster god hammer directly floated above his head. He used the monster god hammer to protect himself and retreated. The chaotic fire Venerable would not let the monster god Venerable go so easily. The chaotic fire Venerable directly used the chaotic seal to attack. Rumble, the power of the chaotic seal erupted. The power of chaotic heavenly fire that descended from the seal was an extreme divine weapon-level power. The monster god Venerable could not compete with such power. The moment when the chaotic fire Venerable urged the chaotic seal to descend from the sky towards the monster god Venerable, a figure appeared under the chaotic seal. The void vibrated, and an ancient cauldron appeared in the void. A powerful, chaotic, primordial chaos force erupted from the ancient cauldron. The chaotic seal that descended from the sky was immediately blown away by the antique. What the primal chaos fire exalted was truly shocked when he saw this. One should know that the great chaos seal was an extreme grade god artifact, but it had been blown away by the ancient cauldron. The ancient cauldron was much more powerful than the extreme divine weapon. For the chaotic fire Venerable, it was really difficult for him to accept all this. Boom! At that moment, the chaotic primordial chaos force surged out from the mountain and river cauldron. The chaotic fire Venerable was directly blown away and shattered in the void, turning into a cloud of blood mist. The next moment, a figure wrapped in a chaotic flame rushed into the sky, trying to escape. However, Gu Fei simply stretched out his hand and slapped the ball of chaotic fire. Boom! The ball of divine light actually exploded. The powerful chaotic fire, Venerable, was directly destroyed in body and soul by Gu Fei. He died just like that, unable to even become a ghost. The experts in the desolate border, who were watching the battle from afar, were all dumbfounded and couldn't believe it. The chaotic fire, Venerable, was an ancestor-level existence, but he died just like that. In particular, the experts of the Skyfire clan were all stunned when they saw Gu Fei easily killing the chaotic fire Venerable. They were speechless for a long time. Gu Fei had no intention of attacking other experts of the Skyfire clan. Only the chaotic fire Venerable was qualified for him to attack. The others were just like ants to him. After killing the chaotic fire Venerable, Gu Fei took away the chaotic seal and left Purgatory City with the demon god. They entered the territory of the Skyfire clan and walked towards the ancestral land of the Skyfire clan. Shortly after Gu Fei and the demon god left, the Pang clan took over the Purgatory City. The Skyfire clan retreated like a tide, giving up a large area. An angry roar came from the ancestral land of the Skyfire clan. The news of the chaotic fire Venerable's death was immediately sent back to the ancestral land. The chaotic fire Venerable was one of the few experts in the Skyfire clan. His death naturally caused the Skyfire clan to suffer heavy losses and almost drove the clan lord crazy. Pang clan, I'll settle this score with you sooner or later. In the ancestral land of the Skyfire clan, such words were heard from a hall. On the other hand, Gu Fei and the demon god went directly to the ancestral land of the Skyfire clan. He wanted to know if the ancestral god's heart was really in the ancestral land of the Skyfire clan. Soon, Gu Fei and the demon god came to the outside of a city. This city was much bigger than the previous Purgatory City, and there were many cultivators in the city. Chapter 3340. Rumble. Inside Gu Fei's inner world, on top of a mountain shrouded in spiritual chi in the depths of this divine land, a thunderous sound rang out. A terrifying aura of destruction descended from the depths of the sky above the mountain peak. With the mountain peak as the center, countless creatures within a radius of tens of thousands of miles felt a terrifying pressure coming from this part of the world. Divine tribulation. How is it possible? In the ancestral land of the Meng family, a tall, white-haired old man dressed in animal skin rushed out, holding a dragon-headed staff in his hand. The old man was chased by several middle-aged men dressed in the same animal skin. Ancestor, this is a black-bearded middle-aged man chased behind the old man. He looked in horror at the rapidly darkening sky in front of him, and his voice was trembling. The mighty aura of destruction coming from the front made people's hearts palpitate. Divine tribulation, the old clan leader of the Meng family, said excitedly. That direction, could it be? Another skinny but very refined middle-aged man exclaimed. It's where the master is. The eyes of the old clan leader of the Meng family were filled with splendor. The heavenly tribulation was something that could only be encountered by chance. To be able to witness an expert going through the heavenly tribulation was a great opportunity for everyone. At this time, there were incomparably powerful figures appearing everywhere in this part of the world. The world changed color. The sun and the moon lost their light, and the terrifying aura of destruction spread across the sky and the earth, causing countless creatures to tremble in fear. This was the power of God, which suppressed and deterred everything. Rumble, tribulation clouds began to appear in the sky, and the power of the divine tribulation was still condensing, showing no signs of stopping. On the peak of the mountain below the tribulation clouds, there was a white figure sitting cross-legged on a boulder, and an incomparably holy aura spread from this figure. It was the white-robed woman on the boulder who triggered the divine tribulation, and created the terrifying heaven. This white-robed woman was Yen Er. She stood aloof from worldly affairs, and she had been meditating in Gu Fei's inner world. Today, she was finally going to take the step to become a great saint. Of course, Yen Er could only become a real great sage after passing through the great sage retribution. If she failed to pass through the retribution, there would only be one outcome, which was death. Yen Er's foundation was very solid. Since she dared to trigger the heavenly tribulation, she naturally had the confidence to survive it. Master actually triggered a heavenly tribulation. At this time, the experts of the Undead Spirit clan also arrived. A powerful death aura spread out, and the surrounding flowers and trees withered, completely losing their vitality. To the living beings of this world, Gu Fei often did not come here. Only Yen Er stayed here. Therefore, the living beings here all regarded Yen Er as the owner of this world. After all, Yen Er was Gu Fei's wife, and she was also the owner of this place. Yen Er's tribulation transcendence was not a trivial matter. At this time, Gu Fei and the demon god happened to arrive in front of a city in the territory ruled by the Skyfire clan. He immediately found an inn in the city, and then stayed with the demon god. Gu Fei no longer hesitated. He set up an aura isolation formation in the room, and then directly opened his inner world. He stepped out and directly rushed in. At this time, in Gu Fei's inner world, countless living beings were trembling in extreme fear. For ordinary living beings, they could not withstand the power of heaven and earth. They could only retreat far away to avoid being affected. When Gu Fei appeared in his own inner world, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. He saw that the world had darkened, and endless heaven and earth essence frantically gathered towards a mountain peak. Gu Fei did not disturb Yen Er's tribulation transcendence. After all, if Gu Fei helped Yen Er, it would be equivalent to harming her. Only by relying on oneself to transcend the tribulation transcendence could one obtain great power. When Gu Fei appeared in the sky, Yen Er, who was sitting cross-legged on a boulder on the mountain peak, suddenly opened her eyes and looked in the direction where Gu Fei was. At Yen Er's level of cultivation, she could naturally sense Gu Fei's arrival. Of course, if Gu Fei deliberately hid, Yen Er would never be able to sense Gu Fei's existence. Rumble, thunder began to rumble in the sky. Blinding bolts of lightning constantly appeared in the dark sky, and an even more powerful aura of destruction descended from the sky. At this time, Yen Er seemed to have become the only thing in this part of the world, and the whole world had undergone frightening changes because of her. Gu Fei stood quietly in the sky, looking at the figure on the mountain peak opposite him. His eyes were filled with great concern. He knew that even if he had made all kinds of preparations, there would still be dangers during the tribulation transcendence. If he was not careful, he would die. At this time, the tribulation clouds above the mountain peak became denser and denser. It was a dark mass, as if the sky was pressing down from the sky. This was the power of the world. Even in Gu Fei's inner world, the tribulation transcendence would still descend. However, Gu Fei's inner world was not truly flawless. After all, if he were to undergo the tribulation transcendence here, it might cause very serious consequences. When Gu Fei thought of this, a crack suddenly appeared in the void above the mountain peak. The crack in the space kept growing larger. At this time, the sky above the city in the outside world suddenly changed color. The sun and moon lost their light as a terrifying aura of destruction descended from the sky. In the void, a blurry world gradually emerged, wanting to rush out of the void and come to the outside world. A huge crack appeared in the sky above a city of the Heavenly Fire clan. Endless tribulation clouds surged out of the crack and crossed the boundary. Then, a mountain also appeared in the world. This mountain gradually moved over from the crack in the sky, crossing over from an illusory state. Soon, not only was the entire tribulation cloud moved out of the inner world, but even Yen, and the mountain peak where she was were moved out of the inner world by Gu Fei. The tribulation clouds were vast and mighty, and all the creatures in the city were stunned by this sudden scene. What exactly was going on? Heavenly tribulation. Someone triggered the heavenly tribulation. Someone in the city exclaimed. The city defense formation was immediately activated, and a mass of divine light shrouded the entire city. In the city, the demon god Venerable looked up and was somewhat speechless when he saw this scene. At this time, Gu Fei did not stay idle. He moved Yen, and her heavenly tribulation out of his inner world. The consequence of doing so was to bring disaster to the creatures in the city. Gu Fei did not intend to sacrifice the creatures in the entire city to fulfill Yen Er's wish. He directly threw out the mountain river cauldron in his hand. A powerful primordial chaos power immediately spread from the mountain river cauldron and stabilized the area. The mountain river cauldron floated above the city, ready to resist the power of destruction falling from the sky. After doing all this, Gu Fei did not attack anymore. He stood quietly in the void and watched the white-robed figure under the heavenly tribulation. Rumble. Suddenly, there was an earth-shattering thunderclap, and the entire sky was torn apart by an extremely sharp bolt of lightning. The glaring electric light instantly lit up the world. How is this possible? Countless creatures in the city below the heavenly tribulation were extremely terrified. One must know that this was the power of heaven and earth. The terrifying power of heaven descended from the sky and shocked countless creatures. Who is it who is undergoing the heavenly tribulation? Such words came from the city lord's mansion in the city. Then, a figure rushed out of the city lord's mansion. It was a figure surrounded by flames. It was the city lord of this city. The city lord was shocked and angry. Who was so immoral to come to his territory to undergo the heavenly tribulation? Soon, the city lord rushed down from the sky and directly returned to his city lord's mansion. At this moment, Gu Fei didn't care about the city lord at all. He could kill a person of this level with a single hand. Rumble, another earth-shattering thunderclap exploded in the sky above the mountain peak. This time, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky along with the earth-shattering thunderclap, bombarding Yen who was on the mountain peak. A ball of immortal divine light appeared on Yen Er's body. The ball of immortal divine light blocked the lightning bolt that came crashing down. The heavenly tribulation had begun. Terrifying power of heaven and earth began to be released. With the city as the center, an extremely terrifying power of heaven spread out. All living creatures within a radius of several tens of thousands of miles could sense it. What's happening? It's coming from the direction of Obsidian Fire City. Could someone in Obsidian Fire City have triggered the heavenly tribulation? The experts in the vicinity immediately sensed the destructive waves of heaven and earth. Even existences stronger than sages could not help but be shocked when they sensed the power of heaven and earth. Many experts rushed over immediately to see who was undergoing the heavenly tribulation. One must know that it had been a long time since anyone in the ancestral god realm could trigger a heavenly tribulation. To the living creatures in the ancestral god realm, the heavenly tribulation had gradually become a legendary existence. No one knew why it was so difficult for a heavenly tribulation to descend. Only the most heaven-defying existences could trigger a heavenly tribulation. At this time, Yen began to undergo the heavenly tribulation. The first wave of the heavenly tribulation was naturally the lightning tribulation. Bolts of lightning descended from the sky and bombarded Yen Yen-Er was still sitting cross-legged on the boulder. She did not move at all. She had even closed her eyes. The ball of immortal divine light that emerged from her body shook continuously from the lightning tribulation. Chapter 3341. Yen-Er had been cultivating in seclusion for so long and had finally reached the point of triggering the heavenly tribulation of a great sage. With her temperament, she naturally wanted to be absolutely safe before triggering the heavenly tribulation. However, anything could happen during the process of transcending the heavenly tribulation. Even if Yen-Er was fully prepared, she would still be in great danger during the heavenly tribulation. Of course, the probability of her success in transcending the heavenly tribulation was much higher than that of an ordinary peak divine emperor. At this time, in the ancestral god realm, in the territory of the Heavenly Fire clan, the sky above a city was pitch black. Black tribulation clouds shrouded the entire sky, and dazzling bolts of lightning were swimming in the tribulation clouds like silver snakes. At this time, the city lord of Abstruse Fire City was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. Someone actually came to transcend the heavenly tribulation in the sky above his city. This was no longer a slap in the face, but a ruthless slap in the face. Who the hell is this guy? You bunch of good-for-nothings. Quickly find out for me. If you don't find out, don't come back. A roar rang out in the main hall of the Xuanhua City Lord's mansion. The entire main hall shook along with this roar. Everyone standing in the main hall kept quiet out of fear, not daring to move a muscle. When the city lord of Abstruse Fire City's voice fell, the group of Abstruse Fire City's higher-ups in the main hall immediately left in a panic. No one thought that the city lord was joking. After all, someone actually dared to transcend the heavenly tribulation in the Abstruse Fire City. This was an extremely serious matter. The power of the heavenly tribulation was extremely terrifying. It could easily destroy an ancient city. Even those ancient cities protected by saint-level formations would not be spared. However, the person in the sky did not seem to want to commit the monstrous heavenly tribulation. He actually used a Supreme Tao weapon to protect the entire Abstruse Fire City. This was something that the city lord of Abstruse Fire City had never expected. In fact, although the other party used a Supreme Tao weapon to protect the Abstruse Fire City, he also sealed the Abstruse Fire City. All the living beings in the city could not leave at this time. At this time, the entire sky seemed to be pressing down from the sky. Countless living beings in the city were extremely terrified, thinking that doomsday was coming. One must know that even in the ancestral god realm, true gods only made up a small portion of the countless living beings in the ancestral god realm. Even among the human race, there were not many who could become true gods. Even though the city lord was a peerless expert and his subordinates were existences that stood above countless living beings, most of the living beings in Xuanhua City were mortals. Of course, other than the god clan, there were also living beings from other clans in the city. Mortals would naturally rely on the strong. Even the high and mighty gods would need someone to do things for them. At this moment, there was a floating mountain peak in the sky above the Xianfire City. At the peak of the mountain, there was a huge boulder sitting on it, motionless as though he had fallen asleep. From the tribulation clouds in the sky, bolts of lightning that were even larger than mountains kept striking down. The destructive power of tribulation lightning kept bombarding the mountain peaks. The glaring lightning tore through the sky and lit up the darkness. Even a sage could not withstand the tribulation lightning that descended from the sky. This was the heavenly tribulation of a great sage. It was incomparably terrifying. Although it was just the beginning, the souls of the sages in Xuanhua City were already trembling. Is that the heavenly tribulation of a sacred god? In the Xuanhua City Lord's residence, the Xuanhua City Lord was indescribably shocked. He could feel the suffocating and powerful aura in this part of the world. Only the heavenly tribulation of a sacred god could cause such a phenomenon. The Xuanhua city lord could not help but be shocked. One must know that even he was not a sacred god. Sacred god was the honorific title for a great sage in the ancestral god realm. Although Yen-Er was not undergoing a divine tribulation, to the cultivators of the ancestral god realm, there was no difference. This was the terrifying heavenly tribulation of a sacred god. Rumble, the lightning's wrath was monstrous. The destructive power spread in all directions. Soon, the lightning that descended from the tribulation clouds in the sky shrouded the entire mountain peak. Even at such a time, Yen-Er still did not move. She sat cross-legged on the boulder. She did not even bat an eyelid despite the endless lightning circling around her body. The layer of immortal light that emerged from her body kept the boundless power of the tribulation lightning outside her body. The power of the heavenly tribulation seemed to be endless. Half an hour passed, but the tribulation clouds in the sky did not dissipate. Instead, they became thicker and thicker. The power of the heavenly tribulation was actually still increasing. Gu Fei watched this scene from afar. Although he was a little worried, he knew that Yen-Er was not in any danger for the time being. In this world, there were not many things that could make Gu Fei care about. There were not many people that could make him care about them. And Yen-Er was someone that Gu Fei cared about very much. Rumble, the heavenly tribulation was operating. This was a punishment from the heavens. In the eyes of countless cultivators, the heavenly tribulation represented destruction and death. But to Gu Fei, it was just a challenge to his own limits. As Gu Fei's wife, Yen-Er naturally became stronger. So what if it was the heavenly tribulation? She was still like a chicken or a dog. After about an hour, the terrifying lightning that descended from the tribulation clouds finally stopped. However, an even stronger power of the heavenly tribulation was gathering rapidly. This was the heavenly tribulation. There was a chance of survival in the unseen world, so that the living beings facing the heavenly tribulation would have a chance to breathe. The cultivators in the Obsidian Fire City were already shocked by the scene in the sky. Although the power of the heavenly tribulation was blocked by the mountain and river cauldron and weakened by the city defense formation, the terrifying destructive aura that spread into the city still made the souls of all the experts in the city tremble. To the living beings in the city, this heavenly tribulation was just too terrifying. Even if it didn't actually descend on them, it would still leave a shadow in their hearts. At this time, the news of someone undergoing tribulation in the Obsidian Fire City had already spread. Many powerful figures began to appear near the city. This is the Saint God, heavenly tribulation. Very soon, the experts of the god race who had come to watch were all extremely shocked. The ripples of energy from the heavenly tribulation were just too powerful. Even a true saint god would be in danger. Just who is it? How could he attract a heavenly tribulation of this level? Some experts of the older generation murmured to themselves as they stared at the tribulation clouds in front of them in shock. It had been a very long time since someone had undergone tribulation in the ancestral god realm. Now that someone had actually attracted a heavenly tribulation, it naturally attracted the attention of everyone. They all wanted to know who it was. In the ancestral god realm, a saint god realm expert could be considered a supreme existence. Even the city lord of the mystic fire city wasn't a saint god. Who is this person? Is he Gu Fei's old lover? In the Obsidian Fire City, a guy was sitting in a pavilion drinking by himself in a leisurely manner. The table in front of him was filled with dishes. Those dishes were not something ordinary people could afford. Of course, There was no dragon liver or phoenix gall here, but the myriad flower wine was one of a kind. The braised single-horn dragon carp was also one of a kind. Together with the grilled phoenix wings, they were the signature dishes of the 3 absolute pavilions. However, not everyone could eat the single-horned dragon carp and grilled phoenix wings of the 3 absolute pavilions. They needed to be booked in advance. Therefore, even the demon god didn't have the good fortune to eat them today. Only the 3 absolute pavilions can be eaten. The demon god said, as he raised his head and drank the myriad flower wine in one gulp. The aftertaste was endless. In the entire Obsidian Fire City, perhaps only the demon god was still so calm. The great saint-level pressure from the sky could not affect him at all. The demon god was an ancestor-level existence. At this moment, the tribulation clouds in the sky once again bloomed with bright lightning. A more powerful and terrifying force broke out. Buzz. The void suddenly shook violently. Then a figure directly walked out of the tribulation clouds in the sky. It was not a real person. To be precise, it was an incarnation. However, the entire sky trembled the moment the vague figure appeared. In the next moment, a monstrous aura of destruction erupted from the figure. This is, in the distant sky, Gu Fei could not help but be taken aback when he saw this scene. He never thought that Yen Er's heavenly tribulation would trigger this kind of heavenly tribulation. This kind of heavenly tribulation was much more terrifying than ordinary heavenly tribulations because the figure was just a great path mark left by a supreme expert. However, although it was just an incarnation, it was many times stronger than the heavenly tribulation of an ordinary divine god. At this moment, Yen who was sitting cross-legged on a boulder at the peak of the mountain floating in the air, finally opened her eyes and stood up from the boulder. Is it finally going to start? Yen looked at the tribulation clouds above her head. Her expression was still extremely calm. There was not a trace of panic on her face. She was very calm. In Yen Er's opinion, the lightning tribulation from before was not worth mentioning at all. The existence that could truly threaten her was the great path mark left behind. As long as she could defeat the great path mark, she could become a divine god. Whoosh! At this moment, a figure fiercely swooped down from the sky. Its speed was extremely fast. In an instant, it arrived in front of Yen and threw a punch at her. Without any hesitation, Yen made her move. With a gentle wave of her slender, jade-like hand, she blocked the incoming fist of the silhouette. The blurry figure continued to change his moves. His body trembled, and countless lightning bolts immediately rushed out from his body like divine chains, entangling Yen. However, he directly soared into the sky. The divine chains formed by the power of the tribulation, lightning rushed under Yen Er's feet. Boom! Yen directly performed a killing technique. A huge cauldron appeared in the void and went for the blurry figure below. Chapter 33:42. After the tribulation lightning, a humanoid shadow appeared. Even Gu Fei could not see through this great sage, heavenly tribulation. The blurry figure was not formed by lightning. Interesting. Could it be because of this world? Gu Fei raised his head and looked into the depths of the sky. The ancestral god realm seemed to be more complicated than he thought. Moreover, the ancestral god realm was not as simple as he thought. At this time, Yen had already started fighting with the shadow. Boom! Yen held the cauldron in her hand and directly smashed the divine chains that pierced through her. She noticed that when those divine chains were broken, there were divine runes that dissipated in the void. Buzz. The myriad medicine cauldron in Yen Er's hand was vibrating. The power of the immortal path that spread from the antique caused the surrounding void to ripple like water. All the destructive power that was about to obliterate her was blocked. At this time, Yen-Er was no longer the gentle fairy she usually was. Instead, she had become a female war fairy. A powerful battle intent erupted from her body. However, the shadow was not a weakling. It was faint and illusory. It seemed to have a form, but it was also invisible. It was ever-changing, and the power it displayed was astonishing. The illusory figure was like a spider monster. Countless divine chains rushed out of its body. Those divine chains were like spider silk, entangling Yen-Er on the other side. It was obvious that the shadow wanted to bind Yen-Er and refine her. However, it was definitely not an easy task. At the same time, the myriad medicine cauldron in Yen-Er's hand changed from bronze to black iron. A terrifying aura surged from the cauldron. In the next moment, black gas rushed out of the ancient cauldron in Yen-Er's hand. 9 black gas condensed into 9 blurry figures that directly pounced towards the shadow. At this time, the myriad medicine cauldron had become the myriad poison cauldron. The 9 black shadows were the 9 indestructible poison bodies that were bred in the myriad poison cauldron. Wherever the 9 poison bodies passed, the countless divine chains that were entangled by the black aura dissipated the instant they came into contact with the black aura. The poison emitted by the 9 figures actually destroyed everything in the void. That was an extremely powerful poison that could corrode everything. Even the void was being destroyed. The ancient cauldron in Yen-Er's hand was extremely mystical. When it was used to concoct medicine, it was the myriad medicine cauldron, which could be used to concoct immortal pills and sacred medicines. However, when it was used to fight, this ancient cauldron would transform into the myriad poison cauldron. Gu Fei was very clear about the power of the myriad poison heaven and earth cauldron. This ancient cauldron was a treasure passed down from Yen-Er's master. It had been passed down from generation to generation. By the time it reached Yen-Er's hands, it had already been passed down for many generations. This cauldron was originally a saint artifact. However, it had now been refined into a Saint Emperor Dao artifact by Yen-Er. As long as Yen-Er succeeded in transcending the tribulation, she would naturally become a great sage. The myriad medicine cauldron in her hands would also transform into a great sage Dao artifact. At this time, the terrifying poison that erupted from the myriad poison heaven and earth cauldron had already spread out. Countless divine chains that were entangled were directly annihilated. This is, in the distant sky, all the experts of the ancestral god realm who saw this scene were inexplicably shocked. The black aura actually had such a terrifying power that it could contend with the heavenly tribulation. That's poison. How is it possible? A god race expert said in disbelief. No one thought that there would be someone who could cultivate the poison technique to such a level. Using poison to become a saint god was too ridiculous. Poison. Hearing the words of that god race expert, many ancestral god realm cultivators were extremely shocked. It was not that there were no cultivators in the ancestral god realm who cultivated the poison technique. However, in the eyes of countless cultivators in the ancestral god realm, the poison technique was just an unorthodox technique. Most people were unwilling and disdainful of cultivating it. But now, such a powerful expert had actually appeared. And this expert actually cultivated in poison techniques. However, Yen-Er's entire body emitted endless immortal light. It was as if a peerless, immortal lord had descended to this world, illuminating the entire dusky world. The terrifying poison aura and the endless immortal light appeared at the same time. The poison aura and the immortal light intertwined. Both of them were different powers, but they could coexist and were controlled by the same person. This type of miraculous balance was truly hard to believe and hard to imagine. Everyone wanted to know just how she did it. In fact, even Gu Fei wasn't very clear how Yen cultivated these two different powers to the point where they could coexist. Rumble. At this time, heaven and earth shook. The poison aura that erupted from the myriad poison heaven and earth cauldron actually enveloped the entire world. Under the corrosion of the poison aura, the void was continuously annihilated. This poison aura actually annihilated the endless power of the heavenly tribulation that was descending from the sky. Even the illusory figure had to retreat. It actually soared into the sky, evaded the 9 poisonous bodies, and directly rushed into the huge tribulation cloud in the sky. The next moment, the entire tribulation cloud began to tumble violently. The endless power of the heavenly tribulation was rapidly gathering and being devoured by a figure. The illusory figure actually began to become clear. A powerful great sage power immediately erupted from this figure. This was the real great sage power. Yen Er's great sage tribulation was no trivial matter. Even Gu Fei was a little worried at this time. The figure should be a great path imprint left by a powerful existence. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so difficult to deal with. Roar. In the tribulation cloud, the figure looked up to the sky and roared. The entire tribulation cloud was shaking. The originally illusory figure actually seemed to walk out of the void and seemed to turn into a flesh and blood body. At this time, Yen had already carried the myriad poison heaven and earth cauldron and directly rushed into the tribulation cloud. She was taking the initiative to attack. Buzz. Yen shook the myriad poison heaven and earth cauldron in her hand, and the 9 poisonous bodies rushed out again. They directly broke through the tribulation cloud and went straight to the figure in the depths of the tribulation cloud. This was the myriad poison heaven technique that Yen cultivated. It was a poison technique that was branded inside the myriad poison heaven and earth cauldron. Endless poison aura spread out from the 9 terrifying figures, and a large patch of tribulation cloud was constantly annihilated. Kill. The figure instantly gathered the endless power of the heavenly tribulation and then bombarded the 9 poisonous bodies with a punch. The violent and monstrous power directly smashed the void between heaven and earth. The 9 poisonous bodies instantly collapsed and then were annihilated in the void. Humph. Chapter 33:43. Yen Er's cauldron of myriad poisons was originally a sacred tool. The myriad poison divine art imprinted inside the cauldron of myriad poisons was naturally a sacred skill. The myriad poison divine art was actually a way to use the cauldron of myriad poisons. It was this divine art that allowed Yen to draw the power of all poisons for her own use. This did not conflict with the power of the immortal path that Yen cultivated. Boom. At this time, the terrifying power of all poisons erupted from the cauldron of myriad poisons. It instantly smashed directly in front of the figure. Humph! The figure snorted coldly and rushed up directly. He punched the cauldron of myriad poisons. Dang! The cauldron of myriad poisons was smashed away. What? Yen could not help but be shocked when she saw this. She quickly retreated, leaving a blurry afterimage in the void. Her speed was extremely fast. While retreating, Yen stretched out her hand and retrieved the cauldron of myriad poisons that was blown away by the figure's punch. At the same time, the silhouette instantly appeared in front of Yen. He threw another punch towards Yen. The power of the punch was unstoppable. Yen did not expect this guy to be so powerful. The next moment, the powerful fist penetrated her body, and her body dissipated in the void. The next moment, Yen Er's figure appeared in the void in the distance. As soon as she appeared, the surrounding power of heaven's retribution immediately obliterated her in a frenzy. However, the destructive power that was enough to obliterate a great saint disappeared directly when it was 3 feet away from Yen Er. All of this happened in the tribulation clouds. Among the people present, only Gu Fei could sense everything that happened in the heavens' retribution. No one else had the ability to see through the heavens' retribution. The experts of the divine clan, who were watching the battle from afar, wanted to know what happened in the heavens' retribution. They were extremely curious. However, no one dared to step forward. No matter how curious they were, they had to endure it. Is she going to use the 9 secrets of the immortal path? Gu Fei muttered to himself. He was still calm and unworried about Yen Er. At this time, in the tribulation clouds, Yen Er and the figure fought again. Yen Er displayed the 9 secrets of the immortal path, which was the ultimate secret technique of the immortal path. As soon as the 9 secrets of the immortal path were used, all the terrifying destructive power that obliterated Yen Er was directly dissolved. She was unaffected by any technique. Even the heaven's retribution was blocked. The mysterious figure was also unimaginably powerful. The figure directly attacked Yan's retribution at Yen Er. The fist entered the range of Yen Er's secret power of Wu. In the next moment, the figure's right fist became faint and illusory, disappearing at a rapid pace. At that moment, the space around Yen Er produced an extremely powerful devouring force. It wanted to pull the mysterious figure into the space around her, and then melt it away. If the power of the retribution was strong enough, even heaven and earth could be turned into nothingness. However, Yen Er had not cultivated the retribution to this level. The figure broke free in an instant. However, at this moment, half of the figure's body disappeared. It was obliterated by the power of the retribution. Swoosh! At the same time, an immortal light instantly slashed at the figure. The figure seemed to have been slashed by an immortal sword and was actually split into 2. The figure that was cut in half gradually dissipated in the void. Just like that, the mysterious figure was annihilated. In the distance, Gu Fei could not help but frown when he saw this scene. He felt that things would not be so simple. The mysterious figure could not be destroyed just like that. However, the killer move that Yen Er displayed was the spirit sword Dao. Even a great sage would be destroyed in body and soul if they were injured by the secret technique. Yen Er was Gu Fei's wife and a cultivator of the immortal path. Gu Fei had naturally taught Yen Er the 9 secrets of the immortal path. However, the figure was not a real cultivator. It was just a mark of the great path. Even if it was cut by Yen Er's spirit sword Dao, it would not necessarily dissipate. The figure disappeared, but heaven's retribution still existed. The endless power of heaven's retribution surrounded Yen Er and trapped her in it. Yen Er never expected that she would be trapped by heaven's retribution. This heaven's retribution seemed to have its own consciousness. Thinking of this, Yen Er could not help but be moved. This is a cunning heaven's retribution. In the distant sky, Gu Fei could not help but shake his head with a wry smile. The current heaven's retribution was like a prison that trapped Yen Er inside. The endless power of destruction surged towards Yen Er in a frenzy, wanting to tear her apart and obliterate her. Yen Er knew that she had no choice but to fight with her life on the line. She did not want to fail. The cauldron of myriad poisons appeared in her hand. In the next moment, the ancient cauldron erupted with a torrential poisonous gas. The poisonous gas corroded everything in its surroundings, but it could not break through the prison. At the same time, a figure appeared within the prison. This figure was the mysterious figure that Yen-Er had just annihilated with her soul Dao sword. What? Yen-Er was shocked to see that the figure could still condense. At the same time, she could feel that the power of heaven's retribution within the tribulation clouds was still growing stronger. Kill! The figure roared and charged towards Yen-Er. This time, Yen-Er had no place to hide. She could only fight with the figure. Clang! With a deafening sound, Yen-Er's cauldron of myriad poisons was sent flying by the figure again. This time, she was sent flying along with the cauldron. A trace of blood seeped out from the corner of her mouth. Seeing this scene, Gu Fei was heartbroken. However, he did not make a move because he did not want to interfere with Yen-Er's retribution. She could only rely on herself to pass the retribution. In the next moment, Yen-Er rushed back and fought with the figure. Soon, she was covered with wounds, but she still continued to fight without asking for help. In the end, even Yen-Er's cauldron of myriad poisons was smashed. Yen-Er was seriously injured and on the verge of death. However, at the last moment, she finally made it through. The heavens' retribution began to dissipate. Yen-Er's cultivation finally broke through to the great sage realm. At the moment when she was on the verge of death, she finally gained a blessing in disguise. She had an epiphany, and her cultivation improved greatly. Her injuries were also healed in an instant. Chapter 33-44. The ancestral god realm has given birth to another sacred deity. An old voice sounded between heaven and earth. Yen-Er successfully crossed the great sage heavenly tribulation and became a great sage. At this time, she only felt that her whole body was full of power, as if she could even smash the world with a punch. At this time, above Yen-Er's head, there was a mass of black gas. In the black gas, there were dazzling electric lights flashing from time to time, revealing the aura of destruction. In the mass of black gas, there was the power of the heavenly tribulation. Pieces of fragments were floating in the black gas, and each fragment revealed a shockingly powerful aura. That was the fragment of the myriad medicine cauldron. Under the bombardment of the heavenly tribulation, even this Tao tool was broken. The fragments were floating in the black gas, and vague phantoms were faintly discernible. Those were the phantoms of countless poisonous creatures. From a distance, they were densely packed and creepy. This was the power of 10,000 poisons. It was extremely terrifying. Under the baptism of the great sage heavenly tribulation, this kind of poison power was even more terrifying. Even the existence of a great sage could be poisoned to death. However, soon, the mass of black gas disappeared and was replaced by medicinal power. It was a mass of dark green gas containing endless vitality. In the void, there was a faint medicinal fragrance. All the experts of the god race who sensed this extremely strong vitality could not help but be moved. That mass of green divine light was definitely more precious than a divine medicine. This was the power of 10,000 medicines. It could revive the dead and regenerate flesh and bones. The experts of the god race who saw this scene in the distant sky could not help but be a little jealous. However, no one dared to act rashly. After all, they were about to face a great sage, which was the so-called sacred deity in the ancestral god realm. No one dared to ignore a sacred deity. In the ancestral god realm, experts like Yen-Er were enough to become an overlord-level existence. At this time, Yen-Er was not in the mood to care about other things. She directly sat cross-legged in the void, and then began to sacrificial refine that mass of fragments. Although the myriad medicine cauldron was broken, each fragment contained a huge amount of essence. This kind of Tao tool had not lost its Tao nature, so it could be sacrificial refine and restore. The aura exuded by the fragment was constantly changing. Sometimes, a black aura would soar into the sky, corroding the surrounding space. But sometimes it would be filled with medicinal power, bursting with vitality. These two diametrically opposed powers actually appeared on the ancient cauldron at the same time. This was truly unimaginable. No one would have thought that such a thing could happen. At this moment, Gu Fei did not recall the mountain and river cauldron. The mighty force that could intimidate the heavens completely sealed the Xuanhua city below. The people in the city could not leave, and the people outside the city could not enter. What's going on? Isn't the heavenly tribulation over? Why isn't it letting us out? Someone in the Obsidian Fire City said with dissatisfaction, are we still going to forge a Tao artifact? At that moment, the monster god Venerable, who was enjoying the delicious food in the Sanju Pavilion, suddenly looked up to the sky. There seemed to be two divine suns in the sky, both blooming with dazzling light, illuminating the world. It was Yen and the Shard. Yen whole body was blooming with endless immortal light. The power of the great sage levels surged out from her body. Her hands were constantly forming seals, casting out great path immortal marks. The shard suspended in front of her was constantly vibrating. Sometimes it could gather together and turn into a large cauldron. Sometimes it would collapse and turn into fragments again. However, as Yen continued to forge, the fragments of the cauldron of myriad medicines began to emit a bright brilliance as if it was about to melt in the void. Subsequently, Yen directly spat out a ball of immortal fire. This was the natal true fire that she had painstakingly cultivated. This kind of true fire was too powerful and overbearing. The natal true fire that Yen spat out directly enveloped all the fragments of the cauldron of myriad medicines in the immortal fire. The next moment, the fragments began to gradually melt, which shocked everyone who saw this scene. With Yen cultivation, it was a little difficult to refine the fragments of the cauldron of myriad medicines alone. She had to use the natal true fire to melt these fragments. Refining weapons was the most boring thing. Several hours had passed, and the sun had risen, but Yen still had not successfully forged the cauldron of myriad medicines. She did not give up. Instead, she focused more on the sacrificial refining of the fragments. She fumbled through the failures, summed up the experience in the failures, and continued to improve. Gu Fei had been watching Yen from afar, but he did not help her. Forging a natal Tao weapon was definitely a top priority for those in the immortal Tao. To some extent, a natal Tao weapon was a second life for those in the immortal Tao. At critical times, it could save lives. Just like when Yen was undergoing the heavenly tribulation just now, her cauldron of myriad medicines helped her block a considerable part of the power of the heavenly tribulation, allowing her to successfully pass the heavenly tribulation of the great sage. Yen had not been able to forge her natal Tao weapon for a long time, but countless creatures in the Obsidian Fire City below were suffering. This was because Gu Fei still had not taken back the mountain and river cauldron. No one knew if there were peerless experts lurking in the Obsidian Fire City. Once the mountain and river cauldron was taken back, if an existence like Tsang Ke suddenly attacked, Yen even Gu Fei would not be able to save her in time. Gu Fei would never make such a low-level mistake. Those experts who were watching from afar did not retreat. They were very patient to watch Yen forge the cauldron of myriad medicines. After an unknown period of time, night and day alternated. On this night, a powerful great sage power suddenly erupted from the sky, and a mass of divine light immediately illuminated the world. The source of the divine light was an ancient cauldron. The ancient cauldron was engraved with mysterious ancient patterns. These patterns seemed to be naturally formed. Rumble, waves of wind, and thunder came down from the sky. The aura of the great sage level was mighty in all directions, causing the creatures within a radius of tens of thousands of miles to be terrified. Swoosh! At this moment, a big hand suddenly grabbed Yen, and the ancient cauldron from the sky. "You're courting death." In the distant sky, Gu Fei could not help but be furious when he saw this scene. He then took a step forward and instantly appeared beside Yen, standing side by side with her. The next moment, a big chaotic hand appeared in the void and blasted upward. A powerful wave of power erupted from this chaotic hand. Boom! The two big hands collided with each other, bursting out a deafening loud noise. Then, the two figures instantly separated, and a large piece of the void between them collapsed and annihilated. What? Chapter 3345. Yen finally succeeded in refining her own Destiny Dao tool. However, at the moment of success, someone suddenly attacked her and tried to take her away along with the cauldron. However, Gu Fei had been watching from afar. When he saw this, he didn't even hesitate to rush to Yen Er's side. Preposterous! Gu Fei raised his head, and his gaze was extremely sharp. He saw a figure slowly descend from the sky. It was a black-haired, black-bearded, middle-aged man in black. The middle-aged man had a full beard, was tall, and looked mighty. His tiger-like eyes shined brightly, giving off an extremely powerful sense of oppression. Gu Fei was too lazy to ask who this person was. Since this person dared to attack Yen Er, there was nothing else to say. Roar! Gu Fei let out an angry roar and directly threw a punch at the middle-aged man. A powerful fist force erupted, and even Master Void was destroyed by his fist. The black-robed middle-aged man was shocked. He didn't expect such a powerful existence to attack him and save the woman. Who is that? Seeing someone attack Yen, all the cultivators in the vicinity were inexplicably shocked. Kanglin Xiong, how is this possible? Someone recognized the middle-aged man and was shocked. It has to be said that this middle-aged man had a very powerful background. He was an expert from one of the 3 super forces in the ancestral god realm, the Kanglin clan. The Kanglin clan had the surname Kanglin, and they always kept a low profile. However, this Kanglin Xiong was the opposite. He was very high profile in the cultivation world. At this moment, Gu Fei had already begun his battle with Kanglin Xiong. What surprised Gu Fei was that this guy's cultivation and combat power seemed to be on par with his. Boom! Bang! A dull sound of impact rang out. Gu Fei's fist landed on Kanglin Xiong's left shoulder. In the next moment, the sound of bones breaking rang out, and Kanglin Xiong was sent flying. However, the moment Gu Fei's fist struck Kanglin Xiong, his opponent's fist struck Gu Fei's chest at the same time. Gu Fei's body was involuntarily sent flying. The two figures quickly separated, and the void around them was annihilated. But in the next moment, they charged at each other again, and it was hard to tell who would win. At this time, Yen had already been taken into Gu Fei's inner world. Even a great sage-level existence would be annihilated if they were affected by the shock waves of a battle of this level. Rumble, the powerful aura of a quasi-supreme being burst out from Gu Fei's body, spreading out in this part of the world. All the living beings were terrified to the extreme. Kanglin Xiong was not weak either. The aura bursting out from his body was not inferior to Gu Fei's. 2 such powerful auras appeared in the sky above Xuanhua City. At this time, the Xuanhua City Lord wanted to die. These guys either went to his place to undergo heavenly tribulations or came here to fight. Countless living beings in the entire city were furious. The Kanglin clan is also unwilling to be left out. In Xuanhua City, the demon god muttered to himself in Sanju Pavilion. The table in front of him was full of dishes, and the table was already in a mess. He had been eating here for several days, until Yen finished her great sage, heavenly tribulation. But Gu Fei still had not taken away the mountain and river cauldron. If Gu Fei did not take away the mountain and river cauldron, even someone as strong as the demon god would not be able to leave the city. At this time, Gu Fei was fighting with the guy from the Kanglin clan. This made the demon god a little speechless. Did this guy forget to take away the mountain and river cauldron? High up in the sky, two figures were moving quickly. A terrifying aura spread out, and the whole world seemed to be exploding. Countless living beings were terrified to the extreme. This was a battle between supreme experts. No one would have thought that a battle of this level would break out. All of this was beyond everyone's expectations. Who the hell are you? Kanglin Xiong was shocked and angry. If it wasn't for this guy's interference, he would have already captured the woman. Buzz. Gu Fei did not speak and directly displayed the 9 heaven punishing swords. 9 sword lights rushed out from his body and directly pierced towards Kanglin Xiong. Each sword light burst out with a shocking killing power, as if each sword light could destroy the world. Kanglin Xiong could not help but be shocked. The killer move displayed by his opponent was too powerful and terrifying. It was not a move that an ordinary quasi-supreme master could use. As the old ancestor of the Kanglin clan, Kanglin Xiong naturally knew how powerful and terrifying such an opponent was. Boom! An extremely strong twisting force emerged from Kanglin Xiong's body. The 9 sword lights that were slashing towards him were immediately swallowed by this force. Kill! Gu Fei roared. The 9 sword lights that were swallowed by Kanglin Xiong directly broke through the void and rushed out, instantly piercing in front of Kanglin Xiong. What Kanglin Xiong's shock was by no means insignificant. The strange distorting power once again emerged from his body. At that moment, it was as if the universe had been turned upside down. The 9 immortal sword lights vibrated and deviated from their direction. They passed by Kanglin Xiong without hurting him at all. Gu Fei could not help but be shocked when he saw this. His opponent's move seemed to be somewhat similar to his chaotic secret technique. Both could divert the opponent's killer move and use it for one's own. However, Gu Fei's 9 heaven punishing swords would not be so easily used by Kanglin Xiong. Humph, I'll show you the real chaotic secret technique. As Gu Fei spoke, he directly performed one of the 9 secrets of Immortal Path, the chaotic secret technique. In that instant, the void around him also began to distort. Roar! Kanglin Xiong roared and directly punched at Gu Fei. The powerful fist directly penetrated the void around Gu Fei. At the moment when it was about to hit Gu Fei, the fist changed direction and directly smashed back at him. How is this possible? Kanglin Xiong was truly shocked. He did not expect his opponent to have such an unimaginable move. This move was many times more brilliant than the one he had mastered. Just as Kanglin Xiong dodged his fist, Gu Fei's fist had already smashed into the bridge of his nose. Kanglin Xiong screamed in pain as he was sent flying. Blood flowed from his nose, and the bridge of his nose was broken. He looked extremely miserable. A warrior prefers death to humiliation. You deserve to die. Chapter 3346. Kanglin Xiong dared to attack Yen. This definitely touched Gu Fei's reverse scale. There was no way Gu Fei would let him go. Gu Fei displayed his powerful battle prowess. He punched Kanglin Xiong in the face, causing his nose to bleed. He screamed as he was sent flying. How dare you slap my face? Kanglin Xiong was enraged. What he hated the most was being slapped in the face. Ever since he became the patriarch of the Kanglin clan, no one had ever dared to slap his face. But now, this guy actually dared to slap his face. How preposterous. Roar! Kanglin Xiong roared into the sky. His long hair danced wildly, and his eyes twinkled like two cold stars. An extremely powerful quasi-sovereign power erupted from his body. This was the divine power of a quasi-sovereign. It shook heaven and earth. A layer of almost transparent divine flame emerged from Kanglin Xiong's body. This was a phenomenon that could only occur when the divine power of fire had been cultivated to the extreme. Boom! In the next moment, a transparent divine flame erupted from Kanglin Xiong's body. It instantly engulfed the heavens and the earth. The transparent divine flame also engulfed Gu Fei. Gu Fei smiled. Just as the divine flames were about to burn him, a ball of primal chaos divine light surged out from his body and blocked the divine flames from reaching him. Even so, Gu Fei could still feel a wave of heat penetrating through his primal divine shield and attacking his body, making him feel unbearably hot. This fellow does have some ability. Gu Fei couldn't help but be moved. His opponent was a quasi-sovereign of the God clan. His cultivation and battle prowess weren't much different from his own. He was a strong enemy. If he didn't use an extreme saint tool, it wouldn't be easy to take him down. At this moment, countless living beings in the Xuanhua city were shocked. They saw a divine flame descending from the sky. Under the burning of this divine flame, the void was silently annihilated. Just as the divine flame was about to fall into the city, it seemed to have suddenly collided with an invisible wall and was blocked. The silhouette of an ancient cauldron appeared in the sky above Obsidian Fire City. Seeing this, all the living beings in Xuanhua City heaved a sigh of relief. Even the city lord of Xuanhua City secretly wiped his cold sweat. After all, those were universe-enlightened, ancestral god realm divine flames. Not to mention a large expanse of such divine flames. Even a single strand of such divine flames would cause unimaginable destruction if it descended into the city, and countless people would be obliterated. I'm not going to take this guy down yet. Inside the Sanju Pavilion, monster god Venerable ordered another table of dishes. This time, he finally tasted the horned dragon carp from the Sanju Pavilion. In fact, the demon god had eaten the braised single-horned dragon carp before. It was so delicious that he almost swallowed his tongue. Now that he was eating it again, it still tasted the same. There were probably not many dishes in the world that could be more delicious than the braised single-horned dragon carp. The demon god had been eating and drinking in the Sanju Pavilion for several days without stopping. Even the big boss of the Sanju Pavilion was alarmed by his magnificent feat. That glutton had eaten so many delicacies. If he could not pay the bill, wouldn't the Sanju Pavilion suffer a huge loss? While the demon god was enjoying the delicacies, Gu Fei was engaged in a fierce battle with Kanglin Xiong. Two figures were moving quickly in the endless divine flames. As Gu Fei raised his hand, a large expanse of divine flames was instantly shattered. The chaotic force turned into a giant hand that covered the sky and slapped towards Kanglin Xiong, forcing him to constantly retreat. Where did this guy come from? How could I not know such a character? Kanglin Xiong was shocked and angry. At that moment, he was still bleeding profusely. His opponent's fist was imbued with the power of the Great Path. This kind of injury, and it was a Dao injury, was not that easy to heal. It was precisely because of this that Kanglin Xiong flew into a rage out of humiliation. His nose would probably take some time to recover. During this period, how could he go out and meet people? The dignified ancestor of the Kanglin clan had his nose broken. If those old guys were to find out, they would definitely laugh their heads off. Sky-burning strike. Kanglin Xiong went all out. He roared as endless fire elemental divine power crazily gathered towards his hands. A fireball emerged between his hands. Boom! The next moment, the fireball instantly grew bigger and became much bigger than a mountain. It was as if a divine sun had appeared between heaven and earth. The divine power of a quasi-supreme being spread out in all directions, causing the void to shatter and be annihilated. Kanglin Xiong roared. The next moment, the clothes on his upper body were shattered by the eruption of divine power and burned in the void, revealing his strong and powerful upper body. His arms that were holding the fireball were constantly shaking. His body was drenched in sweat and looked very strenuous. Kill. With a shake of his arms, the fireball immediately rushed out from his hands and fiercely smashed towards Gu Fei. A violent and powerful force erupted from the huge fireball. The heat emitted from the fireball caused the void to burn. The fireball instantly smashed in front of Gu Fei. A gust of blazing wind blew his long hair backwards, and his clothes fluttered. In front of the huge fireball, Gu Fei seemed incomparably small, like an ant. However, he directly stretched out his right hand and pressed forward. Bang! The small palm pressed against the huge fireball, causing a muffled collision sound to ring out. After that, Gu Fei was sent flying back. His palm was still pressed against the fireball, but he was pushed back by the fireball. Seeing this, the countless God race experts, watching from afar, were indescribably shocked. Just who was that person? He could actually block Kanglin Xiong's attack. Kanglin Xiong was putting his life on the line. That fireball was condensed with Kanglin Xiong's greatest strength. Just this strike alone could probably destroy more than half of the stars in the sky. If it hit the ground, a large region would be completely destroyed, and countless lives would perish. However, Gu Fei had received Kanglin Xiong's full-powered attack with a single palm. Although he was knocked back, he did not suffer too much of an impact. Roar! Gu Fei roared furiously. His long hair fluttered despite the absence of wind. He was exerting his strength. A chaotic light surged from the palm of his right hand that was pressing on the fireball. Boom! In the next moment, boundless chaotic force erupted from Gu Fei's palm. The chaotic light erupted from his hand and turned into a chaotic light. It was as if a chaotic sun had appeared in the world and collided with the huge fireball. Then, Gu Fei stopped and blocked the fireball. What? Seeing this, Kanglin Xiong, who originally thought that he had finally suppressed Gu Fei after sending Gu Fei flying, was greatly shocked. Then, he witnessed an indescribable scene. He saw Gu Fei roar furiously, and an even more powerful chaotic force immediately erupted from his hand. In the next moment, the huge fireball that Kanglin Xiong had shot out actually exploded. A monstrous destructive force instantly exploded and swept out in all directions. However, the moment the force exploded, an ancient cauldron suddenly flew up from below. The ancient cauldron let out a humming sound, and a heaven-devouring power surged out from it, enveloping the power that had erupted. The mountain river cauldron seemed to be very happy. It continuously hummed cheerfully, and the explosive force continuously gathered towards the mountain river cauldron. It was directly devoured by the mountain river cauldron. This was the force of a quasi-sovereign. After devouring this force, the mountain river cauldron could naturally recover some of its cultivation and battle prowess. Seeing this, the experts who were watching from afar were all dumbfounded. This guy was too powerful, and that ancient cauldron seemed to be an extreme Dao weapon. It had to be said that Kanglin Xiong had kicked an iron plate today. Soon, the endless heavenly fire was completely devoured by the mountain river cauldron. However, at this moment, Kanglin Xiong directly used a forbidden weapon and disappeared without a trace. Even Gu Fei found it difficult to track him. Seeing that Kanglin Xiong had actually chosen to escape, Gu Fei was very surprised. This guy was an old ancestor after all, but he actually chose to escape when the situation wasn't right. This was too embarrassing. Even the other experts were in disbelief when they saw Kanglin Xiong escape. This guy had always been known for being forceful, but he had actually chosen to escape now. Humph! Gu Fei looked in the direction that Kanglin Xiong had escaped in, and his pupils involuntarily contracted. This guy was decisive in killing, and was definitely a formidable person. Such an expert knew when to advance and when to retreat. Seeing that it was difficult for him to win, Kanglin Xiong directly retreated. This was not embarrassing for Kanglin Xiong. A formidable person knew when to yield and when to stand tall. Kanglin clan, Gu Fei muttered to himself. With a wave of his hand, the mountain river cauldron directly flew back to him and fell into his hand. I've finally taken that Tao weapon. The demon god stood up, and the next moment, Gu Fei's figure disappeared in the void and instantly appeared in front of the demon god. Kid, you really know how to enjoy yourself. Gu Fei sat directly opposite the demon god, and then reached out to grab the whole single-horned dragon carp. He ate it in big mouthfuls, his mouth full of grease, and was full of praises. The demon god sat down again. Seeing that Gu Fei had actually eaten the whole single-horned dragon carp into fish bones, he could not help but feel pained. The dragon carp cost a lot of money, but Gu Fei ate it all. Gu Fei had also not eaten braised fish for a long time, especially braised fish with a huge amount of essence like the single-horned dragon carp. Soon, Gu Fei finished most of the dishes on the table like a tornado, and only then did he burp. The setting sun on the thick seat looked at the demon god opposite him with a faint smile. The demon god had goosebumps under Gu Fei's gaze, not knowing what this guy was thinking. Chapter 33:47. The news of Gu Fei defeating Kanglin Xiong quickly spread throughout the cultivation world of the ancestral god realm. The experts in the ancestral god realm didn't know who Gu Fei was, but they knew what kind of existence Kanglin Xiong was. He was the ancestor of the Kanglin clan. Ancestor-level existences were the most powerful existences in the ancestral god realm. For countless years, the ancestor realm was ruled by the ancestor, the supreme ancestor god ancestor, who was above the ancestor god ancestor, had all disappeared in the distant past. No one knew where those supreme ancestors, who were said to be invincible, had gone. An expert of unknown origin had defeated Kanglin Xiong. This caused the rulers of the 5 great continents of the ancestral god realm to be indescribably shocked. This was an existence that could change the power structure of the entire ancestral god realm. The rulers of the 5 continents did not dare to take it lightly. They sent countless subordinates to investigate the origin of this ancestor who suddenly appeared. However, Gu Fei was not someone from the ancestral god realm. No matter how powerful the rulers of the 5 great continents of the ancestral god realm were, they would not be able to find anything. However, soon, someone in the ancestral god realm spread the news that the person who defeated Kanglin Xiong was from another world and not from the ancestral god realm. Once the news spread, the experts of the ancestral god realm were shocked to the extreme. Could it be that the guy from the chaos demon realm broke through again? Although countless years had passed since then, there were still many old-timers who remembered the battle. In fact, many of them had even experienced it themselves. Although the passage between the ancestral god realm and the chaos demon realm had been severed in that battle, no one knew if the demons in the chaos demon realm had the ability to reopen the passage. This was definitely an extremely serious matter. If that person really came from the chaos demon realm, it meant that the demons in the chaos demon realm had a way to enter the ancestral god realm. That great war in the primordial era had caused almost total destruction to the ancestral god realm. No one wanted to repeat the chaos between the 2 realms. Among the 3 super forces of the ancestral god realm, except for the Pang clan, the Kanglin clan, and the Heavenly Fire clan, all mobilized their forces to investigate Gu Fei's origin. While the major forces of the ancestral god realm were taking action, Gu Fei and the demon god were feasting and drinking in the Mystic Fire City. After all, the demon god was an ancestor-level existence in the ancestral god realm. Although the demon god clan was small in number, there were many other weak clans attached to the demon god clan. When the demon god appeared in the Xuanhua city, there were people attached to the demon god clan. The demon god and the peripheral forces of the demon god clan met up. Very soon, venerable demon god learned of the movements of the major forces in the ancestral god realm. Daoist Gu, you're really dazzling no matter where you go. On a great mountain in the ancestral god realm's eastern continent, a black-robed, middle-aged man muttered to himself as he stared at the setting sun in the distant sky. Several old men stood behind this middle-aged man. In the depths of this mountain range, there was an incomparably huge divine tree. It was a true divine tree that towered into the sky. The mountains surrounding the divine tree were not even half as tall as the divine tree. The huge divine tree was lush and lush, as though it was holding up a part of the world. The canopy of the tree covered a radius of 1,000 miles. It was truly frightening. A powerful aura of life emanated from the divine tree. The place where the divine tree was located was filled with an extremely exuberant life force. The black-robed, middle-aged man on the mountain peak looked at the divine tree in the distance with a complicated expression. That divine tree was the Eastern Continent's divine tree, and this black-robed, middle-aged man was the primogenitor of the Golden Rock clan, Tsang Quebec. There was only one Eastern Continent's divine tree in the entire ancestral god realm. The area where the divine tree was located was originally the habitat of the Golden Rock clan. But now there was another great clan occupying that area. It was the Golden Crow clan. The canopy of the Eastern Continent's divine tree flickered with golden light. It was the golden crow nests that were emitting golden light. According to legend, the Golden Crow clan was born from the primordial divine sun and was extremely powerful. Even in ancient times, the Golden Crow clan was one of the 10 great, ferocious clans of the ancestral god realm. Tsang Ke didn't expect the Golden Crow clan to seize his ancestral land. This shocked and angered him. One must know that the Golden Crow clan and the Chaos Golden Rock clan were allies in the past. Tsang Ke and the Golden Crow clan's primogenitor were sworn brothers. But now it seemed that after he was lost in the Chaos Devil realm, his sworn brother actually occupied his ancestral land. In fact, when Tsang Ke returned and found out about everything, he almost went crazy. He couldn't accept being betrayed by his sworn brother. He once thought that with his sworn brother around, the Chaos Golden Rock clan would be able to protect their ancestral land and inheritance in the ancestral god realm. However, from the looks of it now, his thoughts back then were truly too naive. His own ancestral land, his own inheritance, had actually almost been destroyed by this sworn brother of his. Old ancestor, we've already investigated. That traitor isn't in the ancestral land. On the mountain peak, a white fat old man, standing behind Tsang Ke, said, "Isn't he?" Tsang Ke's expression was still as calm as ever. No one could see anything from his expression. Old ancestor, shouldn't we make use of this rare opportunity to kill our way in and take back what is rightfully ours? Another old man said, excitedly. "What's the hurry?" Tsang Ke said. He wasn't in a hurry, but that didn't mean that the others weren't. After all, the chaotic Golden Rock tribe had almost been exterminated by the Golden Crow tribe. If it weren't for the fact that the elders had sensed that something was amiss and arranged a backup plan, the chaotic Golden Rock tribe would have been exterminated. Even so, almost all the Chaos Golden Rock clan's clansmen were killed by the Golden Crow clan's ancestor, and only a dozen of them managed to escape. Over the years, The Chaos Golden Rock clan had survived under the shadow of the Golden Crow clan's pursuit until today. The Golden Crow clan became the #1 clan in the East Continent, second only to the 3 super clans in the ancestral god realm. But now, Song-K had returned. Even the Golden Crow clan's primogenitor would never expect that Song-K was still alive. Song-K was gathering his clansmen. The Chaos Golden Rock clan only had a few hundred clansmen in the entire ancestral god realm, which was incomparable to the ancient times. Golden Crow clan, just you wait. Your good days are over. Song-K took a deep look at the divine tree in the distance, then decisively turned around and left. The few old men behind him hurriedly chased after him. The balance of power in the ancestral god realm would be broken. Chaos had already appeared, so Song-K naturally wouldn't let the Golden Crow clan off. He wanted revenge. At this time, Gu Fei and the demon god had already left Abstruse Fire City and continued towards the ancestral land of the Skyfire clan. He wanted to see the ancestral god heart. In fact, Gu Fei wanted to know if the so-called ancestral god heart in the ancestral land of the Skyfire clan was the same ancestral god heart that appeared in the Chaos Demon realm. If the ancestral god heart was the same one in the Chaos Demon realm, then how did it return to the ancestral god realm from the Chaos Demon realm? This was what Gu Fei was worried about. Along the way, Gu Fei and the demon god were very low-key, but if they encountered injustice, he still had to intervene. A few days later, Gu Fei and the demon god appeared near the ancestral land of the Skyfire clan. The ancestral land of the Skyfire clan was a unique treasure land. This treasure land was as rare as the Pang clan's 9 dragons competing pearl. There was only one such ancestral land in the entire ancestral god realm. It was a place where heavenly fire gathered. This place had once nurtured the innate fire clan god and was the ancestral land of the fire element divine clan. In the middle of the ancestral land of the Skyfire clan was a fire cave. From time to time, a fire pillar would rush out of the fire cave. It was an almost transparent fire pillar. That was the real heavenly fire. The power of this heavenly fire was terrifying to the extreme. Even a quasi-supreme wouldn't dare to let this heavenly fire burn their body. Although he was only looking from a distance, Gu Fei still felt the terrifying heat wave coming from the front. The blood in his body seemed to be ignited. Rumble. From time to time, the sound of wind and thunder came from the front. This was a world of fire. Every inch of the void was filled with a huge amount of fire elemental essence. This was a paradise for the fire element divine clan, but it was a hell for other clans. Even the wind that blew overcarried a terrifying fire elemental essence that could ignite the void between heaven and earth. The ancestral land of the Skyfire clan was huge. Trying to find the ancestral god's heart in this ancestral land was like looking for a needle in a haystack. It was simply impossible. In this fire domain, powerful figures of the Fire clan could be seen from time to time. Swoosh! At this moment, a firebird suddenly rushed out from a valley up ahead. It soared into the sky and flew into the distance. A violent aura erupted from the body of the firebird, a sage-level Fire clan creature. Gu Fei was taken aback. A random firebird that flew out of the valley actually had a cultivation base of the sage realm. He couldn't help but be shocked. What's so strange about it? A Fire clan creature that can appear here naturally isn't weak. You should know that this is the ancestral land of the Skyfire clan. Monster God said disapprovingly. Rumble. Suddenly, there was a strange movement nearby. Gu Fei looked in the direction of the sound and saw a red mountain moving in the distance. Upon closer inspection, it was actually a fire turtle as huge as a mountain. The fire turtle didn't notice Gu Fei and the others. It just crawled into the distance. Wherever it passed, the earth shook and the soil turned into magma. There was no doubt that this fire tortoise was much stronger than the previous firebird. Chapter 3348. Countless experts of the Fire Clan were gathered in the ancestral land of the Skyfire Clan. Gu Fei had already seen many powerful beings of the Fire Clan in the periphery of the ancestral land of the Skyfire Clan. Those beings of the Fire Clan who could enter the ancestral land of the Skyfire Clan to cultivate were not weaklings. They were at least at the saint level and exuded a powerful aura. In the depths of the ancestral land of the Skyfire Clan, there was a fire cavern that spewed innate divine fire. Around the fire cavern was a sea of fire. A huge lava lake surrounded the fire cavern. The temperature in the fire cavern was enough to melt the hardest divine iron in the world. This was also the place where the experts of the Skyfire Clan refined their divine weapons. In the ancestral god realm, many famous divine weapons of the great Tao were forged here. The ancestral land of the Skyfire Clan had been the target of contention for many powerful clans since ancient times. Fire clouds floated high in the sky near the fire cavern. Pavilions and terraces could be vaguely seen above the fire clouds. It was the Fire Cloud Palace of the Skyfire Clan. On the ground of the ancestral land of the Skyfire Clan, there were very few buildings. Most of them were cave abodes. The experts of the Fire Clan who lived here preferred to build abodes on the ground. The huge lava lake was constantly tumbling and surging with monstrous flames. Within the flames, there were faint traces of connate fire patterns. Those were connate Tao patterns formed by the natural condensation of heaven and earth. Gu Fei and Venerable Demon God hid on a mountain peak and looked into the fire domain. The fire domain was calm, but that was only on the surface. They knew that if anyone dared to break into the fire domain, there would be experts of the Fire Clan who would kill them mercilessly. Gu Fei and Venerable Demon God were only here to look for the heart of the ancestral god. They were not here to fight the Skyfire Clan. Gu Fei was not willing to help the Pang Clan. In fact, the Pang Clan should not have used his friendship with Fatty Pang to make him help the Pang Clan. That was not good. He did not want to be taken advantage of by others. At this time, a strange sound came from the huge lava lake. A huge figure emerged from the lava lake. It was a huge snake that was as red as a mountain ridge. Scarlet Refinement Fire Snake. Demon God Venerable couldn't help but be taken aback when he saw the giant snake in the magma lake. It was an extremely powerful fire elemental creature. The place where it was located must be the place where the fire essence gathered. Scarlet Refinement Fire Snake. Gu Fei was startled when he heard this. Wasn't this kind of living being a primordial variant? He was truly surprised that there was actually such a living being in the ancestral god realm. The Scarlet Drill Fire Snake, which was as huge as a mountain ridge, writhed in the magma lake for a while before it sank into the magma lake and no longer appeared. Let's go. At that moment, an extremely powerful spiritual will emanated from Fire Cloud Palace, instantly enveloping the entire world. An ancestor level being released, his divine sense, as if trying to sense something. Gu Fei and the demon god knew that the news of them coming to the ancestral land of the Skyfire Clan had long been leaked to the higher-ups of the Skyfire Clan by someone with ulterior motives. To the Skyfire Clan, a peerless expert who had defeated Kanglin Xiong was coming for them. Even the powerful Skyfire Clan was facing a formidable enemy. Just as Gu Fei and the others were about to leave, a chariot suddenly rushed over from the distant sky. On the chariot stood a peerless expert. Powerful fire elemental force fluctuations erupted from the chariot. The entire chariot was shrouded in a layer of golden flames. emitting a dazzling golden fiery light. It was as if a divine sun had flown over from the distant sky and directly rushed over the heads of Gu Fei and the demon god. The mighty fire elemental force fluctuations from the chariot shook the mountains below. The chariot was very unusual. There was a golden crow's shadow looming on the chariot. The blazing heat waves spread and annihilated the void around the chariot. The chariot instantly went far away. The peerless expert on the chariot did not notice the existence of Gu Fei and the demon god, Golden Crow. The demon god was a little surprised. Did the Golden Crow clan have a relationship with the Skyfire clan? The Golden Crow clan was the largest clan in the East Continent. In ancient times, the Golden Crow clan replaced the chaotic Golden Rock clan in the East Continent and became the dominator of the East Continent. The ancestor of the Golden Crow clan was a supreme god ancestor. However, his ancestor had disappeared for countless years. Even so, no one dared to look down on the Golden Crow clan. No one could shake the Golden Crow clan's overlord position in the East Continent, not even the three superpowers. The three superpowers might be able to destroy the Golden Crow clan, but the price would be too high. The loss outweighed the gain. The three superpowers restrained each other and were evenly matched. Once one of the superpowers was weakened, the other two superpowers would have the opportunity to take advantage. In this way, an overlord force like the Golden Crow clan was able to continue to be passed down and became a target for the three great forces to rope in. It wasn't strange for an expert of the Golden Crow clan to appear in the ancestral land of the Heavenly Fire clan. However, it was obvious that the expert of the Golden Crow clan had been treated with great courtesy by the Heavenly Fire clan for being able to drive a war chariot in the ancestral land of the Heavenly Fire clan. It seems that the Golden Crow is not simple. The demon god muttered to himself. After that, Gu Fei and the demon god left the fire territory. If they stayed any longer, they might be discovered by the experts of the Skyfire clan. Since the expert of the Golden Crow clan left, the entire fire territory had undergone some kind of change. The entire world seemed to freeze. A force was about to seal the entire fire territory. This force was extremely powerful. Once the fire territory was sealed by this force, it would not be easy for Gu Fei and the others to get out. Before the entire fire territory was sealed, Gu Fei and the demon god left the fire territory. Rumble, heaven and earth shook. Beams of fire rushed out from all over the fire territory. The entire fire territory disappeared from the world in an instant. It was as if it had been erased from the world. This, outside the fire territory, Gu Fei and the demon god were shocked when they sensed what was happening behind them. It was an extreme formation. The ancestral land of the Skyfire clan was protected by an extreme formation. If Gu Fei and the others were one step slower, they would have been trapped inside. At that time, they would have to face the countless experts of the entire Skyfire clan. Gu Fei was not afraid of anyone. If it really came to that, he would challenge the entire Skyfire clan alone. He would just fight. Just as Gu Fei and the others came out of the fire territory, a black-clothed man appeared in front of them. A descendant of Tsang Quebec, on a bare rocky mountain, Gu Fei looked at the black-clothed middle-aged man opposite him and said, "Greetings, Ancestor Gu Fei." Chapter 3349. I've become an old ancestor. Gu Fei looked at the black-clothed middle-aged man, who was kneeling at his feet, and said, "Am I that old? I'm still a little fresh meat." "Ahem, tell me, why are you looking for me?" Gu Fei naturally had to pretend to be superior. He could not lose his prestige in front of the younger generation. "My old ancestor wants to invite old ancestor Gu Fei to meet him," the black-clothed, middle-aged man said while lying on the ground. At this time, he did not even dare to raise his head. After all, Gu Fei intentionally or unintentionally revealed a trace of quasi-supreme aura, which was enough to make the black-clothed, middle-aged man terrified. Humph! That guy wants to meet me, but he doesn't come looking for me. Instead, he wants me to meet him in person? Gu Fei said in a displeased tone. My old ancestor is busy. Otherwise, he would have come to meet you, old ancestor Gu Fei. The black-clothed middle-aged man said. His head was even lower, and his forehead was touching the ground. What else can he be busy with? Isn't he just trying to revive the chaotic Golden Rock clan? Gu Fei said disapprovingly. Song Ke had dreamed of returning to the ancestral god realm. Now, his dream had come true. However, in the ancestral god realm, the chaotic Golden Rock clan seemed to have completely declined. Song Ke naturally wanted the chaotic Golden Rock clan to return to its former peak. However, he found that it was not easy for the chaotic Golden Rock clan to rise again. Song Ke was very clear that the current era was not the era of the ancient times, and he was not a supreme god ancestor anymore. If he wanted to revive the chaotic Golden Rock clan by himself, it would be very difficult. The Golden Crow clan was not easy to deal with. This, after hearing Gu Fei's words, the black-clothed, middle-aged man did not know what to say. He was so anxious that his forehead was full of sweat. If he could not invite Gu Fei, he would not know how to explain to the old ancestor. All right, lead the way. Gu Fei waved his hand and said, Yes, Patriarch Gu Fei. The black-robed, middle-aged man felt his body lighten, and the quasi-supreme level pressure emanating from Gu Fei instantly disappeared. He hurriedly soared into the sky and rushed into the distance. Gu Fei and the demon god followed behind the black-shirt, middle-aged man unhurriedly. What was Song Ke busy with? He was so busy that he didn't even have time to see me. The black-clothed, middle-aged man's cultivation was not bad. He was a saint-level expert, but in the eyes of Gu Fei and Demon God, the middle-aged man was just like an ant. Soon, the black-clothed, middle-aged man brought Gu Fei and the Demon God to a valley. The black-clothed, middle-aged man did not hesitate and directly rushed into the valley. Gu Fei and the Demon God also directly entered the valley. The valley was lush and full of vitality. Among the shadows of the trees, there were looming pavilions. This place is not bad. Gu Fei looked at the valley. The spiritual energy gathered. There was strong vitality. It was a spiritual land. Of course, it was not a rare spiritual land. Ha, Brother Gu, Song Ke, am really grateful that you're willing to come. At that moment, a figure directly came out from the depths of the valley. It was none other than the chaotic Golden Rock clan's patriarch, Song Quebec. Song Ke, you're really arrogant. You actually asked us to come to you. Gu Fei patted Song Ke's shoulder and said, Ha, Brother Gu, what are you talking about? Come. Let's talk inside. Song Ke said, and led Gu Fei and the demon god into the pavilion deep in the valley. After Gu Fei and Song Ke sat down, the chaotic Golden Rock clan's people served spiritual fruits and divine wine before leaving. Only Gu Fei, Song Ke, and the demon god were left in the pavilion. It was not that Song Ke did not trust his descendants, but the fewer people who knew about this, the better. Say it. I won't do anything that doesn't benefit me. Gu Fei picked up a spiritual fruit and threw it into his mouth. With a light bite, the spiritual fruit immediately turned into juice and exploded in his mouth. A fragrance filled his mouth. Ha, Brother Gu, you're still the same. Song Ke laughed. As long as Gu Fei was still the same, he did not have to worry that Gu Fei would not take action. Every man for himself will be destroyed by the heavens. Gu Fei said as he grabbed the wine glass in front of him and drank it in one gulp. I want to give you a great fortune, but I don't know if Brother Gu dares to accept it. Song Ke stared at Gu Fei and said in a serious tone, "What fortune?" Gu Fei also became serious. It was no small matter for Song Ke to call it a great fortune. One should know that Song Ke used to be a supreme god ancestor. At this moment, even the demon god pricked up his ears. The ancestral divine realm is divided into 5 continents. There's a divine item in the East continent. To be precise, it's an immortal tree. Song Ke said, "What? You're talking about the East continent's divine tree?" At this moment, the demon god suddenly exclaimed, "There was a tree in the East continent of the ancestral divine realm, an immortal divine tree. It was the unique spiritual root of the entire East continent." East continent's divine tree? Gu Fei's eyes instantly lit up. Immortal divine tree, isn't that the same as the immortal divine herb? He could not help but be tempted. This was definitely a great fortune. If he could obtain the immortal divine tree, it would be no different than having an extra life. However, Gu Fei also knew that it was not easy to obtain the immortal divine tree. Otherwise, it would have been taken by someone else long ago. How could it be his turn? In fact, the East Continent's immortal divine tree really did have an owner. "Why, Brother Gu, are you interested?" Song Ke said. "Ha! You're asking me if I'm interested? Tell me, what do you want me to do?" Gu Fei said with a laugh. "It's simple. You and I will join forces and conquer the East Continent. You'll obtain the immortal divine tree, and I'll destroy the Golden Crow tribe." Song Ke said, while staring straight into Gu Fei's eyes. "It's indeed simple." Gu Fei sighed. Although Song Ke said it in a casual manner, Gu Fei knew that Song Ke's words would plunge the East Continent into an abyss of misery. Countless living beings would die because of it. However, it seemed like it had nothing to do with him. He only wanted the East Continent's immortal divine tree. Everything else was out of his control. One should know that Song Ke was determined to destroy the Golden Crow tribe. With Gu Fei's help, Song Ke's plan could be carried out in advance. "Brother Gu, does that mean you agree?" Song Ke was overjoyed. He was well aware of Gu Fei's cultivation base and battle strength. With his help, destroying the Golden Crow tribe would not be as difficult as it seemed. "Master, the demon god wanted to say something, but in the end, he did not say anything." Chapter 3350. Gu Fei agreed to Song Ke's request to join forces with him to attack the East Continent. Of course, his target was the East Continent's divine tree. Since ancient times, the East Continent of the ancestral god realm had nurtured an immortal divine tree, the immortal divine tree. It had existed for countless years and had been owned by countless supreme experts. And now, the owner of the immortal divine tree was the Golden Crow clan. Although the Golden Crow clan was not the strongest clan in the ancestral god realm, they were only slightly weaker than the 3 supreme clans. Moreover, the Golden Crow clan possessed the immortal divine tree. The divine tree contained the endless vitality of the East Continent. Wherever the divine tree was located was a divine land. If the divine tree was taken away, it would have an unpredictable impact on the entire East Continent. The East Continent's divine tree was equivalent to the ancestral root of the East Continent. Although countless supreme experts had tried to take away the divine tree, none of them succeeded. In the pavilion in the valley, the decision made by Gu Fei and Song Ke was enough to affect the power structure of the entire ancestral god realm. It might be the start of chaos in the ancestral god realm. "Song Ke, can you help me with something first?" Gu Fei suddenly smiled and said, "What is it?" Song Ke was startled. What could be more important than attacking the East Continent? "How about you and I explore the Heavenly Fire Clan?" Gu Fei looked at Song Ke and said seriously, "The Heavenly Fire Clan." Song Ke was shocked. Is Gu Fei planning to attack the Heavenly Fire Clan? Isn't that creating unnecessary trouble? Someone told me that the heart of ancestral God is in the ancestral land of the Heavenly Fire clan. Gu Fei said. What? When Song Ke heard Gu Fei's words, he was extremely shocked. He knew how powerful and terrifying the ancestral God's heart was. The ancestral God's heart was the immortal heart of the most powerful supreme God ancestor in the ancestral God realm. He had fought with the heart of ancestral God before. Now that Gu Fei mentioned it, he was shocked. The heart of ancestral God had returned to the ancestral God realm. Could it be? Kank wanted to say something but hesitated. There's no need to guess. Whether it's the ancestor God's heart from back then, we'll know once we make a move. Gu Fei said. This Song Ke was in deep thought. He really didn't want to complicate matters, but if he rejected Gu Fei, then their cooperation would probably be in vain. He was well aware of Gu Fei's strength. Gu Fei controlled the passageway between the Chaos Devil realm and the ancestral God realm. Moreover, Gu Fei had countless incomparably powerful subordinates. Gu Fei had subdued many powerful existences in the Chaos Demon world. Most importantly, Song Ke's 3 descendants who were lost in the Chaos Demon realm were still waiting for him to return. Song Ke's 3 descendants were extremely powerful. They would definitely be his capable assistants, and the power in Gu Fei's hands would also be a great help when attacking the Eastern continent. What? You still need to think about it. Gu Fei's lazy voice sounded. All right. Song Ke agreed. This place wasn't far from the ancestral land of the Skyfire clan. Since Gu Fei wanted to make a move, he would accompany him. All right, straightforward. Let's go then. Gu Fei said as he stood up. The demon god also stood up. He knew that the entire ancestral god realm was about to be in chaos, but it was also an opportunity for the demon god clan to rise. Heroes emerge in troubled times. Once the ancestral god realm was in chaos, even people as strong as Gu Fei, Song Ke, and the others might not be able to control everything. Once the situation was out of control, the ancestral god realm would enter the Dark Ages, and the people would be plunged into misery and suffering. However, all of this was insignificant in the eyes of the big shots. The big shots only had hegemony and power in their eyes. That was everything. Song Ke also stood up and walked out of the pavilion with Gu Fei and the demon god. The 3 experts then left the valley. The valley was actually the place where a small sect was located. The small sect relied on the Skyfire clan to occupy a spiritual land. If it wasn't for the sect relying on the Skyfire clan, this spiritual land would have been snatched by other forces. This was the reality of the world of cultivation. The strong preyed on the weak. This truth was applicable everywhere, especially in the world of cultivation. In the world of cultivation, it was difficult for the weak to survive. This was a world where the strong were respected. Song Ke's departure made the sect leader of the small sect in the valley overjoyed. The evil star was finally gone. They were finally free. Over the past month, from the sect leader to the ordinary disciples, everyone in the sect had been enslaved by Song Ke, living a miserable life. But now, the bitter days were finally over. Everyone in this small sect was wild with joy. Soon, the 3 figures came to a place where fire energy gathered. The entire ancestral land of the Skyfire clan was shrouded by an extreme great array. The ancestral land of the Skyfire clan had disappeared. However, Gu Fei knew that the ancestral land of the Skyfire clan was nearby. It was just that they couldn't see it. Gu Fei, Song Ke, and the others stood in the void. There seemed to be nothing in front of them. It seemed to be a barren land. However, they all knew that it was just an illusion, an extremely realistic illusion. Swoosh! Gu Fei flipped his right hand, and an ancient cauldron immediately appeared in his hand. A primordial aura immediately spread out from the ancient cauldron. Brother Gu, you're seeing that Gu Fei was going to use the mountain and river cauldron. Song Ke couldn't help but be shocked. What is this guy going to do? If he used the mountain and river cauldron, it would definitely alarm the higher-ups of the Skyfire clan. In that case, a battle with the Skyfire clan was inevitable. Let's show them our strength first. Otherwise, they'll really think that they're invincible. Gu Fei said. This, although Song Ke was shocked, he also vaguely felt that Gu Fei's words seemed to make some sense. Just as Song Ke was bewildered, Gu Fei had already made his move. He directly took out the mountain and river cauldron in his hand, and the mountain and river cauldron smashed forward. The mountain and river cauldron was the size of an adult's fist. The power that erupted from it was too frightening. The entire void of heaven and earth undulated like waves. Boom! With a loud bang, the mountain and river cauldron finally collided with the extreme Great Formation. The entire heaven and earth shook violently. The sky seemed to be on the verge of exploding. The fire domain that had originally been hidden in the void was actually revealed by the attack of the mountain and river cauldron, appearing before everyone's eyes. In the next moment, angry roars and shouts resounded in the fire territory. Some experts of the Skyfire clan were alarmed. Soon, an incomparably powerful figure appeared in the extreme Great Formation. Two dazzling eyes shot out from the eyes of the God Clan expert. How dare you attack my clan's ancestral land? Come and die. An enraged roar came from that person's body. A powerful wave of energy actually passed through the extreme Tao Grand Array and spread outside. Boom! At that moment, the fist-sized mountain river cauldron slammed heavily against the extreme Tao array, causing the entire extreme Tao array to shake. This caused the expert inside the extreme Tao Grand Array to be indescribably shocked. A small ancient cauldron could actually display such great power. Extreme Great Formation Divine Tool. The eyes of the expert from the Skyfire clan couldn't help but narrow. The other party actually came with an Extreme Great Formation Divine Tool. Was he going to attack the forbidden land of the Fire clan? Thinking of this, the forehead of the expert from the Skyfire clan began to sweat. At this moment, incomparably powerful figures rushed out from the depths of the fire territory. This was the power of the Skyfire clan. It was terrifying to the extreme. Although there was an extreme Great Formation separating them, the aura of countless experts from the Skyfire clan gathered together. The power formed could really be described as earth-shattering. At this moment, Gu Fei had already put away the mountain and river cauldron. Soon, countless experts from the Skyfire clan gathered in the ancestral land of the Skyfire clan. If it wasn't for the layer of extreme Great Formation separating them, those experts from the Skyfire clan would have already attacked Gu Fei, open the Great Formation, and kill our way out. An expert from the Skyfire clan roared. That's right. How dare you come to our ancestral land and behave atrociously? You must die. The expert from the Skyfire clan roared. Do you dare to open the extreme Great Formation? Don't joke around. Gu Fei said loudly, glancing disdainfully at the experts from the Skyfire clan who were shrouded in the extreme Great Formation. What did you say? Those experts from the Skyfire clan were shocked and angry. Who was this guy? He was so arrogant and didn't put the entire Skyfire clan in his eyes. In the eyes of those experts from the Skyfire clan, Gu Fei was too arrogant. However, only the demon god and Song Ke knew that Gu Fei absolutely had the strength to look down on the Skyfire clan. Gu Fei really didn't put the Skyfire clan in his eyes. However, things were really as Gu Fei said. The clan lord of the Skyfire clan really didn't dare to open the extreme Great Formation because he knew that Gu Fei had an extreme divine weapon in his hands. Boom! At this moment, an unimaginably powerful extreme divine power suddenly erupted from the depths of the ancestral land of the Skyfire clan. The entire ancestral land of the Skyfire clan trembled. What? At this moment, countless experts from the Skyfire clan felt their souls trembling. Some experts even directly fell from the sky. Finally out, Gu Fei muttered to himself. At this time, Song Ke and the demon god, who were behind him, couldn't help but look at each other. Song Ke was especially shocked because he sensed a familiar aura. The ancestral god's heart. The ancestral god's heart had actually returned to the ancestral god realm. Song Ke was very curious about how the ancestral god's heart returned to the ancestral god realm. Chapter 3351. Gu Fei single-handedly fought against the entire Skyfire clan. To Demon God and Song Ke, this was an extremely crazy thing to do. One should know that the Skyfire clan was not a weak clan, but a super force. The Skyfire clan was not a single clan, but a general name for various fire clans. Among these fire clans, there were the Red Drill Fire Snake Clan, Fire Crow Clan, and Fire Turtle Clan. Countless fire clans united and collectively called themselves the Skyfire clan. The clan leader of the Skyfire clan was actually the leader of the various fire clans alliance. It was not easy to become the clan leader of the Skyfire clan. One should know that only the strongest person in the fire clan had the ability to unify the various fire clans. However, the clan leader of the Skyfire clan was extremely mysterious. No one had ever seen the clan leader of the Skyfire clan at that moment, due to Gu Fei's attack. Although the entire fire domain was under the protection of the extreme Great Formation, it still shook violently. The ground of the fire domain continued to crack as pillars of fire broke out of the ground and rushed straight up to the sky. Countless experts in the fire domain were terrified to the extreme. It was as terrifying as the end of the world. Some of the weaker fire pillar experts directly fell from the sky. Roar! A terrifying roar came from the huge magma lake. A mountain-sized black turtle broke out of the magma and floated to the surface of the lake. Endless fire energy lingered on the black turtle's body. The violent divine power of fire spread in all directions. The magma lake shook and set off monstrous waves of fire. On the other side of the magma lake, a huge creature appeared. A fire snake as huge as a mountain was looming in the magma. Extremely powerful beings from the fire tribe kept charging out of the lava lake, and all of them were powerful to the point that ordinary saints would tremble in fear at the sight of them. Boom! A huge collision sound was heard again. The entire void was shaking. The ground of the fire domain cracked again as the endless power of fire was shaken. The power of the mountain and river cauldron directly passed through the barrier of the extreme Great Formation and into the fire domain. This was a terrifying power that could shock the heavens. All the creatures in the fire domain were extremely terrified. The weaker creatures were even more terrified. They lay on the ground and could not even lift their heads. How is this possible? The experts of the Heavenly Fire clan were all dumbfounded. This was the might of the extreme path, and it could suppress everything. Who could resist it? Unless it was an existence with the power of the extreme path. Just as all the experts of the Heavenly Fire clan were feeling despair, a heartbeat rang out from the depths of the fire domain. This sound caused the entire void to tremble as soon as it rang out. Are they finally coming out? Outside the fire domain, Gu Fei crossed his arms and smiled. The ancestral god's heart was really hidden in the depths of the Heavenly Fire clan's ancestral land. At this time, the ancestral god's heart had to show itself. At this moment, the ancestral god's heart, also sensed the presence of Gu Fei and the others, especially Tsang Quebec Boom. Boom, boom. Like a war drum, the sound of the heartbeat wasn't very loud, but it could shake the souls of experts, making them feel as if their souls were about to scatter. In the fire domain, all the living beings of the Heavenly Fire clan were extremely terrified. The heartbeat was simply a demonic sound that could take away lives. Even the souls of the saint-level existences were shaken, and their Yuan spirits felt as if they were about to scatter at any time. Rumble. At this time, endless fire elemental divine power surged out from the depths of the fire domain, gathering towards the ancestral god's heart. Very soon, a humanoid figure that was covered in divine flames appeared in the monstrous divine flames. The ancestral god's heart instantly condensed an incomparably powerful divine body. Boom. The divine body only shook slightly, but the entire void seemed like it was about to explode. Pitch-black spatial cracks appeared in the void. Old man Juhua, are you trying to destroy my place? At this time, a wave of divine will came from the fire cave in the depths of the fire domain. There was a stone coffin floating in the depths of the fire cave. The fire cave was the place where the heavenly fire essence chi in the fire domain gathered. The heavenly fire was an innate fire essence that was nurtured between heaven and earth. It could burn everything in the world to ashes, but it couldn't do anything to the stone coffin. Instead, the stone coffin was constantly devouring the extremely pure power of the heavenly fire around it. Humph! The figure formed by the power of the heavenly fire snorted coldly, but didn't say anything. He took a step forward and instantly disappeared into the void. In the next moment, the flaming figure appeared in front of Gu Fei. Gu Fei and the flaming figure were only separated by a layer of divine light formed by the power of the extreme path formation. The two experts were confronting each other, and the power of the extreme path realm was vast and mighty. At this time, Tsang Ke and the demon god looked at each other and retreated at the same time. Gu Fei activated the power of the mountain and river cauldron, and streams of primordial chaos chi surrounded his body. At this time, he could definitely fight against the flaming divine body formed by the ancestral god's heart. Countless experts in the fire territory retreated far away in fear. At this time, the extreme path formation that was running stopped, and the layer of divine light between Gu Fei and ancestor Huiju disappeared instantly. Little guy, you have guts. Ancestor Huiju stared at Gu Fei, and flames rushed out of his empty eye sockets, and an extreme path aura exploded from his body. Ancestor Huiju was definitely one of the most powerful extreme path god ancestors in the ancestral god realm many years ago. Although he only had one heart left, he was still powerful enough to make a quasi-supreme master feel hopeless. TSK, aren't you talking nonsense? If I don't have guts, then do you? Gu Fei shook his head in disdain and said, Humph, little guy, it won't do you any good to anger me. Ancestor Huiju said coldly, Cut the crap. The reason why I came to see you is because I want to know how you came back to the ancestral god realm. Gu Fei stared at Ancestor Huiju and said solemnly, Ha, if you want to know, I won't tell you. Ancestor Huiju laughed and said, Is that so? Then I have to capture you and search your soul. Gu Fei shrugged and said, Then you have to be capable of doing that. Ancestor Huiju said, and a shocking killing intent exploded from his body. Under the impact of the cold killing intent, the surrounding temperature dropped rapidly. You should have done this long ago. As Gu Fei spoke, he threw a punch at Patriarch Huiju. A violent power exploded, and the space in front of his fist collapsed, turning into a destructive power that enveloped Patriarch Huiju. Patriarch Huiju, As the saying goes, when an expert makes a move, you will know whether he is good or not. Gu Fei's punch did not have much power, but its power was terrifying. Old ancestor Hu Ju also slammed his palm towards Gu Fei. Endless divine fire surged out from his hand and enveloped the entire void. Boom! Gu Fei's fist and ancestor Hu Ju's huge palm collided, and a loud sound was heard. A violent power burst out. The two figures quickly separated before colliding again. This was a clash of extreme powers. The void space exploded, and streams of fiery light shot out in all directions. Boom! At this time, Gu Fei appeared above ancestor Hu Ju's head. His body shook, and he instantly turned into an ancient cauldron descending from the sky and attacking ancestor Hu Ju. This was an ancient cauldron formed by chaotic primordial power. Although it was not the real mountain river cauldron, it was not far from it. Without any suspense, ancestor Hu Ju was knocked down from the sky by the ancient cauldron. Boom! He smashed into the ground, creating a large crater. Roar! A muffled sound came from the depths of the ground. The next moment, rays of fire broke through the ground, turning into flaming divine chains that entangled towards Gu Fei. Gu Fei chuckled softly. Then, a wave of chaotic energy immediately erupted from his body. All of the fire chains that wrapped around him suddenly lost their target. In the next moment, the fire chains all returned to ancestor Hu Ju at the same time. What ancestor Hu Ju had just rushed out of the ground when the flaming divine chains hit him. He screamed and flew backwards. The flaming divine chains did not penetrate ancestor Hu Ju's body, but they did injure him. Damn it! Ancestor Hu Ju was shocked and angry. He tried his best to stabilize his body. Endless power of fire gathered from all directions and was absorbed by his flaming body. The fire divine power gathered in the entire fiery realm was like an inexhaustible treasury. With a thought, ancestor Hu Ju could absorb the endless power of fire for his own use. Actually, to Gu Fei, he could use the power of the fiery realm at will. However, he had to refine it first before he could absorb it and use it for his own use. Again, ancestor Hu Ju roared and pounced towards Gu Fei. At the same time, endless power of fire exploded from his body and enveloped the entire heaven and earth. Naturally, it also enveloped Gu Fei. Gu Fei was instantly engulfed by the exploding divine fire. Seeing this scene, everyone was indescribably shocked. A ball of fire appeared high up in the sky, burning the void to the point that it was distorting and annihilating. Return! Just then, a shout came from the sea of fire. Then, a heaven-devouring power surged out of the sea of fire, devouring the surrounding power of fire. Very quickly, a whirlpool appeared in the sea of fire, and the shadow of a giant cauldron appeared. Chapter 33:52. In the fire region of the ancestral land of the Heavenly Fire Clan, Gu Fei was fighting with ancestor Hu Ju. Ancestor Hu Ju had a terrifying background. He was one of the most powerful supreme god ancestors in the ancestral god realm in the ancient times. Back then, there was a cross-border war between the ancestral god realm and the chaos demon realm. Ancestor Hu Ju was one of the advocates of war and pushed for the war. In the end, not only did ancestor Hu Ju fail to conquer the entire chaos demon realm, but he also lost his life in the chaos demon realm. Ancestor Hu Ju fought with a supreme demon ancestor in the chaos demon realm. The battle between the two experts was earth-shattering, and a region was destroyed. In the end, the bodies of the two experts were destroyed. The supreme demon ancestor was left with only a demon eye, while ancestor Hu Ju was left with an immortal heart. However, even though there was only a remnant soul left, the battle between ancestor Hu Ju and the supreme demon ancestor never ended until they were sealed in the battlefield in the chaos demon realm. Although countless years had passed, Ancestor Huiju and the Supreme Demon Ancestor were still fighting, and they were still fighting. Even those people back then could not imagine that the battle between the two experts would last until now. Roar! Ancestor Huiju roared, and endless divine fire covered the entire sky. It was a scene that made all living beings' hearts tremble. Under the shroud of the divine fire, the void was destroyed silently. However, the divine fire that could burn everything in the world into ashes could not burn Gu Fei. He had the power of the mountain and river cauldron to protect himself and blocked the divine fire. Buzz. At the same time, the void rumbled, and an ancient cauldron appeared in Gu Fei's right hand. In the next instant, with a boom, the mountain and river cauldron in his hand emitted a majestic devouring power. A whirlpool appeared at the mouth of the cauldron, and it continuously devoured the surrounding divine fire. Soon, a whirlpool appeared in the sea of fire, and endless fire elemental divine power gathered towards the whirlpool, and then was devoured by the whirlpool. In an instant, the divine fire that covered the entire sky was completely devoured by the ancient cauldron in Gu Fei's hand. When they saw this scene, all of the creatures watching from the distance were indescribably shocked. Where did this fella jump out from? He wasn't well known, yet he was this formidable. Absolute Fire Ancestor's strength was unquestionable. One must know that Absolute Fire Ancestor was an invincible existence in the ancestral god realm. Although it was only a remnant soul, it was still incredibly powerful and could use the power of the extreme path. Whether it was in the chaos devil world or the ancestral god realm, those who possessed the power of the extreme Tao were the strongest existences, second only to the extreme Tao supremes. Even quasi-supremes would have to lower their heads in the face of such an existence. Where is he? At this moment, the most shocked person was Gu Fei, after he took away Huiju Forefather's boundless divine fire. Huiju Forefather disappeared without a trace. Gu Fei hurriedly used the power of the cauldron of mountain and river to protect himself. Then he released a powerful divine will. The divine will rippled out and enveloped the entire area. However, even with Gu Fei's cultivation base and the power of the cauldron of mountain and river, he could not sense Absolute Fire Ancestor's aura. He had no idea where Absolute Fire Ancestor was hiding. Absolute Fire Ancestor had existed for countless years and was once an extreme Tao god ancestor. The means that he possessed were really amazing. He could actually hide in front of Gu Fei. How is this possible? Song Ke and the demon god were shocked to see this scene. Absolute Fire Ancestors' means were beyond their reach. Song Ke and the demon god knew that they could not completely hide in front of Gu Fei without being discovered. Old man, it's your turn. Gu Fei transmitted his voice to the cauldron of mountain and river. Sigh, I can't even take a break. At this moment, a lazy voice rang in Gu Fei's mind. Then, the cauldron of mountain and river in his right hand flew up from his hand. Swoosh! With a flash of primordial divine light, the cauldron of mountain and river instantly disappeared. The next moment, a figure walked out of the void. It was a sloppy old man with unkempt hair and ragged clothes. This old man was the cauldron soul of the cauldron of mountain and river. Everyone was shocked to see this scene. The ancient cauldron in this person's hand had turned into a sloppy old man. This was a means that only an extreme Tao divine weapon could do. The slovenly old man took a step forward, and then he slapped his palm towards the sky. In the next moment, a scene that caused everyone to be dumbfounded appeared. They saw the sloppy old man slap out with his palm, and the entire sky instantly exploded. The power of the sloppy old man's palm was so strong that it was frightening. It was like breaking the sky with a raise of his hand. At the same time, a figure fell out of the broken sky, and was instantly shattered into a ball of divine fire by the sloppy old man's palm. An immortal extreme Tao ancestor god's heart appeared in the divine fire, emitting an extremely powerful extreme Tao power. Huh. The sloppy old man didn't expect such a thing to happen. In the current world, there was actually someone who could withstand his palm and not die. To a certain extent, the sloppy old man was equivalent to an extreme Tao supreme descending. Boom. At this moment, there was a deafening sound. The immortal extreme Tao heart erupted with a powerful extreme Tao power. This extreme Tao power directly shattered the void, and the ancestral god's heart rushed into the broken sky and earth. Seeing this, the sloppy old man wanted to stop it, but the other party was too fast. By the time he reacted, the ancestral god's heart had already escaped without a trace. This cunning guy, Gu Fei, couldn't help but frown. The ancestral god's heart had escaped, and the ancestral god's heart had not fully recovered. Once this guy fully recovered, he would definitely be a formidable opponent. At this time, seeing that even Ancestor Huiju had escaped, the clansmen of the Heaven Fire clan couldn't help but change their expressions. In the entire ancestral land, there was probably no one who could be a match for this ruthless person. What should we do now? Do you want me to help you exterminate the Fire clan? The sloppy old man glanced at the surrounding experts of the Fire clan and said, "What?" Hearing the sloppy old man's words, the surrounding clansmen of the Heaven Fire clan were shocked. "Forget it. Let's call it a day." Gu Fei said. He didn't really intend to attack the Heaven Fire clan. He just wanted to find out how the ancestral god's heart returned to the ancestral god realm. Now, he was sure that Ancestor Huiju definitely had a way to travel between the Chaos Demon realm and the ancestral god realm. This was definitely a variable for Gu Fei. At this time, the sloppy old man suddenly looked into the depths of the fire domain and saw a figure vaguely appearing in the towering fire pillar. "Brat, let's go." The sloppy old man retracted his gaze and said to Gu Fei, "Okay." Gu Fei nodded and then called out to Tsang Ke and the demon god after meeting up with them. The sloppy old man waved his right hand and a chaos primordial way immediately appeared under their feet. They directly walked on the chaos primordial way and went far away in an instant. They directly left the ancestral land of the Heaven Fire clan and crossed the endless starry sky to arrive at the East Domain. This Xanke was not a big deal. After all, he used to be a supreme god ancestor. It was not difficult for him to cross such a long distance in an instant. He could do it in the past, but it was difficult for him to perform such a technique now. However, the demon god was stunned by the sloppy old man's technique. It was too awesome to bring them from the central continent to the east continent in an instant. One should know that there was an endless starry sky between the 5 continents of the ancestral god realm. It was not easy even for a sage-level expert to cross the starry sky between the 2 continents with their own strength. They could get lost in the endless starry sky at any time. Even an existence like the demon god dared not make such an attempt. Swoosh! The chaos primordial divine light brought Gu Fei and the others directly to the top of a mountain. The chaos primordial divine light dissipated in Gu Fei, and the others appeared on the top of the mountain. An exuberant vitality immediately rushed to their faces, which made Gu Fei feel refreshed. Gu Fei looked around and saw the surrounding mountains were lush with waterfalls and flowing springs. From time to time, the roars of wild beasts could be heard from the mountains, and there were big birds hovering in the sky. It was a mountain full of vitality. East Continent. Song Ke said. He returned to this world, but felt extremely unfamiliar. The era that belonged to him was completely gone. Go and find out where we are. Gu Fei said to the demon god. Yes. The demon god quickly accepted the order and left. Gu Fei and the others waited on the top of the mountain. At that moment, the sloppy old man disappeared, and an ancient cauldron appeared in the void, floating in the void. Gu Fei directly caught the ancient cauldron and kept it in his inner world. They waited for the demon god on the top of the mountain. The surrounding scenery was great, and the vitality was much stronger than some of the mountains and rivers in the central continent. It's not without reason that the East Continent has always been full of experts. Song Ke sighed. Although the chaotic Golden Rock clan could not be said to have dominated the East Continent, it was still one of the most powerful clans in the East Continent. This place is full of vitality. Is it because of the immortal tree? Gu Fei said. Yes. Song Ke nodded. It was because of the immortal tree that the entire East Continent was full of vitality, far more than the other 4 continents. Right at this moment, the demon god returned. He went out for a walk and found that he was in the Luoshao mountain range. There was a cultivation sect in the Luoshao mountain range called the Luoshao sect. Chapter 3353. The mountain river cauldron's god indeed had the ability to instantly bring Gu Fei and the rest to the East Continent. The central continent and the East Continent were separated by an endless starry sky. There were 5 sources of life in the ancestral god realm. The 5 sources of life were the 5 continents. Each continent was extremely vast, and it was impossible for ordinary cultivators to explore every region of a continent. Moreover, there were some dangerous places in the 5 continents that no living beings dared to approach. More than half of the 5 continents in the ancestral god realm were unknown. It was the same in the East Continent. The Luoshao mountain range was only known to the world after the ancient war. The Luoshao sect in the Luoshao mountain range had a short history. It was founded by a quasi-supreme 3,000 years ago and was not a supreme inheritance. How about we visit the Luoshao sect? Gu Fei said to Song Ke, and the demon god. All right. The demon god nodded. The Luoshao sect was located in a rare spiritual land. Most importantly, the Luoshao mountain range was adjacent to the East Continent's ancestral vein, where the Golden Crow clan resided. It was a small branch of the East Continent's ancestral vein. The immortal tree took root in the East Continent ancestral vein and nourished itself with the Earth ancestral chi. Under the demon god's lead, Gu Fei and Song Ke arrived in front of a towering mountain in the Luoshao mountain range. It was the tallest mountain in the Luoshao mountain range, Mount Luoshao. There was a palace at the peak of Mount Luoshao. It was the Luoshao palace of the Luoshao sect, where the sect master of the Luoshao sect resided. There were countless pavilions and pagodas in other parts of the mountain. The disciples of the Luoshao sect were scattered all over the mountain. The Luoshao mountain range was located on a branch of the East Continent ancestral vein. It was nourished by the Earth ancestral chi and gathered spiritual energy. It was a divine mountain in the Luoshao mountain range. When Gu Fei and the rest approached Mount Luoshao, a powerful wave of divine thoughts rushed out from the mountain gate and swept towards Gu Fei and the rest. Gu Fei and the rest did not hide their aura. Powerful aura spread from their bodies and immediately alerted all the experts on Mount Luoshao. Shwa! A beam of divine light rushed out from the palace at the peak of Luoshao mountain and welcomed Gu Fei and the others. Ha ha! I wonder which fellow Taoist has graced our Luoshao sect with his presence. I apologize for not going out to welcome you. A chubby, fair-skinned, middle-aged man, wearing a feathered robe and a golden crown, walked up to Gu Fei and the others with a smile. Who are you? Demon God Venerable looked at the fat man and said. The fat man had a mustache and a smile, but the fat on his body was propping up his feather clothes, making him look neither fish nor fowl. Haha, that's easy. I am the head of the Luo Shao sect, the middle-aged fatty said. Sect leader of Luo Shao sect. Gu Fei and the others couldn't help but be startled when they heard this. I'm not done yet. I'm the nephew of the Luo Shao sect leader, the fat middle-aged man said in embarrassment. TSK. Gu Fei raised his middle finger at the fat middle-aged man. Fellow Taoist, what's the meaning of this? The fat man stared at Gu Fei and said, Nothing, I'm just looking down on you. Gu Fei smiled. What? The fat middle-aged man was speechless. Xiao Yu stepped back. Just when the fat middle-aged man was about to lose his temper, an old voice came from the peak of Luo Shao Mountain. The fat middle-aged man immediately lost his temper and retreated. At the same time, a weak aura came from the palace on the peak of Luo Shao Mountain. Gu Fei couldn't help but be startled when he sensed the aura. Quasi-Supreme. Gu Fei muttered to himself. There's still a Quasi-Supreme on Luo Shao Mountain. Demon God Venerable was also shocked. Luo Shao sect was established by a Quasi-Supreme 3,000 years ago. Could it be that the Quasi-Supreme from 3,000 years ago was still guarding Luo Shao sect? The Quasi-Supreme in Luo Shao sect was most likely the Quasi-Supreme from 3,000 years ago. Demon God Venerable couldn't help but be shocked. One should know that the sect master of Luo Shao sect was already a Quasi-Supreme 3,000 years ago. Demon God Venerable couldn't help but be shocked after 3,000 years. Fellow Taoists, what brings you to my Luo Shao mountain? The old voice sounded again. Then a figure flashed before everyone's eyes. A skinny old man with white hair and beard appeared in front of them. It was an ordinary little old man, if he didn't appear high up in the sky, and instead walked on the street. No one would take a second look at him. However, when the little old man appeared, Fatty Shao looked terrified. Let's borrow your place. Gu Fei said directly. What? The little old man couldn't help but be startled when he heard that. These three freakishly powerful guys actually came to borrow my place. He couldn't believe what he had heard. What do you guys want? The little old man's voice turned cold. Although his opponents were extremely powerful, he wasn't someone to be trifled with. At that moment, Song Ke walked out from behind Gu Fei. When the little old man sensed Song Ke's aura, he was shocked. He already knew Song Ke's background. The chaotic Golden Rock tribe actually had a Quasi-Supreme. How was that possible? All of a sudden, the little old man thought of many things. It seemed like the East Continent was going to be in chaos. The chaotic Golden Rock tribe used to be one of the most powerful tribes in the East Continent and had almost unified the entire continent. However, the chaotic Golden Rock tribe had disappeared for a long time. The grudge between the chaotic Golden Rock tribe and the Golden Crow tribe wasn't something the Luo Shao sect could handle. The little old man's expression kept changing. He was unwilling to get involved. It seemed like the chaotic Golden Rock tribe was going to attack the Golden Crow tribe. The little old man hesitated. Can't I? Gu Fei looked at the little old man and said calmly. Sure. The little old man immediately said. He didn't dare to say no. If he said no, the other party would definitely use force. By then, the Luo Shao sect would be the one in trouble. Very well. Gu Fei nodded and said, Then why aren't you leading the way? Ha! This way, please, my friends. The little old man led Gu Fei and the others into the palace at the top of the mountain. The palace was filled with experts from the Luo Shao sect. However, Gu Fei and the others were fearless. No matter how many ants there were, they wouldn't be able to defeat a giant dragon. Chapter 3354. Ancestral God Realm, East Continent, Luo Shao Mountain Range. Gu Fei entered the Luo Shao sect, and the old ancestor of the Luo Shao sect easily agreed to it. The old ancestor of the Luo Shao sect was a quasi-supreme martial artist from 3,000 years ago. He was extremely powerful, but the old ancestor actually compromised. Countless disciples of the Luo Shao sect were in disbelief. Why would the old ancestor do such a thing and allow 3 unknown people to enter the Luo Shao palace? Although the Luo Shao sect was dissatisfied, no one dared to question the old ancestor. In the Luo Shao sect, the old ancestor was the absolute ruler. No one dared to disobey the old ancestor's orders because the entire sect was established by the old ancestor. The old ancestor of the Luo Shao sect was Xiao Tianyu. He became a quasi-supreme martial artist 3,000 years ago. Xiao Tianyu was indeed impressive. He was the first and only person to reach the quasi-supreme martial artist realm since the ancient war. Such an amazing existence would naturally not lower his head to others easily. However, this time, the old ancestor of the Luo Shao sect had no choice but to lower his head to Gu Fei and the others. 3 quasi-supreme martial artists had arrived at the same time. No matter how strong the old ancestor of the Luo Shao sect was, he was definitely no match for the 3 quasi-supreme martial artists. In order to protect the Luo Shao sect, the old ancestor could only lower his head. The Golden Crow clan was in trouble. Although the old ancestor of the Luo Shao sect wanted to warn them, he dared not act rashly. One should know that if the 3 quasi-supreme martial artists knew about this, the Luo Shao sect would probably be annihilated. At this moment, Gu Fei and Song Ke were standing in front of the Luo Shao palace at the peak of the Luo Shao mountain. Gu Fei took out the interrealm teleportation formation. He directly threw the formation platform in his hand out. After the formation platform left Gu Fei's hand, it quickly grew in size. Then, with a boom, it fell to the ground, causing the entire ground to tremble. "All right, let's begin," Gu Fei said. At this moment, the old ancestor of the Luo Shao sect was also watching from the side. Gu Fei and Song Ke walked up to the front of the formation platform. They circulated their powers and injected their powers into the formation platform. In the next moment, the formation platform shook, and runes began to appear and interweave within the formation platform. An extreme aura spread out from the peak of Luo Shao Mountain. At the same time, an ancient cauldron appeared high in the sky. Chaotic primordial chaos force spread out, enveloping the entire mountain below and isolating the extreme aura that had erupted from the mountain peak. Gu Fei used the power of the cauldron of mountains and rivers to seal the space. In this way, apart from the experts of Luo Shao sect on Luo Shao Mountain, no one else could sense the aura of the extreme wave that erupted from the platform. Buzz. The transboundary teleportation formation trembled, and countless runes appeared on the formation. Formation diagrams started to appear, and a wave of power started to connect the 2 worlds. At this time, on top of the mountain in the Chaos Demon world, a formation platform that had been silent for a period of time suddenly shook. The power inside the formation platform began to recover. A woman sitting cross-legged in front of the formation platform suddenly opened her eyes. In this dim world, it was as if 2 bolts of lightning flashed. "Are they finally coming back?" The woman was overjoyed and quickly stood up from the ground. She was the Magic Rock Lady. She had been guarding the 2 transboundary teleportation formation platforms on the mountain peak, not daring to take a single step away. At this time, the power of the mystical demon mountain was still growing, and the area controlled by the mystical demon mountain was constantly expanding. However, because of this, they had offended many people, especially the Stone Demon clan and the Willow Demon clan. These two clans were always watching the actions of the higher-ups of the mystical demon mountain. If it wasn't for the Magic Rock Lady, the Stone Demon Clan and the Willow Demon Clan would have already taken action. The old ancestor and the others are coming back. At this time, the three experts who had been guarding near the formation platform were surprised and happy. They had been waiting for a long time, and now there was finally a response from the ancestral god realm. Is the master coming back? At this time, Gu Fei's subordinates on the mountain peak were excited. They were eager for Gu Fei to lead them to attack the ancestral god realm. The impact of the ancient war on the Chaos Demon realm was too far-reaching. Even in the current era, there were still voices in the Chaos Demon realm that many people wanted to attack the ancestral god realm again. However, this was not realistic. One should know that the passage between the Chaos Demon realm and the ancestral god realm had been cut off a long time ago. But now it was different. Gu Fei had found a way to freely travel between the two realms. In this way, it was possible to attack the ancestral god realm again. Buzz. On the mountain peak of the Chaos Demon realm, a dazzling demonic light burst out. The formation platform on the mountain peak began to operate. Soon, a ball of golden light rushed out of the void above the formation platform. What's going on? It's a message from the old ancestor. Peng Jingtian took a step forward and waved his right hand. The golden light immediately flew into his hand. In the next moment, his expression became incomparably solemn. The old ancestor is not coming back. He called us over. Peng Jingtian said to his son, Peng Shi, and granddaughter, the Golden Rock Goddess. Is that so? That's great. We can finally return to the ancestral god realm. Peng Shi and the Golden Rock Goddess were overjoyed, especially the Golden Rock Goddess. She was born in the Chaos Demon realm and had no idea what the ancestral god realm was like. To the Chaos Golden Rock clan, the ancestral god realm was their homeland. It had a special meaning. Without hesitation, Peng Jingtian and the others stepped onto the interrealm teleportation formation and disappeared from the platform. After that, no one else came from the other side. What's wrong with Gu Fei? Why isn't he coming back? The Golden Rock Goddess muttered to herself. Is he really going to attack the ancestral god realm? Soon, another divine light appeared on the formation platform and flew towards the Golden Rock Goddess. The demonic rock lady grabbed the ball of divine light. In the next moment, a voice sounded in her mind. It was Gu Fei's voice. The gist of it was to let them wait and let the demonic rock lady command all the subordinates of the Black Demon Mountain on behalf of Gu Fei. This guy, the Golden Rock Goddess, crushed the divine light in her hand. At this moment, the formation platform in front of her gradually calmed down. The runes that emerged from it began to disappear into the formation platform. At this moment, in the ancestral god realm, East Continent, Luoshao Mountain Range. At the peak of Luoshao Mountain, three extremely powerful figures walked down from a formation platform. Chapter 33:55. Gu Fei and Song Ke worked together to activate the transboundary formation platform at the top of the Luoshao mountain range to bring back the three Chaos Golden Rock Race clansmen who were stranded in the Chaos Demon realm. When Peng Jingtian and the others walked out of the teleportation formation, the founding ancestor of the Luoshao sect was shocked. He could sense a kind of aura coming from these three powerhouses. It was a kind of demonic aura that was faintly discernible. Peng Jingtian and his two grandchildren lived in the Chaos Demon realm and were more or less contaminated with the aura of the Chaos Demon realm. It was not surprising that they had demonic nature. Are these people from the legendary Chaos Demon realm? Ancestor Luoshao was shocked when he saw the three powerful existences. These people actually had the means to connect the two realms and bring back the people from the Chaos Demon realm. If this news were to spread, the entire ancestral god realm would be shocked. Peng Jingtian and his 2 grandchildren were here. They were Song Kei's most loyal supporters, unlike the Chaos Golden Rock race in the ancestral god realm. The Chaos Golden Rock race had been killed by the Golden Crow race, so they immediately ran away when they heard that the Golden Crow race was coming. It was no wonder that the Chaos Golden Rock race had fallen to such a state. It was because the Golden Crow race wanted to kill all the Chaos Golden Rock race in the ancestral god realm. The founding ancestor of the Golden Crow clan was originally Song Kei's sworn brother, so his actions were looked down upon by the other forces in the ancestral god realm. However, the founding ancestor of the Golden Crow clan was an ambitious and ruthless character of his generation. He was decisive and ruthless in his actions. He knew that there was no turning back once he acted in such a manner. The Chaos Golden Rock race could not be mentioned in the same breath as before. At this time, Gu Fei kept the transboundary formation platform and returned to the main hall of the Luoshao Palace with everyone else. He invited Song Kei to sit on the throne in the middle of the hall. Song Kei and the others would be the ones to plan the battle. His goal was only the tree of immortality of Middle Continent. Song Kei naturally had to decline humbly before sitting on the throne in the middle of the hall. At this moment, old ancestor Luo Shao was extremely depressed. Looking at Song Kei, who was sitting on the throne, he couldn't help but have mixed feelings. Half a day ago, this seat was his. Ancestor Luo Shao could only sit at the lower position, and not at the head of the table. Gu Fei sat at the head of the table, followed by the Demon Divine Lord. And then him. Old Master Luo Shao could only accept everything. One had to know that this group of people was way too strong. With such a group of people gathered together, they could definitely do whatever they wanted in the ancestor god world. Song Kei ordered Peng Jingtian and the others to gather the Chaos Golden Rock race and bring them to Luo Shao Mountain. Peng Jingtian and the others were put in a difficult position. They had just arrived at the ancestral god realm and were unfamiliar with everything here. How could they find other members of the Chaos Golden Rock race? However, Song Kei already knew this. He pointed his finger and a ray of divine light rushed into Peng Jingtian's forehead. In the next moment, Peng Jingtian felt that there were many things in his head. Peng Jingtian was pleasantly surprised and left with Peng Shi and the Golden Rock Goddess. Brother Gu, can I borrow your forces in the Chaos Demon realm? Song Kei looked at Gu Fei and asked after Peng Jingtian, and the others left. It's not appropriate for them to enter the ancestor god realm. They are demons. Aren't you afraid of being accused of colluding with demons? Gu Fei looked at Song Kei, who was sitting on the throne, and said with a faint smile. This Song Kei frowned. It was not that he had not thought of this, but he was currently alone. The only power he could rely on was Gu Fei's power in the Chaos Devil realm. However, if the demons from the Chaos Demon realm appeared in the Ancestor God realm, they would become the enemy of the entire Ancestor God realm and be attacked by all the forces in the Ancestor God realm. Even if Gu Fei was extremely powerful, it would be difficult for him to fight against the entire Ancestor God realm alone. There are demons in the Ancestor God realm too. The Demon Divine Lord suddenly said. What could it be? Song Kei's eyes lit up as he thought of something. The Golden Crow clan also slaughtered many demons in that war. I think we can impersonate them and use the name of the demons in the Ancestor God realm. The Demon Divine Lord continued. This is a bad plan. Why do we need to borrow someone else's name? We can just subdue the demons in the Ancestor God realm. Gu Fei said disapprovingly. Everyone was shocked when they heard Gu Fei's words. He actually wanted to subdue the demons in the Ancestor God realm. Was it possible? The demons in the ancestor god realm were actually formed by the group of demons who could not retreat in time during that war. The demons in the ancestor god realm were not in the 5 continents, but in a special region like the heavenly battlefield. It was the only place in the ancestor god realm that had demons and was called the extraterrestrial demon region. Gu Fei actually wanted to subdue the demons in the extraterrestrial demon region. It was an extremely crazy move in the eyes of the demon divine lord and ancestor Luo Shao. The extraterrestrial demon region was a dangerous place for the creatures in the 5 continents. No one dared to set foot in that place because the most powerful demons in the ancestor god realm were there. However, while the demon divine lord and ancestor Luo Shao were not optimistic about Gu Fei, Song Ke knew that Gu Fei definitely had the strength to subdue the extraterrestrial demon region. Gu Fei smiled when he saw the shocked expressions of ancestor Luo Shao and the demon divine lord. That's it. We'll set off in 3 days to conquer the extraterrestrial demon region, Gu Fei said. He then stood up and walked directly into the back hall. He returned to his room and then directly entered his inner world. He came to the valley where Yen was, but found that she was still in closed-door training. She had just experienced the baptism of the Great Saint Tribulation and successfully broke through to the Great Saint realm. She needed to go into closed-door training for a period of time to completely stabilize her cultivation. Gu Fei was naturally a little disappointed when he did not see Yen. He then walked around the inner world without alerting the Dead Spirit clan and the Meng family. The Dead Spirit clan was already very strong, especially the 3 Dead Spirit Emperors who were existences above the Saint realm. The Meng family was also not weak, but compared to the Dead Spirit clan, it was still incomparable. The entire Meng family had not produced a saint yet. Chapter 3356. At this time, in the ancestral god realm, it was filled with a tense atmosphere, as if a storm was brewing. The Skyfire clan was being bullied. This was a major event that could shake the entire central continent. In the central continent, the conflict between the Skyfire clan and the Pang clan was becoming more and more obvious. The Pang clan and the Skyfire clan were fighting each other. Of course, this was just a small fight. The real battle between experts had not happened yet. At this time, the East Continent was also filled with the clouds of war. Some people said that he had disappeared for countless years. The ancestor of the Chaos Golden Rock clan, who was suspected to have died in battle in the ancestral god realm, had appeared. This news was to the Golden Crow clan. It was absolutely shocking. If the ancestor of the Chaos Golden Rock clan was not dead and had returned to the ancestral god realm, to the Golden Crow clan, it was definitely not a good thing. The current clan leader of the Golden Crow clan realized the severity of the problem. The Golden Crow clan also began to take action. In the East Continent, from time to time, balls of sun-like flames could be seen flashing across the sky. A terrifying aura spread in all directions. What are those feathered beasts trying to do? Some people guessed. I heard that ancestral god Song Ke is back. Someone said, I see. The experts of the older generation in the East Continent understood. If Song Ke was not dead, then there would be a good show to watch. The cultivators of the older generation despised the actions of the Golden Crow clan. Now that Song Ke was back, when he found out the truth of the past, he would definitely attack the Golden Crow clan. The Chaos Golden Rock clan is starting to take action. Some people sense the undercurrents in the East Continent. All the forces in the East Continent were watching. One had to know. Song Ke was an extreme Tao ancestral god back then. He had almost unified the East Continent. Once such a ruthless character returned, the Golden Crow clan was definitely going to be in trouble. The Golden Crow clan also began to recall the experts who were scattered everywhere. Deep in the ancestral land of the Golden Crow clan, on the towering divine tree, from time to time, a golden light would appear. Every ball of golden light on the tree. It was an extremely powerful golden crow. This was the immortal god tree. He could also see a huge golden bird's nest. An extremely tyrannical aura surged out from those huge bird nests. A nest in a tree. This was the unique way of life of the Gold Crows. As for the leader of the Golden Crow clan, he even built a huge golden nest near the top of the Tree of Immortality. At this moment, the leaders of the Gold Crow clan had gathered in the nest of their leader, discussing how to deal with the current predicament. Is Song-K really back? The higher-ups of the Golden Crow clan were still skeptical about it, because they had never seen Song-K before. Naturally, he didn't know who Song-K was. However, Song-K had died in the ancient war. This was a fact that all the experts of the older generation in the ancestral god realm knew. However, now, Song-K appeared again. Perhaps this was the handiwork of the chaotic golden rock race. It doesn't matter if it's true or not. We have to take them seriously. The current leader of the Golden Crow clan had spoken. The leaders of the Golden Crow clan had gathered in the ancestral land of the Golden Crow clan. While discussing the Song-K incident at the peak of Luoshao Mountain in the East Continent, there were many experts gathered there. The leader, he was the protagonist of this incident, Song Quebec Gufei, and the demon god, an old ancestor Luoshao, was standing behind Song Quebec. In the open space in front of Song Quebec, it was an ancient spirit formation platform. Gufei then walked up. Let's begin. Gufei said to Song Quebec. Song-K didn't say anything. He just nodded. His face was extremely solemn. There was no suspense. Gufei and Song-K joined hands. Once again, the extreme transportation formation was activated. Soon, the transportation formation in the chaos demonic realm started operating automatically. Then, a passage connecting the ancestral god realm and the chaos demonic realm appeared above the formation platform. Gufei directly sent a fire messenger talisman into the passage. Not long after, the other side responded. Another fire messenger talisman rushed out from the passage. He directly stretched out his right hand. That fire messenger talisman immediately fell into his hand. The next moment, he knew the message contained in the fire messenger talisman. An hour later, 3 extremely powerful figures crossed the boundary and arrived. They were 3 figures with soaring demonic energy. Each figure gave off an oppressive feeling that made it hard for one to breathe. They were the 3 great puppet demons that Gufei subdued in the chaos demonic realm. Chaos demonic ape, great Eem demonic spider, and that dragon head demon. The 3 great puppet demons were extremely powerful. That was without a doubt. They were all ruthless figures that could use the power of the extreme Tao. The arrival of the 3 great puppet demons. Even someone as strong as old ancestor Luoshao was terrified. After the 3 great puppet demons walked out of the void, demonic experts crossed the boundary and arrived one after another. For a moment, the demonic energy above Luoshao Mountain was vast and mighty. The terrifying demonic aura spread in all directions. Fortunately, Gufei had already used the mountain and river cauldron to seal the void in this part of the world. He isolated all auras. He didn't let the demonic energy spread out. Otherwise, the demonic energy that appeared on Luoshao Mountain would be sensed by other experts in the East Continent. At that time, it wouldn't be a good thing. The master of Mystic Demon Mountain led a group of experts to arrive. For a moment, Luoshao Mountain was densely packed. It was filled with cultivators of mystic Demon Mountain. This time, Gu Fei was going to conquer the extraterrestrial demon region. But he was prepared for everything. The experts of the chaos demonic realm crossed the boundary and arrived. They all felt a little uncomfortable. However, the disciples of Mystic Demon Mountain were gathering quickly. They were like a well-trained army. Everyone who witnessed this scene was shocked beyond words. "Okay, let's go," Gu Fei said to everyone. Then, Gu Fei took out a picture. That was the mountain and river diagram. He directly took out the mountain and river diagram. Everyone on the mountaintop was drawn into the map. Then, Gu Fei and Song Quebec, and the demon god, an old ancestor, Luoshao. The four experts soared into the sky. They rushed in the direction of the extraterrestrial demon region. The four experts entered the starry sky. The extraterrestrial demon region was naturally outside the sky. Gu Fei and the others flew in the sky for a few hours. They entered the depths of the starry sky. Then they flew for more than 2 hours. They finally saw the extraterrestrial demon region. A powerful demonic aura came from the continent in front of them. It's indeed a demon region. After Gu Fei sensed the demonic aura, he couldn't help but be moved. No wonder this force could exist all the time. It seemed that there was a big demon guarding it. Without hesitation, the four experts immediately rushed towards the black continent that stretched as far as the eye could see. Just when they broke into the extraterrestrial demon region, a low roar suddenly came from the depths of this infernal domain. That's Chapter 3357. Just like the heavenly battlefield, the extraterrestrial demonic territory was formed after the ancient war. However, the extraterrestrial demonic territory was much scarier than the heavenly battlefield. It was also a broken heaven and earth void. It was a region full of holes. From time to time, chaos holes would appear and devour the living beings in the vicinity. Sometimes, it wasn't safe for living beings to walk on the ground. The perfectly fine ground would suddenly split open and turn into a bottomless abyss. Whether it was flying or walking on the ground, the extraterrestrial demonic territory was filled with unknown dangers. It was also because of this that the major forces in the ancestral god realm weren't willing to attack the extraterrestrial demonic territory because it was an arduous and unrewarding task. The major forces in the ancestral god realm weren't willing to bear the losses of attacking the extraterrestrial demonic territory. It was also because of this that the extraterrestrial demonic territory continued to exist. At this time, Gu Fei, Song Ke, and the others broke into the extraterrestrial demonic territory. The four experts didn't restrain their aura. The powerful aura of an old ancestor emanated from their bodies, shocking the entire region. At this time, a deep roar came from the depths of the extraterrestrial demonic territory. Then, an extreme demonic might surged out from the depths of the extraterrestrial demonic territory. This is Gu Fei, and the others were shocked. They didn't expect the great demons in the depths of the extraterrestrial demonic territory to react so violently. They used their extreme demonic power right from the start. Gu Fei and the others stopped in the sky. At this moment, endless demonic auras surged out from the heaven and earth. The entire heaven and earth became so dark that they couldn't even see their own fingers. These guys, Song Ke couldn't help but curse. The demons in the depths of the extraterrestrial demonic territory actually sealed the entire heaven and earth with their power. Pitch black demonic aura shrouded the entire heaven and earth. If one wanted to enter the extraterrestrial demonic territory, they would have to disperse the demonic aura. Swoosh! Gu Fei looked at the rumbling demonic aura. He flipped his right hand, and a black saber appeared in his hand. He held the saber with both hands, and with a roar, he slashed forward with all his might. An extremely sharp saber chi immediately rushed out from the black saber in Gu Fei's hand. In an instant, it rushed thousands of miles, as if it could split the whole world into two halves. The demonic energy that enveloped the entire area was cleaved apart by Gu Fei's attack. The endless demonic energy dissipated, and a blade mark that was millions of miles long appeared in the world. The demon divine master, Tsang-Ke, and ancestor Luo Shao were stunned by the power of Gu Fei's slash. Clang! At this moment, the sound of a bell rang out. At the instant the bell rang, Gu Fei and the others almost fell from the sky. Their souls were attacked, and their nascent souls almost left their bodies, pulled away by a powerful devouring force. What? Gu Fei and the others were shocked. The sound of the bell was like a demonic sound that could take away one's soul. It could confuse one's mind and take away one's soul. After all, they were not ordinary cultivators. They were all old, ancestor-level existences. Yet, they had almost fallen for it. It was hard to imagine what kind of demonic artifact the bell was. Could it be the demonic weapon from back then? Tsang-Ke suddenly said. Back then, when the war had reached its climax, a demonic bell had appeared out of thin air. When the bell rang, it had actually devoured the divine souls of tens of thousands of God-race soldiers, leaving behind countless soulless walking corpses. The demonic bell almost changed the outcome of the war. However, in the end, the demonic bell only appeared for a short while before it was hit by a supreme god ancestor with a supreme divine weapon. Wasn't the demonic bell broken in the war back then? What's going on? The demon divine master asked in confusion. He had also participated in the war back then and knew that there was a demon's expert from the chaos demon realm who came with a demonic bell and killed many divine clan experts. At this moment, Gu Fei waved his hand, and an ancient cauldron appeared above his head. Buzz. The ancient cauldron vibrated, and a stream of primordial chaos power immediately spread over the ancient cauldron, blocking the demonic sound. Gu Fei and the others suddenly felt their bodies become lighter. The feeling that their souls were shaken and could rush out of their bodies at any time disappeared. Do you want to start a war? At this moment, a voice sounded in Gu Fei and the others' hearts. Humph, we don't want to start a war. We just want you to surrender to us and serve us as your master. There was a vague divine light between Gu Fei's eyebrows. A powerful divine thought directly rushed out from between his eyebrows and spread into the depths of the devil area. What? The demon in the depths of the devil area was obviously very surprised. This guy actually wants to be the master of this place. This is too crazy. This is the devil area that has never been conquered by the major forces of the ancestral god realm for countless years. You only have two choices. Gu Fei said. Ha! The demon in the depths of the devil area laughed out loud. I really want to know what our two choices are. The demon in the depths of the devil area said with a smile. From the demon's point of view, Gu Fei and the others were simply crazy. They actually dared to come here and cause trouble. Die or surrender. Gu Fei said very seriously. Is there a third choice? The voice of the mysterious demon in the depths of the devil area continued to ring in Gu Fei's heart. Perhaps the demon was amused by Gu Fei. Sigh, it seems that you still haven't realized the seriousness of the problem. Gu Fei said with a sigh. At this time, the demon in the depths of the devil area fell silent. What's the point of talking to these guys? Tsang-Ke was a little impatient. He wanted to end the battle quickly and settle the devil area as soon as possible so that they could carry out their plan. From Tsang-Ke's point of view, Gu Fei might be able to conquer the devil area, but it would definitely take a very long time, which was what he did not want to see. Moreover, if it was difficult to conquer the devil area, it would be difficult to carry out their plan. You want to end the battle quickly? Old ancestor Luo Xiao said. End it quickly. Beast God said. Only by ending the battle quickly could they start the next step of their plan. They could not waste their energy on conquering the devil area. All right, then let's end it quickly. When Gu Fei said that, he directly waved his right hand and the mountain and river diagram immediately appeared in the void. In the next moment, 3 figures that were powerful enough to make the heaven and earth tremble walked out from the mountain and river diagram. Rumble. The entire heaven and earth shook because of the 3 extremely powerful figures. They were 3 extremely powerful demon shadows, each of them exuding a monstrous demonic aura. What? The moment the 3 demon shadows walked out from the mountain and river diagram, the great demon in the depths of the devil area could not sit still. The aura of the chaos demon realm. How is it possible? A monstrous demonic aura rushed out from the depths of the devil area, and an incomparably huge figure appeared in the demonic aura. An extremely powerful demonic aura was emitted from the demonic shadow. The 3 great demon experts that walked out from the mountain and river diagram were the 3 gargoyle demons that Gu Fei had subdued in the chaos demon realm. Master, who do you want to kill? Chaos demon ape asked Gu Fei directly. You guys go and beat those demon bastards out of this place. Gu Fei said, Yes, master. Chaos demon ape accepted the order and rushed towards the demon shadow in the depths of the devil area with the divining demon spider and the dragon head demon. In just an instant, chaos demon ape and the others had already arrived in front of the demon shadow. This, the great demon hidden in the demonic aura, was indescribably shocked. He had never expected the other party to be an expert from the chaos demon realm. He had been dreaming of returning to the chaos demon realm. Did you hear what my master said? Do you want to come out yourself, or do you want us 3 brothers to invite you out? Chaos demon ape stared at the figure in the demonic aura and said coldly. An extremely powerful wave of demonic power erupted from his body. You guys are from the chaos demon realm. In the monstrous demonic aura, the demon shadow seemed extremely agitated, and his voice began to tremble. Nonsense! Chaos demon ape said impatiently. How did you guys come from the chaos demon realm? Can you still go back? The great demon ape said nervously. You talk a lot of nonsense. Chaos demon ape said loudly. Then he took a step forward, and the power of the extreme Tao erupted from his body. The surrounding demonic aura was immediately dispersed. At the same time, the divine demon spider and the dragon head demon also emitted waves of extreme Tao power. You guys, seeing that chaos demon ape was about to attack him, the great demon ape couldn't help but feel extremely nervous. It should be known that the 3 demonic experts were all existences that could use extreme Tao power. I guess those guys in the depths of the demon realm are going to be dumbfounded, old ancestor Luo Xiao said. At this time, there were also extremely powerful demonic experts from other regions of the extraterrestrial demon realm who had come out of their seclusion. They were all alarmed. It seems that the extraterrestrial demon realm isn't weak either. Gu Fei sensed the aura of many demons. The entire demon realm was huge. No one knew how many demons were hiding in the extraterrestrial demon realm. However, one thing was for sure. There were many extremely powerful demons in the extraterrestrial demon realm. It should be known that the demons in the extraterrestrial demon realm were existences that had survived the Great War in ancient times. They were all ancient guys. At this time, the demonic aura that had been split in half by Gu Fei's blade gathered again. The demonic aura shrouded heaven and earth in all directions. The entire region was plunged into absolute darkness. Powerful demons began to appear indistinctly in the demonic aura. The other experts of the demon realm had arrived. How is this possible? Did those guys from the Chaos Demon realm finally cross over again? Chapter 33:58. The devils in the extraterrestrial devil domain were the experts of the Chaos Devil world who were trapped in the ancestral god realm after the battle back. Then, because they couldn't evacuate in time. These demons came from various forces in the Chaos Demon world. They had no choice but to join forces and retreat to the extraterrestrial demon territory. The so-called extraterrestrial demon territory was actually a fragment of the ancestral god world that was shattered by an expert of the extreme Tao during the war back then. Those demons who were trapped in the ancestral god world were besieged by the experts of the divine race in the ancestral god world and suffered heavy casualties. In the end, they had no choice but to retreat to the extraterrestrial demon territory. This place was filled with danger. Even if a quasi-supreme being were to barge in and trigger the extreme Tao law left in this place, they would be annihilated. Countless demons in the extraterrestrial demon territory dreamed of returning to the Chaos Demon world. At this time, these demons were shocked to the extreme when they saw the experts of the demons from the Chaos Demon territory. How is this possible? A great demon from the extraterrestrial demon territory said with a trembling voice. All the demons in the extraterrestrial demon territory knew what this meant. The people from the Chaos Demon world had come, and they could return to the Chaos Demon world that they dreamed of. At this time, the three great stone demons were about to make their move. The Chaos Demon ape took a step forward, and a tyrannical aura spread out. The demonic aura that shrouded the entire void was dispersed. Rumble. An extreme force erupted from the body of the Chaos Demon ape. The entire world seemed like it was going to explode. Black cracks that were visible to the naked eye appeared in the void. Stop! Just at this moment, an aged voice suddenly rang out from afar. Then, an old man riding a black bull appeared in the distant sky. The old man was dressed in black and had a head full of white hair. He was holding a wooden staff in his hand. The old man rode on the black bull towards the Chaos Demon ape. Although the black bull seemed to be walking slowly, it was actually very fast. From the moment the old man appeared, it only took an instant for the old man to get close to them on the black bull. When the Chaos Demon ape saw the old man riding on the black bull, he was shocked and looked at the old man in disbelief. "Little monkey, could it be that you know me?" The old man on the bull looked at the Chaos Demon ape opposite him and said in surprise, "Back then, who didn't know of Senior M.O. Juyo's fame? I was fortunate enough to have met Senior once." The Chaos Demon ape said carefully, "M.O. Juyo, it's actually him." At this moment, Songke's expression changed drastically when he saw the old man riding on the black bull. M.O. Juyo was the most ferocious extreme path demon ancestor in the Chaos Demon realm. Back then, M.O. Juyo had killed countless divine clan experts. Even a supreme god ancestor was killed by M.O. Juyo. M.O. Juyo had earned his reputation by killing. Is he very strong? Gufei said. This old man looked like an ordinary old man. His eyes were turbid without any spirit, and his face was full of wrinkles. He was no different from an old man with one foot in the grave. However, no one present dared to underestimate the old man riding the black bull. Even the great demon that had been confronting the Chaos Demon ape had retreated to the side. He's definitely strong. If M.O. Juyo was still the M.O. Juyo from back then, we would probably die here. Songke looked at the old man riding the black bull with a solemn expression. It's a pity that he's no longer the Mo Joyo from back then. The demon god said he had heard of Mo Joyo's name before. However, some people said that Mo Joyo had died in battle. Now, it seemed like those people were just spouting nonsense. Little monkey, where did you guys come from? Could it be the chaos demon realm? Mo Joyo said, even an existence like him was extremely nervous. He pricked up his ears and waited for the chaos demon ape to continue. The chaos demon ape did not say anything. It was equivalent to him agreeing. How did you guys come from the chaos demon realm? Mo Joyo asked hurriedly. The chaos demon ape did not want to lie to Mo Joyo. However, he could not say much as his master was still watching them from behind. Seeing the chaos demon ape hesitating, Mo Joyo could not help but look behind him. Chaos Golden Rock, Tsang Quebec. When the old man saw Tsang Ke, he immediately recognized him. Back then, Tsang Ke had met Mo Joyo before. However, at that time, Mo Joyo was fighting with another supreme god ancestor. Tsang Ke did not fight with Mo Joyo. That was the reason why Tsang Ke was still alive. The supreme god ancestor who fought with Mo Joyo was killed by Mo Joyo. If Tsang Ke was the one fighting with Mo Joyo, he would definitely not be Mo Joyo's match. Old Mo, I can't believe you're still alive. Tsang Ke looked at Mo Joyo, who was riding on the black bull, and said coldly, Mo Joyo was definitely a strong opponent. If they were to fight, perhaps only Gu Fei would be able to fight against him. Humph, there are still many things that you can't imagine. Mo Joyo said in disdain. It's all you're doing. Mo Joyo looked at Gu Fei and the demon god and said, so what if it is? So what if it isn't? Gu Fei walked forward and said with a smile, I want to know how you managed to do it. Mo Joyo looked into Gu Fei's eyes and said, he had lived for countless years and his eyelashes were hollow. He could naturally tell that the one leading the group was Gu Fei. If he, Mo Joyo, did not even have this little bit of eyesight, then he would have lived his life in vain. Ha! What's so difficult about it? Gu Fei smiled and stretched out his right hand. A formation platform appeared in his hand. When Mo Joyo saw the platform, he was taken aback. So that's how it is. Mo Joyo finally understood. So this person had a super formation platform that could teleport across realms. If you guys are willing to submit to me, I'll send you guys back to the primal chaos demon world. Gu Fei looked around and realized that there were many demons in the surroundings. These demons were all hidden within the devil chi. All the experts of the demon race were watching. Many devil race experts couldn't help being tempted by Gu Fei's words. Ha! Mo Joyo burst into laughter as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. In his opinion, Gu Fei was definitely crazy. If you don't want to surrender, then let's fight. As Gu Fei spoke, the mountain and river diagram floating in front of him vibrated. Then an army of demons rushed out from the mountain and river diagram. In an instant, banners fluttered in the wind. Countless demons stood in the void. A heart-palpitating, murderous aura filled the air. Seeing this scene, even an existence like Mo Joyo couldn't help but be moved. He never expected this black-robed young man to be, "Greetings, Master." Under the leadership of Mount Black Demon Lord, 100,000 demons saluted Gu Fei at the same time. It was a magnificent scene. Gu Fei nodded without saying anything. At this moment, anything he said would be useless. A war was about to break out. Let's discuss this. Let's discuss this. At this moment, a voice rang out from the distance. Next, the demon chi split apart as a fair and plump young man stumbled out. Hua Wuji. When Mo Jiuyo, who was riding on a black bull, caught sight of this young man, he was somewhat surprised. This plump man's name was Hua Wuji. He was one of the oddballs of the outer demon region. Although he considered himself to be a playboy, he had yet to get a single demon girl. However, this Hua Wuji did have a formidable backing behind him. That being said, Hua Wuji's cultivation state and battle prowess weren't weak either. Let's discuss this. Isn't that right? We don't have to fight and kill to settle our problems. Hua Wuji arrived between Gu Fei and Mo Jiuyo before saying to the two of them, "This fella wants to be the master of the outer demon region? How can we allow that?" A powerful being from the outer demon region spoke up. These demons were all prideful and untamed beings. How could they submit to anyone so easily? Wanting the demons of the outer demon region to submit to them was definitely not something that could be done easily. What do you guys want to discuss then? Gu Fei looked at the plump Hua Wuji and said with a smile that didn't seem like a smile, I need to know the reason why you guys are attacking the outer demon region. Only then will I know what to do. Hua Wuji said, "The reason is simple. We want to conquer the outer demon region and lead the demons to attack the eastern continent." Gu Fei said, "He didn't hide anything, and there was no need for him to attack the eastern continent." The moment the demons heard Gu Fei's words, they were instantly energized. One had to know that the reason why they were here was because they were being hunted down by all the forces of the 5 continents. The demons of the outer demon region really wanted to teach those so-called super forces of the ancestor god world a lesson. We can work together on this matter. We don't have to be enemies. Mo Jiuyo said. At this moment, his originally turbid eyes shone with a brilliant light akin to 2 cold stars flickering in the dusky sky. Brother Gu, this old demon's words aren't completely unreasonable. If we were to fight with them here, even if we managed to conquer the outer demon region, our strength would suffer. Songke said to Gu Fei, as the saying goes, injuring 1,000 enemies, injuring 800. Gu Fei understood this logic. Furthermore, Mo Jiuyo was too mysterious. Even Gu Fei couldn't see through him. Master, at this moment, the Chaos Demon Ape, the Extreme Eam Demon Spider, and the Dragon Head Demon retreated. They didn't dare to fight with Mo Jiuyo. Then let's sit down and talk. Gu Fei shrugged and said, "All right, straightforward enough." Mo Jiuyo nodded. Chapter 3359. Gu Fei had originally prepared 100,000 troops to fight against the demons in the extraterrestrial devil region. However, at the most crucial moment, a weirdo like Hua Wuji jumped out. Hua Wuji was from the Chaos Demon Flower clan, one of the 3 great demons of the extraterrestrial devil region. Before the primal chaos was formed and the world was still being nurtured, everything was variable and anything could happen. Even the heavenly Tao had not taken shape yet. According to legend, the Chaos Demon Flower clan was formed from a Chaos Demon Flower that was born in the primal chaos before the primal chaos was formed. In the distant past, the Chaos Demon Flower clan was one of the strongest demons in the primal chaos demonic world. Back then, a portion of the clan's experts were trapped in the ancestral god realm. In the extraterrestrial devil realm, the real ruler was not the 3 devil clans, but the old man who was riding a black bull that seemed to be too old to walk anymore. Mo Jiuyo was a taboo existence in the primal chaos demonic world since ancient times. Back then, he didn't return to the primal chaos demonic world for some reason. Thus, he became the true ruler of the extraterrestrial devil region. Only Mo Jiuyo had the qualifications to lead the various races and fight against the entire ancestral god realm. If it wasn't for Mo Jiuyo, all the demons trapped in the ancestral god realm would have been slaughtered by the god race. It was also because of Mo Juyo that the extraterrestrial devil region appeared in the ancestral god realm. At this moment, at the peak of a floating devil mountain in the depths of the extraterrestrial devil region, there was a stone table and a few stone stools under a steel-boned demonic tree. Gu Fei and Mo Juyo sat opposite each other at the stone table. There were only a few stone stools around the stone table. Those who didn't have a place to sit stood behind Gu Fei and Mo Juyo. All right, let's talk about our cooperation. Hua Wuji said with a smile. The fat on his body jiggled along with his laughter. You guys want to return to the primal chaos demonic world. Gu Fei looked at Mo Juyo on the opposite side of the stone table and said indifferently, Isn't that obvious? That's right. Dao brother, you haven't told us who you are. Hua Wuji looked at Gu Fei curiously. At this time, all the demons present were looking at Gu Fei, waiting for his answer. Me? Whether it's the Chaos Devil realm or the Ancestral God realm, I'm just a passerby. Gu Fei said with a smile. What? When the other demons heard Gu Fei's words, they were somewhat unhappy. This guy actually refused to tell them his origin. What kind of cooperation was this? This was too insincere. The devil race experts standing behind Mo Juyo were venting their dissatisfaction. Mo Juyo raised his hand, and the leaders of the demons behind him immediately fell silent, not daring to make a sound. Whether it was the Chaos Demon Flower clan, the Herculean Ox clan, or the Corpse Demon clan, none of the experts from the three great demons dared to speak. You're not a demon from the Chaos Devil realm, nor a true god from the Ancestral God realm. You're from another great world, beyond the Chaos Devil realm and the Ancestral God realm. Am I right? Mo Juyo stared at Gu Fei's eyes and said, Ha, you're absolutely right. Gu Fei laughed. Everyone was shocked to hear this. This person was not from the Chaos Devil realm, nor was he a true god from the Ancestral God realm. He was from another great world. Only the Black Demon Mountain Lord and the others who had followed Gu Fei for a period of time knew that Gu Fei was from another great world. Then guess where I'm from? Gu Fei looked at Mo Juyo and said, Can't guess. Mo Juyo shook his head. Even someone as strong as him did not know how many great worlds were nurtured in the endless chaos. Naturally, it was hard for him to know where Gu Fei was from. Then, can we still cooperate? Gu Fei looked at Mo Juyo and said with a faint smile, Why wouldn't we cooperate? Mo Juyo said, The chance to return to the Chaos Devil realm was right in front of him. He would not miss it no matter what. If he missed it this time, they might not have another chance to go back. He had missed it once in the past, but this time he did not want to miss it. That's great. Let's talk about our respective conditions. Hua Wuji said excitedly, The conditions are simple. Gu Fei said, Very simple. Hua Wuji was startled. I can roughly guess. Mo Juyo said, At this moment, he seemed to have turned into an old man again. There was not a single trace of devil chi on him. Even Gu Fei could not sense his true chi. This was a phenomenon of returning to one's natural state. Mo Juyo's cultivation was already close to the extreme grade realm, but he still had not taken that step. It was not that he did not want to take that step, but he was once the extreme grade demon ancestor. Once his Tao foundation was destroyed, his cultivation level would fall from the extreme grade realm, and it would be extremely difficult for him to cultivate to the extreme grade realm again. This was also the reason why it was difficult for Tsang Ke to return to the extreme grade realm. Haha, all right. As expected of a senior, as long as you guys help me conquer the Eastern continent, I will help you guys return to the Chaos Demon realm. Gu Fei said with a smile. What? The group of demons behind Mo Juyo was shocked. Attacking the Eastern continent? Given the strength of the extraterrestrial demon region, it was no different from smashing a rock with an egg. Wasn't that asking them to die? The Eastern continent was not something the other four continents could compare to. The Golden Crow tribe of the Eastern continent was extremely powerful, and they even possessed the undying tree, the divine tree of the Eastern continent. With the Golden Crow tribe's foundation, the extraterrestrial demon region would not be able to do anything to them. Chaotic Golden Rock Sanke, are you going to settle the score with your sworn brother? Emo Gioyo suddenly looked at Sanke and said, even though the extraterrestrial demon region was not as powerful as the 5 continents of the ancestral god realm, they were well informed. Back then, the clan leader of the Golden Crow tribe had seized the opportunity when Sanke was trapped in the Chaos Demon realm and decisively killed almost all of the chaotic Golden Rock tribe. Humph! Sanke snorted coldly and did not reply. He and Emo Juyo were enemies in the past, but now they were going to join forces. The world was truly fickle. There was no such thing as an absolute enemy or an absolute friend in this world. Everything was dictated by benefits. How about it? Gu Fei looked at Emo Juyo and asked with a serious expression, how else can it be? Emo Juyo replied. Even though his tone was calm, he was extremely excited in the depths of his heart. After staying in this godforsaken place for such a long time, he was nearly driven mad by boredom. Ha ha, let's be witnesses. That's great. Hua Wuji burst out laughing. His fats were bouncing along with his laughter. Returning to the Chaos Demon realm was the wish of all the demons in the extraterrestrial demon region. And now, this wish was about to become a reality. The extraterrestrial demon region was definitely not a good place. After being trapped here for so many years, all of the demons were extremely frustrated and needed to vent their frustrations. What plans do you guys have? Emo Gio asked. At this moment, his mount was sprawled by the side, sleeping soundly. We're planning to use the name of the extraterrestrial demon region to start this war. Gu Fei said, is that so? Emo Gioyo replied, nonchalantly. Hua Wuji, I'll leave you to discuss with them. I won't be taking part in this. Emo Gioyo said to Hua Wuji, yes, old ancestor. At this moment, Hua Wuji retracted his smile and his expression turned solemn. For all the forces in the extraterrestrial demon region, attacking the central continent was definitely a huge matter. God knew how many powerful demons had fallen in the central continent. Emo Gioyo then bid farewell to Gu Fei and rode away on his old black bull that was about to fall asleep. This fatty Hua was from the pro-war faction. He couldn't wait for a fight to break out. This was the moment when he was most excited because he could finally make his move. In the next few days, powerful figures could be seen roaming around the extraterrestrial demon region from time to time. The 3 great demons and Emo Juyo were mobilizing their forces. However, compared to the peaceful Eastern continent, the extraterrestrial demon region was shrouded in an oppressive atmosphere, as if a storm was brewing. Without any warning, in the Eastern continent where the Golden Crow tribe's ancestral land was located, a powerful demonic aura that caused the entire void to tremble suddenly appeared. Demonic attack. Furious roars could be heard from all over the Golden Crow tribe's ancestral land. Then, a powerful force of the Golden Crow burst out from every corner of the ancestral land. Balls of golden radiance rushed out from every corner of the region, charging in the direction of the demonic figure. Buzz. The void suddenly vibrated. A sharp and dazzling golden radiance shot out from the distance, piercing through the demonic figure in the sky. In the next moment, demonic aura circulated, and a powerful devouring force suddenly burst out from the demonic figure. A pitch-black vortex appeared above the demonic figure. all of the power of the divine Tao that was attacking the demonic projection was instantly engulfed. What the experts of the Golden Crow tribe couldn't help but be shocked when they saw this. At this moment, in the depths of the Golden Crow tribe's ancestral land, a rustling sound came from the dense canopy of the towering ancient tree. Balls of golden radiance were released from the canopy. The true experts of the Golden Crow tribe were alarmed. Swoosh! On top of the immortal tree, a ball of golden light rushed out and disappeared into the void in an instant. Its speed was extremely fast. At this moment, the demonic figure was already engaged in a fierce battle with an extremely powerful expert of the Golden Crow tribe. It wouldn't be easy to determine the victor in a short period of time. However, the news of the demon's invasion had already spread, and the entire Golden Crow tribe's ancestral land immediately became lively. In the entire ancestral god realm, there was only one place where demons existed, and that was the extraterrestrial demon region. Therefore, when the demonic figure suddenly appeared in the Golden Crow tribe's ancestral land, everyone in the Golden Crow tribe knew that the demons from the extraterrestrial demon region had invaded. Chapter 3360. The ancestral land of the Golden Crow clan could be said to be the best divine land in the entire Eastern continent. It was the ancestral vein of the Eastern continent, where the immortal tree had taken root. For countless years, this place had been a place that many forces wanted to occupy. The Golden Crow clan naturally had the strength to become the master of this place. In the Eastern continent, who would dare to provoke the Golden Crow clan? But now, a demonic figure suddenly appeared in the ancestral land of the Golden Crow clan and began a massacre. Demonic chi filled the air, and experts of the Golden Crow clan were constantly being killed by the demonic figure. Mo Juyo. At this moment, an elder of the Golden Crow clan arrived. He recognized the demonic figure with a single glance. It was the true ruler of the extraterrestrial demonic realm, Mo Juyo. An incarnation dares to come here and cause trouble, courting death. The elder of the Golden Crow clan saw through the demonic figure in the next moment. This demonic figure was actually only an incarnation, not the real one. If Mo Juyo's real body had invaded the ancestral land of the Golden Crow clan, then the Golden Crow clan would be in great trouble. However, if it was only an incarnation of Mo Juyo, then it would be a different story. The elder of the Golden Crow clan took out his natal divine weapon. A golden divine sword flew out from his body, emitting a terrifying sword chi, and slashed towards the demonic figure. This was the Golden Crow sword that the elder had refined. The sword chi emitted from the Golden Crow sword was very strong. This was the eruption of the sword principle of a quasi-sovereign. The golden sword light was like a divine rainbow, piercing through the demonic figure in an instant. However, the demonic figure was not destroyed just like that. It continued to attack. The terrifying demonic might continued to erupt, causing the entire world to tremble. The demonic figure stretched out its hand, and an expert of the Golden Crow clan flew towards the demonic figure involuntarily from afar. "How dare you!" The elder of the Golden Crow clan roared and attacked again. Golden sword chi streaked across the sky, descending from the sky towards the demonic figure, trying to save the expert of the Golden Crow clan. However, it was too late. Before the Golden Crow elder's sword light could land, the Golden Crow clan's expert had already been caught by the demonic shadow. Shwa! The demonic shadow dodged the Golden Crow elder's sword in an instant. In the next moment, the Golden Crow clan expert, who was caught by the demonic shadow, screamed in terror. The Golden Crow's divine essence was constantly being devoured by the demonic shadow. Very soon, the Golden Crow's essence was completely devoured by the demonic shadow, turning him into a desiccated corpse. What the expressions of all the experts of the Golden Crow clan couldn't help but change when they saw this scene. This demon was truly too arrogant, preposterous. At that moment, an aged voice rang out from afar. Then, a powerful figure appeared high up in the sky. It was a figure shrouded in golden light. "Big brother, you came at the right time. How about us brothers join forces to kill this fellow?" The elder said. "Let's work together then." The old man nodded. At this moment, the two elders of the Golden Crow clan each released a powerful energy wave. An invisible force had already shrouded the demonic shadow. Roar! The demonic shadow roared. The extremely powerful demonic energy surged out from the demonic shadow. The demonic energy was so vast that it could corrode everything. The energy that was heading towards the demonic shadow was actually blocked by the demonic energy. Rumble! At this moment, the heavens and earth shook. The demonic energy and the divine energy clashed. The energy waves that were released from the three supreme experts shook the heavens and earth. It was extremely rare for two elders of the Golden Crow clan to join forces against an enemy. Therefore, all the clansmen of the Golden Crow clan were dumbfounded when they saw that the two elders were going to join forces against the demonic shadow. This was merely a clone of Mo, yet it possessed such heaven-defying combat strength. This was something that the two elders of the Golden Crow clan could not believe. Mo, that bastard, the great elder of the Golden Crow clan, sent a message to the current leader of the Golden Crow clan. Soon, the entire ancestral ground of the Golden Crow clan was enveloped by a layer of divine light. The great formation that protected the ancestral ground of the Golden Crow clan was activated. Bang! Boom! The three figures were moving rapidly in the sky. Dull sounds of collision could be heard in the void. Pitch-black spatial cracks were constantly appearing in the void. This was the ancestral land of the Golden Crow clan, the place where the immortal god tree had taken root, and the void was extremely stable. However, the cultivation and battle prowess of these three guys were so strong that they had shaken the void in this area. While Mo's clone was fighting against the two elders of the Golden Crow clan, there were many figures standing in the sky outside the ancestral ground of the Golden Crow clan. The one leading them was Gu Fei. Beside Gu Fei stood the demon god, old ancestor Luo Xiao, Song Ke, and Mo from the extraterrestrial demon region. "I didn't expect your clone to be so powerful." Gu Fei looked at the three figures fighting in the sky and could not help but marvel at the strength of Mo's clone. It could actually fight against the elders of the Golden Crow clan. The cultivation and combat strength of the elders of the Golden Crow clan were definitely not weak. They were at least at the old ancestor level. However, even so, it was not easy to defeat Mo's clone. That's a clone that I refined when I was still an extreme demon ancestor. Mo said calmly, "I see. No wonder it's so powerful." Gu Fei immediately understood after hearing that. A clone refined by an extreme demon ancestor was naturally not to be underestimated. It was much more powerful than ordinary clones. "Brother Gu, let's do it." At that moment, Song Ke could not hold it in any longer. "All right." Gu Fei nodded. Then he stretched out his right hand and drew a line in front of him. A spatial crack immediately appeared in the void, and three figures rushed out from the crack. Three powerful demonic auras immediately erupted from the three figures. The terrifying demonic might immediately affected the entire heaven and earth, causing the sky to darken. They were the Chaos Demon Ape, the Dragon Head Demon, and the Tyene Demon Spider. The three demonic experts could use the power of the extreme path. At this moment, in the ancestral land of the Golden Crow clan, there were also experts of the Golden Crow clan who discovered the existence of the three demonic experts. All the experts of the Golden Crow clan were inexplicably shocked. Without any hesitation, the Chaos Demon Ape and the others pounced towards the ancestral land of the Golden Crow clan. Boom! With a loud bang, the power of the extreme path blasted on the formation of the Golden Crow clan. The entire formation shook. The divine light that enveloped the entire ancestral land of the Golden Crow clan was not destroyed by the attack of the extreme path. However, the sudden loud bang really shocked countless clansmen of the Golden Crow clan. If the experts of the demons outside were allowed to come in, the ancestral land would definitely be in chaos. No one expected that the extraterrestrial demon realm would actually target the Golden Crow clan. Before Mo Joyo's real body appeared, the ancestral land of the Golden Crow clan was already in chaos. At this moment, outside the ancestral land of the Golden Crow clan, the Chaos Demon Ape and the other two experts of the demons were constantly attacking the ancestral land of the Golden Crow clan. The devil chi that rushed out from the three experts of the demons had already shrouded the entire sky, causing the heaven and earth to darken. The devil chi is soaring in the ancestral land of the Golden Crow clan. What's going on? In the region near the ancestral land of the Golden Crow clan, countless living beings were extremely frightened. They all thought that the demons of the extraterrestrial demon realm had come to invade. The Golden Crow clan and the demons were mortal enemies. At this moment, in the ancestral land of the Golden Crow clan, incomparably powerful auras kept erupting. Why are these demons attacking the ancestral land of the Golden Crow clan? In the distant region, a figure standing on a spiritual peak muttered to himself. A wave of devil might of the extreme Tao spread out. Countless powerful living beings in the entire region, and even the entire east continent of the ancestral god realm, could sense this wave of devil might. At this moment, under the cover of the devil chi, Xiao Chun released countless demons. In an instant, the towering devil chi filled the sky, and the scene was extremely shocking. Meanwhile, Xiao Chun and the others carefully concealed their own auras so that no one could sense their existence. All of this, Gu Fei deliberately made it seem that the demons of the extraterrestrial demon realm had come to attack the Golden Crow clan. Naturally, they would not show themselves if they could. Soon, in the ancestral land of the Golden Crow clan, Mo Joyo's clone was blasted away by the great elder of the Golden Crow clan, but he did not disappear. In the next moment, a wave of extreme Tao energy erupted from Mo Joyo's clone, and the two experts of the Golden Crow clan were forced to retreat. After that, Mo Joyo's clone took out a devil orb, and the devil orb emitted an extreme Tao aura. The devil orb shot up into the sky and smashed into a mountain in the ancestral land of the Golden Crow clan. What? Seeing this, both the first elder and the third elder were dumbfounded. Without hesitation, they immediately made their moves to stop the attack from Mo Joyo's clone. However, Mo Joyo seemed to have already guessed this, so he acted to stop the two elders of the Golden Crow clan. Boom! With a loud bang, the mountain was blasted into pieces by the devil orb that Mo Joyo's clone had taken out. Dust filled the sky, and countless divine runes also dissipated in the void. Seeing that the mountain was wiped out by Xiao Chun in an instant, everyone was shocked. However, the ones who were the most shocked were the Great Elder and the Third Elder. Only the higher-ups of the Golden Crow clan knew the use of that spiritual mountain. Once it was destroyed, the consequences would definitely be severe. Chapter 3361. Gu Fei and the others finally made their move. It was Tsang Kei's dream to attack the ancestral grounds of the Golden Crow clan. Back then, he was trapped in the Chaos Demon realm because he was fighting against the experts of the divine race at the front line. The progenitor of the Golden Crow clan had actually stabbed him in the back, slaughtered almost all of his descendants, in the ancestral god realm, and forcibly occupied the eastern continent's immortal tree and this ancestral land that should have belonged to the Chaos Golden Rock clan. When Tsong Ke came back and learned about it, he was so angry that he almost went crazy. He thought that even if he was not in the ancestral god realm, his sworn brother could help him take care of his descendants. Who would have thought that the first person to attack his descendants would be his sworn brother? At this time, in the ancestral land of the Golden Crow clan, a mountain peak was shattered by a devil bead that Mo Jilyo took out. That devil bead was a forbidden artifact that could unleash an attack of the extreme Tao devil ancestor level. After destroying the mountain peak, Mo Jilyo's devil path forbidden artifact was also destroyed. However, at the instant the mountain was blasted apart, the Golden Crow clan's Grand Elder and the other Grand Elder were truly shocked to the core. That was not an ordinary mountain, but a mountain protected by the extreme Tao. Under normal circumstances, no one in the world could destroy a mountain like that. However, the forbidden weapon that Mo Jilyo took out was very powerful. The moment the mountain was destroyed, the power of the extreme Tao formation that enveloped the entire ancestral grounds of the Golden Crow clan weakened rapidly. Following the destruction of the mountain, the operation of the entire extreme Tao formation was affected. The power of the extreme Tao formation that enveloped the entire ancestral grounds of the Golden Crow clan was constantly weakening. Roar! The Chaos Demon Ape swung the black iron rod in his hand at the layer of divine light formed by the power of the extreme Tao formation. Boom! With a loud bang, the divine light flashed. The Chaos Demon Ape's rod actually smashed a hole the size of a human head on the layer of divine light. Ha! The Chaos Demon Ape laughed heartily. After smashing the barrier a dozen times with all his might, he finally managed to smash a huge hole through the layer of divine light in front of him. Kill! Without any hesitation, the Chaos Demon Ape roared and waved the black iron rod in its hand, charging into the big hole. At this time, the experts of the Golden Crow clan were shocked to see this. The extreme Tao Grand Formation was broken. How was this possible? Several experts of the Golden Crow clan charged towards the Chaos Demonic Ape. Bang! The Chaos Demon Ape smashed a Golden Crow race expert into a mist of blood. The Golden Crow race expert's body and soul were destroyed by the Chaos Demon Ape's strike. What? The experts from the Golden Crow clan could not help but pause when they saw this. Never did they expect the demonic ape to be so ferocious and powerful. The devilish ape opened its mouth and inhaled, swallowing all of the blood mist into its stomach. Ha! It's been a long time since I've tasted such delicious blood food. The Chaos Demonic Ape licked its lips and let out a strange cry. It leaped up and pounced towards the experts of the Golden Crow clan. After that, it smashed all the experts of the Golden Crow clan into a mist of blood, and then swallowed them whole. The blood essence of the experts of the Golden Crow clan contained a huge amount of energy. The Chaos Demon Ape swallowed the blood essence of more than a dozen experts of the Golden Crow clan and stopped. At this time, the Chaos Demon Ape's body was emitting a bloody light. The energy contained in the blood essence of the Golden Crow clan was overflowing from his body. Rumble. At this time, the extreme formation that enveloped the entire ancestral land of the Golden Crow clan began to collapse. Terrifying and monstrous energy waves erupted from the extreme formation. The experts of the Golden Crow clan and the Demon clan, who were unable to escape in time, were directly shattered in the void. Their bodies and souls were instantly destroyed. Even the Chaos Demon Ape, the Supreme Demon Spider, and the Dragon Head Demon had to retreat. At this time, Gu Fei and the others who were watching the battle from afar were also shocked by the destructive power of the extreme Tao Grand Formation. They saw divine light shooting into the sky, but within the divine light, there were countless divine inscriptions dissipating. They could vaguely see figures turning into blood mist in the divine light, disappearing from the world. The Grand Formation has been broken. It's your turn. Gu Fei turned around and said to Song Ke, who was standing beside him. Yes. Song Ke nodded with a solemn expression, and then he took a step forward and instantly vanished into thin air. In the next moment, when his figure reappeared, he had already charged into the ancestral grounds of the Golden Crow clan. Song Ke directly opened his inner world. Then Peng Jingtian, Peng Shi, and the Golden Rock Goddess rushed out. The Chaos Golden Rock clan. At this time, an expert of the Golden Crow clan sought Song Ke and couldn't help but shout. The members of the Golden Crow clan who heard this were all shocked. The cultivators of the ancestral god realm were very clear about the grudge between the Golden Crow clan and the Chaos Golden Rock clan. These two clans were absolutely irreconcilable enemies. Kill to your heart's content. Song Ke shouted at Peng Jingtian and the others. Yes, Peng Jingtian and the others quickly accepted the order and turned around to attack the nearby experts of the Golden Crow clan. The battle became even more intense. In the ancestral land of the Golden Crow clan, the battle cries shook the heavens and the earth. Countless experts were fighting, and powerful creatures were dying one after another. It was as if there was a rain of blood falling from the sky. With the collapse of the extreme Tao Grand Formation, the ancestral land of the Golden Crow clan lost its protection. The army of demons who were waiting outside immediately rushed into the ancestral land of the Golden Crow clan. Song Ke, you actually colluded with the demons from the extraterrestrial demon region to attack our clan. You are simply insane. The Grand Elder of the Golden Crow clan roared angrily. Little guy, when I was invincible in the East Continent, you were still wearing diapers. How dare you act so presumptuously in front of me? Song Ke took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of the Grand Elder of the Golden Crow clan. Then he stretched out his right hand and grabbed at the Grand Elder of the Golden Crow clan. The Grand Elder of the Golden Crow clan felt his body tighten. He was instantly restrained by an invisible force. Then he flew towards Song Ke's hand involuntarily. Without any suspense, the Grand Elder of the Golden Crow clan was caught in Song Ke's hand. Little guy, where is your old ancestor? Song Ke stared at the Grand Elder of the Golden Crow clan in his hand and said coldly, Grand Elder, at this moment, the experts of the Golden Crow clan who saw this scene could not help but be shocked. Song Ke had captured the Grand Elder with one move. Who could fight against such combat strength? Tui, the Grand Elder of the Golden Crow clan, directly spat at Song Quebec. Of course, the spit did not land on Song Quebec naturally. It was repelled by the power of the divine path outside of his body. Humph! Song Ke exerted force in his hand. Buffed. The Grand Elder of the Golden Crow clan, who was in his hand, exploded and turned into a cloud of blood mist. He captured the primordial spirit of the Grand Elder of the Golden Crow clan and read the memories of the primordial spirit. Soon, Song Ke found out everything. Then he shook his right hand and dispersed the primordial spirit of the Grand Elder of the Golden Crow clan. The mighty Grand Elder of the Golden Crow clan was killed just like that. Seeing that the Grand Elder had died in Song Ke's hands, the other experts of the Golden Crow clan were devastated. However, they knew that they were no match for Song Ke, so they began to retreat into the depths of the ancestral land. The Golden Crow clan was defeated. All the experts of the Golden Crow clan retreated toward the divine Tree of the East Continent. The army of demons and the chaotic Golden Rock clan, led by Song Ke, worked together to surround the divine Tree of the East Continent. At that moment, Song Ke and the others had gained the upper hand. It seemed like it was only a matter of time before the Golden Crow clan perished. However, Song Ke vaguely felt that things were not that simple. Although his sworn brother had disappeared, he would definitely leave behind a backup plan to protect his clansmen. Song Ke knew his sworn brother's character very well. That fellow was a ruthless and decisive person. He would never be indecisive. Moreover, that fellow was very careful and would never do something he was not confident in. At that moment, Gu Fei, who was far in the sky, was holding the mountain and river cauldron in his hand as he quietly watched the battlefield before him. "Master, the dust has settled. We don't have to do anything anymore." The demon god Venerable, who was standing beside Gu Fei, said. "Let's take a look." Gu Fei said. He felt that the ancestral land of the Golden Crow clan was too easily breached. Moreover, the Golden Crow clan was too weak. It did not make sense that there was not a single quasi-supreme who came out to fight. Where's the immortal tree? An idea suddenly flashed across Gu Fei's mind. He finally knew why he felt so uneasy. It was because of the towering tree in front of him. The immortal tree itself did not have any powerful powers. However, the creatures that inhabited the tree were different. At that moment, several extremely powerful figures appeared near the immortal tree. Song Ke, Mo Jiuyo's incarnation, the Chaos Demon Ape, the Supreme Demon Spider, and the Dragon Head Demon had all arrived. Behind them were countless demons. This time, the extraterrestrial demon region had almost turned out in full force in order to attack the ancestral land of the Golden Crow clan in the East Continent. All the experts of the three major demons had come. Even their clan master had come. At this moment, the outcome of the battle seemed to have been decided. Countless experts of the Golden Crow clan had fled to the immortal tree. At that moment, Gu Fei appeared in the ancestral land of the Golden Crow clan with the demon god Venerable and the others. The immortal tree belonged to him. If Song Ke and the others were to accidentally destroy the tree, wouldn't his efforts be in vain?